Chapter 83, Chapter 83, The Dragon Appears. Bloodstone Isle, Prince's Harbour. The vanguard fleet, spurred on by their frenzied race, landed one after another along the shores of Bloodstone. The Iron Fleet arrived first. The longship Iron Victory slammed into the harbour pier with reckless force. Ha ha ha! None can match the speed of the Ironborn. Victarion Greyjoy stood tall like a bull rearing up, swinging his battleaxe and bellowing with laughter in the storm. Rain streamed down his hair and across the knots of his muscles. Brothers! Slaughter every bastard on this island! Search every warehouse, turn over every stone. Not a scrap of Valyrian steel for the cowards behind us. Back on Pike, Balon had made it clear this expedition was 1 part duty, 9 parts plunder. The moment Victarion learned Bloodstone was defended by only 500 men yet rumoured to hold Valyrian steel, he resolved to seize the shore first. Howling like a black tide, the Ironborn leapt from their longships and surged into the empty, deathly silent harbour. "Lord, the harbour is empty," an Ironborn captain reported quickly, unease in his voice. Victarion's grin froze as the cold rain ran down his face. Empty? A chill shot up his spine. A trap! Before he could order a watch, the Westerlands fleet charged into the harbour. Sir Quen Lannister, clad in gold and crimson plate, strode onto the pier surrounded by his guards. His cold gaze swept across Victarion and the silent harbour with open contempt. He had not forgotten the charge Tywin had given him when leaving Casterly Rock: seize any Valyrian weapons that might exist for the family. So he had defied Pakester's command and pressed the landing. Lannister's soldiers snapped into formation, their red and gold armour glaring even through the downpour, standing in stark opposition to the Ironborn. The tension in the air was sharp enough to cut. Moments later, Dornishmen and men of the Reach came ashore. The narrow beach had descended into chaos as the factions crowded together. Prince Oberyn Martell watched the brink of a clash between Quen and Victarion with amused interest, a sly smile curving his lips. "You bastard-bred fools!" At last, Lord Pakester Redwine's flagship docked. He nearly leapt ashore, his furious roar clear even through the storm. "Disobeying orders! Acting on your own! Do you know what this means?" But his fury was like a stone cast into the sea ignored. The Westerlands, the Ironborn, even the Dornish all pressed their men inland, eyes fixed greedily on the fortress. "Lord! The sky, look at the sky!" A soldier of the Reach cried out, his voice warped by terror as he pointed toward the storm-racked heavens. Crack! Another white bolt tore the sky apart. Eyes went wide. A colossal shadow wheeled above them, close enough for its form to be seen. A dragon! Time stopped. Every movement, every quarrel, every greedy thought in the harbour froze in that instant. Victarion's mouth hung open, his axe stilled mid-swing. Kevin's hand locked on his sword hilt, pupils blown wide. Pakester's rage froze on his face, replaced by raw horror. The smile slipped from Oberyn's lips, his expression hardening with gravity. A dragon! Roar! Before they could react, a thunderous roar split the skies. The beast burst from the clouds, its immense golden form revealed above the sea. A dragon! From harbour to ships, all saw it with blinding clarity. Its massive body stretched across the heavens like a wall of steel, golden scales blazing even against the storm-darkened sky. Under their stricken gaze, the golden terror dove from the roiling clouds. Its radiant scales shone with divine brilliance, its massive form tearing through the rain, carrying with it the promise of fire and death as it hurtled toward the fleet. The golden dragon Lo Quen unleashed his fury. A torrent of dragon fire poured from his jaws, vaster and hotter than ever before, burning with dazzling gold more solid and bright than lightning itself. The air warped in its heat. Its light outshone the storm. In an instant, the flames engulfed several warships closest to the harbour, packed with soldiers and oarsmen. "Run!" Shrieks tore from the shore, but the warning came too late for those at sea. Wood splintered under the blast, hulls bursting apart, masts collapsing in the firestorm. A piercing scream, too shrill to be human, was swallowed at once by the roar of fire and the splintering crash of wood. Countless figures writhed in the golden inferno before collapsing into charred husks. On the surrounding ships, soldiers and sailors watched the nightmare unfold, their faces frozen in raw terror, as if hell itself had broken open before their eyes. But their despair had only just begun. The golden dragon swept across the sky in a graceful, deadly arc, turning toward the warships still thrashing on the sea. Quen loosed a triumphant roar. Rowed warships might be swift on the water, yet to him, a dragon, they were no more than stationary targets, lined up neatly to await his dragon fire. It was exactly as he had planned. From the moment he encountered Yora, he had guessed the man would reach out to Varys just as in the original tale, where he had served as an informant beside the Targaryen siblings. Quen had used Yora as his conduit, feeding him information that magnified his own threat, forcing the Seven Kingdoms to muster an invasion fleet. Then, through Yora's hand, he planted false intelligence to lure that fleet into one place, where he could annihilate them all in the shortest time, with the least expenditure of magic. The storm-dark sky was his perfect cloak. The Seven Kingdoms ships saw only fleeting flashes of his shadow when lightning struck, immediately followed by torrents of golden dragon fire. Quen circled overhead, unleashing flames. His magic ebbed with every breath, but the cost was worth it. Each blast of fire erased a warship from existence. Oarsmen shrieked as they hurled themselves into the freezing, storm-tossed sea. Armored soldiers followed, forced to leap for survival, their heavy plate dragging them under like stones. They clawed at drifting wreckage, struggling to stay afloat, their faces twisted in despair as they watched the dragon fire engulf their ships, reducing them to blazing pyres. The weight of their armor made movement impossible. They floated helplessly, exposed on the surface, despair etched on every face. The fleet unraveled with terrifying speed. The sea had become a boiling furnace, a graveyard of despair. Just as the survivors ashore stood transfixed by this vision of the world's end, the low, reinforced gates of Bloodstone Fortress swung open silently in the storm. No shouts. No fanfare. An army poured forth. Clad in heavy armor, swords in hand, they marched in flawless step, silent as statues, the only sound the grinding scrape of metal against metal. In that instant, the Seven Kingdoms men realized Yora had not lied. The army of the dead was real. Victarion and Quen stared in shock, recognizing at once the gleam of the weapons clutched in the Dragon Soul Guard's hands. Valyrian steel. Real beyond doubt. But to claim it, they would pay in blood. At the front strode Jelena, her deep violet eyes burning like stars through the storm. Chayik stood beside her, sword raised. Without a word, Jelena swept her Valyrian steel blade forward, its edge flashing cold in the rain. Kill them! Her clear, piercing cry cut through the storm like a trumpet. The silent host surged forward as one, a copper-red tide of death. With killing intent sharp enough to freeze the soul, they charged the beach where soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms, still reeling from the dragon's wrath, now faced a new horror rushing down upon them. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Every new review helps the FIC grow and unlocks extra chapters as a thank you to readers. Current reviews, 06/15. Bonus chapters released, 01/10. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, A Crushing Victory. On the harbor pier, two forces clashed in a desperate struggle for survival. On one side stood the elite soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms, clad in fine armor, disciplined and proud, the very strength of Westeros. On the other side were the Dragon Soul Guards, silent as stone and unyielding as mountains. From the first clash, the battle revealed itself as horrifyingly one-sided. The skill and equipment the soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms boasted of proved as fragile as parchment before the Dragon Soul Guards. The ceaseless ring of steel on steel could not hide the shrill wails of weapons snapping apart. The Dragon Soul Guard's gleaming Valyrian steel armor was indestructible. Heavy axes and sharp swords alike failed to leave so much as a scratch, while the impact shattered knuckles and split blades into jagged ruin. When the silent guards swung back with their Valyrian steel swords, the Seven Kingdoms soldiers lifted their weapons in panic. But with a single sharp crack, the blades they trusted for their lives splintered like rotten wood. The gulf in weaponry was undeniable. A few noble lords carried swords forged by master smiths. Though not Valyrian steel, these blades could endure a dozen clashes before breaking. But the common steel of ordinary soldiers' swords was utterly useless, their parries meaningless before Valyrian steel. Westerland's men and warriors of the Reach at least wore light plate armor that offered some protection. But the Ironborn of the Iron Islands and the fighters of Dorne, clad only in leather, chain, scale, or mail, were left with flesh and bone exposed to merciless steel, like livestock awaiting slaughter. Where sword light flashed, limbs flew. Blood soaked the wooden planks of the pier. Even the sturdier plate armor proved worthless, cut apart like paper beneath Valyrian steel. Many knights of the Reach and soldiers of the Westerlands fell no differently, swiftly cut down by the guards' cold efficiency. Driven back step by the relentless onslaught, the soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms were forced to retreat along the narrow causeway until they reached the very end, with nowhere left to run. Watching common men and even gallant knights fall like sheep to the butcher, Hyle Hunt, a hedge knight of Hornhill, stood blood-soaked, his plate smeared with filth and gore. He shouted hoarsely toward his commander, Lord Pakester Redwine. "My lord! We can't hold! We can't hold any longer!" Lord Pakester's face twisted in dread, the gaunt muscles of his cheeks trembling as his eyes fixed on the Dragon Soul Guards, death incarnate, advancing step by step. The guards were not only strong but swift as wraiths, their blades always finding the gaps in the knight's heavy plate, striking at the joints with lethal precision. One by one, the knights and retainers of the Reach fell, blood spraying from the seams of their armor, staining the pier crimson. The nobles at the rear looked on in cold despair, as though they were staring into the very face of doom. On the far side of the causeway, Gerion Lannister, drenched in blood, fought at the head of the remnants of the Westerlands army. With nothing but will and desperation, they tried to stem the tide of Dragon Soul steel. Prince Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, and his Dornishmen fared far worse. The narrow causeway robbed Oberyn of his famed serpentine spear play, reducing the fight to brutal collisions of flesh and iron. The agility the Dornish had always prided themselves on found no place here. They were cut down mercilessly, their screams rising and falling in waves. Worst of all were the Ironborn of Victarion Greyjoy. Men once renowned for their ferocity, their eyes blazing with menace, now held only terror. Their thin leather armor might as well have been parchment before Valyrian steel. With every flash of a blade, another Ironborn fell. The wild grin was gone from Victarion's face, replaced by a despair as deep as the abyss. Baelor Hightower clutched Pakester Redwine's arm, his voice trembling with urgency. "My lord, you are the commander. Give the order to surrender. This battle, we are utterly defeated." A violent struggle flashed in Pakester's eyes. The pride of a great lord of the Seven Kingdoms made the words stick in his throat. "Surrender? We are lords of the Seven Kingdoms." Baelor's voice turned almost to pleading. He pointed toward the blazing golden inferno in the distance. "My lord, look at that dragon. If we keep holding out, half the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms will perish here. I beg you, my lord, look at that sight." With great effort, Pakester turned his head and looked out over the sea. There, beneath the lowering dusk, the golden dragon roared to the heavens. Its colossal body wheeled in the storm, each dive unleashing a pillar of blazing fire that rained destruction on the sea below. Hundreds of warships, the greatest fleet the Seven Kingdoms had ever assembled, were being reduced, one by one, to blazing torches on the water. Flames licked madly at masts and sails, casting the sea in a molten golden glow. Countless soldiers, sailors, and camp followers writhed and screamed in the inferno, throwing themselves into the boiling waters only to be swallowed by the waves or cooked alive. The naval strength of the Seven Kingdoms' centuries of pride and glory was collapsing in the golden blaze, turning to ash and cinders. After this battle, the mighty fleets of Westeros would exist only in history. It's over. Everything is over. Baelor Hightower was right. If they did not surrender, most of the nobility of the realm would die here today. Pakester Redwine tore his gaze away in despair, suffocated by the weight of agony and humiliation. He closed his eyes tightly, his throat working furiously. At last, a decision so heavy it seemed to drain the life from him forced its way out between his clenched teeth. We surrender. With the commander's order given, the remaining soldiers and knights of the Reach, their faces etched with humiliation and the fragile relief of survival, cast aside their broken weapons. One by one, they dropped to their knees on the blood-soaked pier, their cries for mercy mingled with sobs. The cold-eyed dragon soul guards advanced, kicking aside discarded steel and binding their captives with coarse hemp ropes. Across the pier, Sir Gerion Lannister, bloodied from the fighting, saw Pakester yield. When the dragon soul guards halted their attack, he knew the battle was lost. With a heavy hand, he gave the same order. The Ironborn and Dornish, already broken by fear and loss, threw down their weapons as well. Relief and exhaustion washed over them, but their faces were carved with numb terror and bitter defeat. The brutal landing battle had come to an end. Of the more than 3,000 elite soldiers who had stormed the island, only a few hundred shaken survivors remained. The pier had become a slaughterhouse. Rain mixed with thick, clotted blood, seeping between the planks and staining everything a glaring, dark red. The surviving nobles, knights, and soldiers, like livestock awaiting slaughter, were bound tightly with ropes by the dragon soul guards. Under the cold gaze of Jalena and Chayik, they were marched toward the dungeons of Bloodstone. Out at sea, Quen had nearly burned every Seven Kingdoms warship within sight. The air was heavy with the acrid stench of charred flesh mingled with salt. He loosed a majestic roar, wheeled about, and flew toward the reef where Roro and Hal lay hidden. There, the warships waited in silence. On the deck of the flagship, Roro and Hal stared, their faces filled with awe and shock beyond words. They had never dreamed they would live to witness the return of a dragon thought gone for more than a century. And more incredible still that this legendary beast had destroyed the Seven Kingdoms fleet on their behalf. They exchanged a glance, and both thought at once of their enigmatic master, Quen. "My lord," he. Roro murmured, his eyes burning with fervor. Hal nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. "To command a dragon, my lord must bear the blood of a true Dragonlord." They still believed the golden dragon to be Quen's mount. The thought that they served a true dragon rider filled them with pride and elation. They had chosen the right master to cling to. Chapter 85, The Captive. The two quickly snapped out of their shock. Roro drew a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as he barked an order to the officer waiting behind him. "Pass the word. All ships, hoist sail, and row hard. Sweep the sea clean, drag out every last one of those Seven Kingdoms wretches still breathing. Not a single one slips through." The officer raised the signal flag at once. The command rippled outward like waves across the fleet. Nearly 100 warships, like sharks scenting blood, drove their oars into the water, cutting through the waves toward the golden stretch of sea still burning, littered with wreckage and survivors. After nearly 2 months of repairs, Salador's 75 warships were back in service. With Quen's original 48, their fleet now numbered 123. But a large portion remained stationed near Broken Spear Isle to watch and contain the Tyroshi, leaving fewer than 100 ships to take part in this battle. Though called a naval battle, Roro and Hal's task was brutally simple: mop up survivors. The Seven Kingdoms fleet had collapsed utterly beneath dragon fire. Those still alive clung to splintered planks or corpses in the freezing sea, struggling like dumplings tossed into a boiling pot. Roro and Hal's ships scooped them up with ease, hauling them aboard as though casting nets for fish. The sailors and camp followers had long since lost the will to fight, terror and cold leaving them limp and compliant as soldiers bound them like husks of men. Knights and soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms, however, remained defiant, thrashing in the water or resisting once dragged ashore. Most wore heavy armor. Struggling in the icy waves had already drained them dry, leaving them too weak to resist once hauled onto the decks. Soldiers pounced like wolves, ripping the sodden armor from their bodies and binding them with hemp rope in a humiliating prawn shape. For many lords and knights, it was a degradation they had never known. Their faces turned livid, eyes blazing with fury as they glared at the men they called Stepstone's pirates, spewing curses with what little strength they had left. Roro and Hal had no patience for the pride of beaten men. When nobles or knights spat filth and postured, soldiers slapped them hard across the face without hesitation. Bloodied and dazed, they were forced into silence. At the same time, Roro and Hal ordered a careful accounting of the captives' names, houses, lands, titles, every detail recorded. Some lords and knights refused to answer, still wearing their arrogance. Roro only sneered and had them beaten until soldiers who recognized them confirmed their identities, stripping away their pride piece by piece. The number of survivors far exceeded expectation. Roro and Hal's fleet made trip after trip across the waters, hauling in captives. Only when night had fallen and the last bodies disappeared beneath the sea did they return to Bloodstone with their final load of prisoners. Bloodstone, the tower. Quen took the thick roll of names from Roro, his gaze flashing over it like lightning. His brow furrowed. The king of the Seven Kingdoms missing. Shame flickered across Roro's face. My lord, Hal and I searched for hours. Every hiding place we could find. There's no sign of the king. And according to Mizomar, this campaign was led not only by the king himself, but also by Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, and Renly Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End. But of those three, we found none. Quen was silent a moment before asking, and the king's guard? White cloaks, white armor, they should be easy to spot. If the king's sworn shields had been captured, they could have offered a clue. Roro shook his head. None, my lord. Not a single white cloak. Quen's eyes narrowed. This sea is perilous, but not enough to drown every soul aboard the king's flagship. Some must have survived. Yet we haven't caught a single key figure. Their reaction was fast. They slipped away before the hammer fell. He recalled the order of his assault. He had struck first at the ship's landing near the pier. That had given the vessels further out a chance to flee. Seeing his master's unease, Roro quickly added, Lord, there's no need for worry. Hal counted the wrecks of the Seven Kingdoms warships consumed in the fire. 395 in all. Even if a few escaped, they'll never have the strength to return. Quen gave a slow nod. Roro was right. The Seven Kingdoms' naval strength rested on three pillars: the Royal Fleet, the Redwine Fleet of the Arbor, and the Iron Fleet of the Iron Islands. This time Robert had thrown in nearly every warship of the Royal Fleet and the best of the Redwine Fleet, some 400 ships in total. Now the Royal Fleet was gone, the Redwine warships nearly wiped out. Only their vast merchant fleet remained, their might reduced to almost nothing. But merchantmen were no warships. Built broad and heavy, designed to carry cargo across oceans, they relied on sail, not oar. In narrow seas and close combat, they were hopelessly outmatched by warships built for speed and maneuver. Moreover, merchant ships lacked heavy weapons such as ballistae and catapults. If struck by a professional oared warship, their hulls or even their keels could be smashed by rams and bolts, dooming nearly everyone aboard. And after seeing with their own eyes the terror of a dragon, could the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms truly find the courage or the means to mount another expedition of such scale across the sea? The answer was obvious. Quen's gaze fell back to the list. It was crammed with the names, houses, and titles of more than 300 captured nobles and knights of the Seven Kingdoms. The soldiers, camp followers, and sailors had also been tallied. Roughly 20,000 soldiers were taken, along with nearly 50,000 laborers and sailors. Roro spoke up beside him. "My lord, 400 ships at the very least 300 men to each would mean over 120,000 in total. Only about 70,000 survived. Of those, no more than a third were true fighting men. The rest were laborers for grain and equipment, craftsmen for building works, as well as oarsmen and sailors." Quen was not surprised by the proportion. In wars fought with cold steel, men of supply often outnumbered men of battle many times over. Among these captives from across the Seven Kingdoms were skilled artisans, stonemasons, blacksmiths, carpenters, shipwrights, as well as countless cooks, porters, and other laborers. All of them were valuable resources. Quen gave his orders to Roro. "Good. Sort the laborers and sailors by craft and trade, and prepare me a clearer list of their numbers." Then he tapped the roster of noble names, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. "As for these honored lords, invite them to the hall of the tower. I intend to give them a proper welcome." Roro bowed his head in understanding. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 86, Chapter 86, The Lords of the Seven Kingdoms, Bonus. The vast, shadowed hall of the tower was crowded with hundreds of nobles and knights of the Seven Kingdoms, their arms bound tight behind them with coarse hemp rope. They were forced to kneel on the cold, unyielding stone floor, soaked to the skin, disheveled and disgraced. Fear, rage, and humiliation mingled across their dirt-streaked faces. The chamber was silent but for ragged breathing and the faint rasp of rope against armor. The nobles' eyes flickered restlessly, trading fearful, uncertain glances. Not long ago, a hot-tempered knight had unleashed a stream of curses when forced to kneel, only for Roro's men to hack off one of his fingers without hesitation. The scream, shrill and harrowing, and the blood that spattered the stones struck like an iron hammer, smashing the last fragments of pride and illusion from the captives. Now, no one dared make a sound. Their gazes, tinged with dread and desperate anticipation, drifted again and again toward the tall, empty throne at the far end of the hall. They ached to know, who was this mysterious man from the east? How could he command an army of the dead? And what of the golden dragon, that beast of despair? The memory of its vast, shadow-casting wings and its all-consuming fire made many shudder involuntarily. A dragon! A creature thought vanished for 100 years had returned in this place, at this hour. From where had it come? Was it, like its master, born of the legendary Shadowlands, where dragons were said to endure? Among the better-learned nobles, the old tales once told by maesters flashed through their minds, sowing even deeper doubts. At last, the suffocating weight broke as the side door opened. The eastern sorcerer they longed to see yet feared beyond measure stepped slowly inside. Quen's face was unreadable, his stride steady, measured. He wore a fitted black velvet coat over dark trousers, his hair black as midnight falling loose over his shoulders. A long sword hung at his waist, his hand resting casually upon its hilt. His eyes, cold and fathomless as a deep pool, swept across the hall and the rows of kneeling lords. The nobles raised their heads. The instant they saw Quen's face, shock filled their eyes. Too young. That was the thought that struck them all at once. Quen had left the ruins of Valyria at only 13. Now, after half a year of fire and conquest across the stepstones, Qyburn had told him it was the 9th month of Aegon's 294th year. He was just past 14. 14. In another life, nothing more than a boy. Even in precocious Westeros, youths of noble birth at that age were still squires, barely beginning to glimpse the world. Yet Quen, at this age, had become master of the narrow sea, shattering the armies of the Seven Kingdoms with ruthless thunder. He took his seat upon the high throne with calm ease. Moments later, several figures entered behind him. When the nobles recognized the face of the man at their head, a hiss of shock and fury tore through the hall, impossible to suppress. Yoram Mormont, the former lord of Bear Island, a familiar face at tournaments, a veteran of many campaigns. Many lords and knights present had known him by sight. Now, Yora strode up the dais in full armor with Roro, Hal, and the others, then stood to the left of the throne beside them. Jelena, armored, stood alone at the right. At that moment, even the most foolish of the Seven Kingdoms nobles understood. The intelligence sent to King's Landing, the lies that had drawn their armies out in full force, had all been a carefully spun web of deceit. This Yoram Mormont had long since betrayed the Seven Kingdoms, thrown in with their enemy, and become nothing more than a treacherous, venomous turn-cloak. No wonder. No wonder their landing had been ambushed. No wonder they had been utterly destroyed. Betrayal clawed at their hearts like fire. And countless eyes, blazing with hatred and the hunger to tear him apart, fixed on the figure of Yoram Mormont upon the dais. Yoram Mormont ignored the sea of hateful glares below, his expression cold as ice. He stepped forward and broke the silence with a clear, resonant voice. Before you stands Lo Quen, ruler of the narrow sea and the step stones. Lo Quen lifted a hand slightly, signaling Yora to step back. Looking down at the kneeling nobles, his voice was calm yet heavy with unspoken force. My lords of Westeros, welcome to Bloodstone Isle. I trust you will find the hospitality here memorable. The words had barely fallen when Morin Tyrell, the bound former commander of Old Town's garrison, could no longer restrain the fury boiling inside him. He lurched upward, eyes bloodshot, and bellowed at Yora upon the dais. Yoram Mormont! You vile, faithless traitor! You betrayed the Seven Kingdoms, betrayed His Grace, betrayed your knightly vows and the duty of a lord. You sold yourself as a dog to this Easterner, fed us false reports, lured the allied host of the Seven Kingdoms into a death trap. Because of you, noble bloodlines now kneel in chains, and countless brave warriors lie dead at sea. 1,000 deaths would not be enough for your crime. His anguished roar lit the spark. In an instant, the noble's long-suppressed rage erupted like oil on fire. The hall shook with curses and cries as bound lords and knights writhed against their ropes, spitting condemnation and venom at Yoram Mormont. The uproar thundered as if it would tear the roof apart. Lo Quen's brow tightened. His cold eyes flicked toward Roro. Roro understood at once. A flash of steel glinted in his gaze as he made a sharp throat-cutting gesture to the soldiers below. Steel hissed. Morin Tyrell's roar ended in a heartbeat. His head, still fixed with a look of stunned disbelief, spun into the air. Blood sprayed in a fountain from the stump of his neck, splattering nearby nobles in a crimson rain. Those who had been about to scream their own curses fell silent at once, as if choked mid-breath. Their teeth clattered, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Lo Quen regarded the suddenly cowed nobles, their faces drained white, and a cold smile tugged at his lips. His gaze found a wretched figure in the corner of the hall. Paxter Redwine. Captured soldiers had named this Arbor Lord as the supreme commander of the Seven Kingdoms host. Lord Redwine. Lo Quen's voice was not loud, but in the deathly silence it carried to every ear. As the commander of this expedition, I have questions. You brought tens of thousands of men in grand array to my Bloodstone Isle. Surely, it was not as guests. All eyes turned on Paxter Redwine. His skull buzzed. Humiliation and fear twisted his thoughts to chaos. He could not grasp why Lo Quen asked what he already knew. But under the burning weight of hundreds of noble gazes, he forced himself to answer, his voice dry and hoarse. I came under the command of His Grace, King Robert Baratheon, to pacify the turmoil in the waters of the Stepstones. Turmoil. A mocking smile curved Lo Quen's lips. Say it plain, you came to pacify me, did you not, Lord Redwine? Yet as far as I know, the Stepstones have never belonged to the Seven Kingdoms. You raised arms unbidden, invaded my lands without cause. As the master of this soil, I have 10,000 reasons to execute you all where you kneel." His words cut like a winter gale, chilling them to the bone. Faces turned ashen, pale as parchment. All the dreams of glory, of plunder and honor they had clung to before the campaign had already turned to ash. The truth was laid bare. Their enemy commanded a dragon and an army of deathless soldiers. And they had been crushed completely, irreversibly. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Yora the Betrayer, Bonus. Lord Pakester drew a heavy breath, as if summoning the last of his courage. The small council received intelligence from Sir Yora. The report claimed that a new power rising in the Stepstones intended to one day invade Westeros itself. Thus, His Majesty the King and the Council resolved to strike first, sending the fleet against the Stepstones. Quen turned his gaze to Yora, a trace of amusement tugging at his lips. "Oh? Sir Yora, is Lord Redwine's account true?" A perfectly measured, icy smile tinged with self-satisfaction spread across Yora's face as he admitted bluntly. "Yes, my lord. It was on your command that I spun that web of lies, deceiving the Iron Throne and luring their fleet here, so that you could crush them in a single stroke." His words poured into the hall like boiling oil. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms seethed with even greater fury, teeth grinding audibly. That brazen admission confirmed their worst fear. The towering John Umber, Lord of the Last Hearth, could endure no more. He struggled upright, his voice booming like thunder. "Yoram Mormont, you motherless bastard! By your treachery against the Seven Kingdoms, you've shamed the North, shamed your house, shamed your father." At this, Yoram Mormont did not show the slightest remorse. Instead, he snorted coldly, his voice dripping with bitter resentment. "Shame? When that sanctimonious hypocrite Eddard Stark cast me out like a mongrel cur, I ceased to belong to the North, ceased to belong to the Seven Kingdoms. My loyalty belongs only to the Lord of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones. And when the day comes that our armies land on Westeros..." He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping across the horrified northern lords. "I, Yoram Mormont, will become the new Warden of the North and reclaim what was always rightfully mine." The words struck the hall like a thunderbolt. The faces of the northern lords turned white as parchment. They had never imagined Yoram Mormont's ambition could swell to such heights that he would dare seek to usurp House Stark. Great Jon Umber shook with fury. A sudden memory struck him, and he roared. "Yora, you faithless cur! Do you even know? Your aunt, Lady Maege Mormont, she led men to rescue you from Bloodstone Isle. And she was burned alive at sea by your new master's dragon." Yora's face showed no grief, no shock, only chilling indifference. A cruel curve tugged at his mouth. "And what of it? The lordship of Bear Island was always mine by right. My dear Aunt Maege only seized what belonged to me while I was in exile. She got what she deserved." His words pierced the northern lords' hearts like shards of ice. The hall fell into dead silence. None could speak, stunned by Yora's merciless cruelty. Great Jon stared wide-eyed, struggling to reconcile the man before him with the Northman he once knew. That image was shattered beyond repair. The other northern lords felt a storm raging in their hearts. What had Yoram Mormont endured? What had twisted him into this ruthless, ambition-consumed devil? If the North's lords were torn by grief and disbelief, the southern lords felt only burning hatred. They had scarcely known Yora. Yet learning that he had not only betrayed the allied host but also dreamed of overturning Westeros and replacing its great lords, their loathing burned like poison in their veins. Quen Lannister, forcing his voice past the agony of his wounds, demanded low but firm. "Invade Westeros? Sir Yora, are you utterly mad? To help a foreigner conquer the land that gave you birth, where is your knightly honor? Where is the gaze of the gods you swore before?" Quen cut in, his voice edged with mockery. "A foreigner cannot rule Westeros? Then what of House Targaryen?" Quen shot back instantly, pride ringing in his voice. "House Targaryen is extinct. The Iron Throne belongs now to the Baratheons. Lo Quen gave a sharp, scornful laugh. Baratheons? Merely the bastard blood of House Targaryen. Do you think I don't know your history? Your first men, your Endels, every one of them crossed from the eastern continent. And what did they bring? Slaughter. Bloody conquest against one another. You, descendants of invaders and butchers, what right have you to prattle of honor before me? Look at what you did to Westeros's first peoples. Look at the weirwoods you left forgotten. Every scrap of your so-called knightly honor rests on heaps of bones. Spare me your pretense of nobility. Kevin was struck speechless by Lo Quen's merciless rebuke. His face flushed crimson with fury and shame. For Lo Quen spoke the truth. Whether the first men's migration or the Andal invasion, both had been built upon conquest and bloodshed. That history could never be called noble. On the other side, Lord Pakester Redwine forced himself to hold on to the last shreds of dignity as he addressed Lo Quen with stern defiance. Even so, you shall not prevail. The Seven Kingdoms stretch vast, with countless hosts of elite soldiers. Even if we've lost our fleet, you could never hope to break our mighty alliance upon the land. Lo Quen only let out a soft laugh, as though Pakester had just told him a jest. Oh? Is that so? The easy, confident smile on Lo Quen's face as if victory were already his made Pakester's stomach twist. In that instant he remembered the golden beast circling above, the monster that had turned the sea to fire. Whatever sliver of resolve he'd just scraped together crumbled at once. Gritting his teeth, he forced out. One dragon is not enough. Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne spoke up, his voice calm but cutting. Lord Pakester is right. House Targaryen conquered Westeros with 3 dragons. Even so, one of them Meraxes was brought down in Dorne. A single dragon cannot decide the fate of a realm. Lo Quen's smile faded, and he gave no answer, as if silently conceding the point. The gathered nobles misread his silence. Seeing his composure waver, they thought Oberyn's words had struck home. Eyes met across the hall, hope stirring that perhaps this eastern man might yet abandon any dream of invading Westeros. But inside, Lo Quen sneered. He had no intention of telling them about the dragon eggs. He had already seen enough. When their gazes fell on Jorah Mormont, the hatred burning there had nearly boiled over. That alone meant his aim was accomplished. In their minds, Jorah Mormont was now damned beyond redemption, a traitor to Westeros through and through, his stain unwashed even if he drowned in the black water. Lo Quen waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Roro, see our guests back to their rooms to rest. Roro bowed low. At once, my lord. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Every new review helps the FIC grow and unlocks extra chapters as a thank you to readers. Current reviews, 08/15. Bonus chapters released, 03/10. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Meeting House Yeronwood. After dismissing the bedraggled nobles from the hall, Lo Quen returned with Jorah and Jelena to a chamber deep within the tower. Well done, Chai Yik, Lo Quen said, glancing at the Lord of Bear Island beside him, a faintly satisfied smile tugging at his lips. Jorah smiled in return. He slipped a hand into his sleeve, fingertips brushing against a smooth ruby. A faint glow flickered, and the burly northern lord dissolved like smoke, revealing Chai Yik's flawless face. This was the keystone of the plan. By having Jorah openly provoke the Seven Kingdoms nobles and flaunt his ambition before them, their hatred for the exiled knight of Bear Island was now stoked to a blaze, leaving no room for reconciliation. And the Linus Jorah thought he had seen on Bloodstone, the woman who haunted his every dream, had been nothing more than Lo Quen's illusion, shaped by the ruby. The real Linus Hightower had never left the torturer's deep. No one understood Jorah Mormont's twisted, pathological love for Linus better than Lo Quen. To him, she was the sort of woman who might fall in love with her drill master during training or with the barber trimming her hair. Her affection was cheap, shallow, fleeting as a summer storm. When Yora basked in the glory of his tourney victories, she married him without hesitation. When Bear Island's coffers emptied, she slipped just as quickly into another man's arms. Yet Yora adored this selfish woman with blind, consuming devotion, taking bitter for sweet. It all sprang from the marrow-deep, incurable instincts of a lapdog. He knew full well Linus did not love him, yet still he supported her endlessly, terrified she might suffer even the smallest slight. So when the ruby-crafted Linus expressed concern for his safety, Yora was overwhelmed, cherishing that false tenderness as if it were priceless treasure. Quen had seized this weakness perfectly. Linus' safety became an invisible chain around Yora's neck, binding him to send desperate pleas for aid to the Iron Throne, luring the Seven Kingdoms host into a carefully laid snare. Chayik frowned slightly. Then Yora Mormont has now utterly alienated the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, leaving him no path back. But, my lord, what greater purpose lies in making him such a target? A glint sparked in Quen's eyes, his smile deepening. Yora still has his uses. Westeros may look united as iron, but within it seethes with fault lines like a powder keg stuffed with dry kindling. All it takes is a single spark. Yora is one piece we'll use to set the north aflame. Though he is only the former lord of Bear Island, with no lawful claim to the wardenship of the north, that hardly matters. We can grant House Mormont such a claim. Then Yora Mormont, a son of the north, can march under the banner of reclaiming his homeland and win the north for us. As for how to make him fight, his beloved wife Linus remains in our hands. The finest whip and reins one could ask for. He has no choice. Yelena's brows drew together, her voice edged with doubt. But my lord, why let him rule the north at all? This man has already betrayed us once, and he despises us. Giving him power would only raise a tiger to our own peril. Chayik gave a faint nod, plainly sharing the concern. Quen let out a cold laugh. Rule the north? Who says he'll live to see that day? Yelena and Chayik exchanged a quick glance, a look of sudden understanding flickering between them. So that was it. Yora Mormont was destined to be nothing more than a sacrificial pawn, valuable only for kindling war and drawing hate. Quen's thoughts turned darker. Yora was a piece meant for the north. For the rest of Westeros, he held another card to play those nobles taken prisoner. Several names on that list had already begun to sketch a grander design in his mind. He turned to Yelena, his tone calm. Yelena, let us invite the esteemed warden of the Stoneway, Lord Anders Yeronwood, to share some fine Tyroji wine with us. I suspect he'll be interested in discussing Dorne's future. Yelena understood at once and ordered the Dragon Soul guards outside to fetch the man from the dungeon. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed. Two silent Dragon Soul guards marched in, escorting a blond man with his hands bound tightly behind his back. Haggard, his once fine clothes soiled and torn, his eyes flickered with both defiance and naked fear. He was Anders Yeronwood, Lord of Yeronwood. Lord Yeronwood, I must apologize for the indignity. Quen's lips curved in a warm smile. Quickly, unbind him. Anders Yeronwood swept the room with wary eyes, taking in Quen's cheerful expression and the armored figures of Yelena and Chayik standing behind him. His face remained taut, his silence heavy. The guards stepped forward and briskly loosed the ropes from his wrists. Quen gestured with elegant courtesy. Please, take a seat, my lord. Anders's expression darkened. After a moment's pause, he complied, lowering himself stiffly into the chair opposite Quen. Quen lifted a fine glass bottle and poured him a measure of Tyroji pear brandy. The air immediately filled with its rich, intoxicating fruit aroma. Anders's gaze strayed unwillingly to the spread laid out on the table, a fat goose roasted to golden crispness, its belly stuffed with apples, set beside warm bread thick with blackberry jam, fragrant with wheat. His stomach betrayed him with a faint growl. Since his capture, he had not tasted a proper meal. Lord Euronwood, Lo Quen said lightly, his tone as if hosting an honored guest, please, do not stand on ceremony. This meal was prepared for you. Eat freely. Anders's eyes flicked toward the dragon soul guards looming like iron statues at either side. Feeling the thin prison garb clinging to his body and the emptiness of his hands, he knew any thought of resistance or escape was folly. He drew a steadying breath, swallowed down his hunger, and spoke in a low, firm voice. Eastern man, let's not waste words. What is it you truly want? Lo Quen lifted his shoulders in a casual shrug, his smile unchanging, though his gaze grew razor-sharp. Very well, my lord. Since you value candor, I'll be direct. You must have heard my views on the Seven Kingdoms in the hall just now. I have only one question: when I conquer Westeros, will you, Anders Euronwood, stand at my side? Anders stiffened, caught off guard by such a blunt attempt at defection. His angular face flushed hot with fury, and he nearly growled his answer. Eastern man, you're mad with delusion. I, Anders Euronwood, am no spineless cur like Yoram Mormont. You expect me to betray my country and kneel to a foreigner? Better you kill me here and now. Lo Quen did not so much as blink at the outburst. His voice was calm, smooth, yet carried an inescapable pull. Do not be so quick to refuse, Lord Anders. Think carefully. When Westeros bows beneath my banner, I could name you Warden of Dorne. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, Dorne's Grievances. He paused deliberately, savoring the flicker of shock in Anders's eyes before continuing. The Dornish are divided into stony Dornishmen, salty Dornishmen, sandy Dornishmen, and the orphans of the green blood. House Euronwood stands for the stony Dornishmen, bearing the pure blood of the first men and the Andals. And House Martell? They are of the salty Dornishmen, long steeped in Rhoynar blood and culture. Even their title, Nymeros, proclaims them the blood of Nymeria. Lo Quen's tone sharpened, carrying a subtle incitement. 1,000 years ago, before Queen Nymeria's fleet of 10,000 ships arrived, your great ancestors called themselves High Kings of Dorne, ruling vast parts of the land. It was House Martell, borrowing the strength of foreign Rhoynar, that crushed the Euronwood and stole Dorne's sovereignty. Why? By what right does House Martell rule Dorne through the ages, while House Euronwood remains beneath them? What the Iron Throne cannot give you, I can. Under my rule, Dorne will return to Westerosi tradition, casting off these Rhoynar titles. And the whole of Dorne will be guarded by you, Anders Euronwood. Anders Euronwood was struck dumb. It wasn't only the promise of being made Warden of Dorne that shook him, but the depth of this Easterner's grasp of Dorne's tangled ethnic rifts and ancient grudges. Stony Dornishmen, salty Dornishmen, sandy Dornishmen, orphans of the green blood. These divisions, which even many Westerosi lords could barely keep straight, he spoke of as if reciting from memory. As Lo Quen said, Dorne had never been truly united. The stony Dornishmen, led by House Euronwood, dwelled in the Red Mountains, with features closer to the Seven Kingdoms norm: tall, fair, blonde or brown-haired. They had long resented House Martell, the outsiders who rose through Rhoynar blood. The salty Dornishmen, by contrast, lived along the narrow sea coast, with jet-black hair and olive skin. The sandy Dornishmen, harsher still, lived in deserts and valleys, darker skinned than the salty Dornishmen, their faces ruddy from the blazing sun. And then there were the orphans of the green blood, descendants of those who followed Queen Nymeria 1,000 years ago, who still clung to Rhoynar gods and refused to blend fully into Dornish life. So while Dorne was not a land tearing itself apart, it was far from one heart. Especially between the stony Dornishmen of House Euronwood and the salty Dornishmen of House Martell. The humiliation of losing the High King's throne 1,000 years ago remained a thorn lodged deep in House Euronwood's pride. Anders's heart wavered violently. Here before him stood an Easterner with a dragon capable of burning the Seven Kingdoms fleet to ash, with an undead host impervious to steel. With such power, House Euronwood might truly drag House Martell down and seize Dorne's rule. But then came the thought of the Iron Throne's strength. As Oberyn had said, one dragon might not be enough. Quen caught the conflict flashing in Anders's eyes. The moment was ripe. He stoked the fire with a secret meant to shatter Anders's certainties. Lord Anders, there is an old matter you should reconsider. Decades ago, Prince Oberyn quarrelled with your grandfather, Lord Edgar, over a paramour. In their duel, Oberyn used, let us say, certain methods, and Lord Edgar died. To make amends, Prince Doran sent his eldest son, Quentyn Martell, to Euronwood Castle as your foster son. Anders frowned, cutting him off impatiently. Those old tales are known to every soul in Dorne. What are you trying to say? Quen's smile turned enigmatic. What I mean is what if, and I stress if the boy sent to your castle was never Prince Doran's true-born son at all, but a carefully substituted impostor. What? Anders Euronwood shot half to his feet, his face etched with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Quentyn grew up in Euronwood. I watched him all his life. I know him better than Doran himself. Quen leaned forward, his gaze sharp as a spear. What if the exchange happened before he ever reached your walls? What if it was done at birth itself? The audacious, chilling thought struck Anders like a hammer blow. He froze, mind reeling back to Quentyn's appearance so unlike that of his siblings, Arianne and Tristanette. Arianne and Tristanette bore the unmistakable traits of the salty Dornishman. Black hair. Olive skin. Quentyn, however, had brown hair, a high forehead, a square jaw, and a broad nose. Quen floated this theory because he knew all too well from his past life the fierce debates over Quentyn Martell's true identity. Game of Thrones had its three turtles, Jorah Mormont, the turtle man forever crawling after Dany, Victarion Greyjoy, the green turtle, big and dim, and Doran Martell, the ninja turtle, master of patience and hidden schemes. Prince Doran, that famed ninja turtle, was known across the realm for his patience and inscrutable schemes. If one were to name the true masters of political maneuvering, Prince Doran's name would always be among them. Oberyn's entry into the small council, Arianne's betrothal to Viserys, the later probing into young Aegon's true identity, the theories of the real and false Quentyn, possible contingency plans hidden in Norvos, even sending Sorella Sand to the Citadel. All of it was enough to send chills down Quen's spine. Had he not already known the story, even he might have been deceived by Doran's outward frailty, mistaking him for an easy mark. When Doran sent Quentyn across the narrow sea to seek Daenerys and fulfill the betrothal, his stance was deliberately ambiguous, and the escort pitifully thin. By contrast, House Euronwood provided its best men, even including its heir. Such an odd arrangement, combined with Quentyn's unusual appearance, pointed to a troubling possibility. The boy sent to Euronwood may have been no Martell at all, but a sand plucked from the water gardens Doran's smokescreen to placate House Euronwood while hiding his true heir. The real Quentyn, meanwhile, could have been kept safely in reserve as a hidden card. House Euronwood raised Quentyn as a maester, knight and heir, perhaps hoping to use him as a bridge to Daenerys and her dragons for their own advantage, or even to undermine Doran's designs. But they may never have realized they were the ones being played. Anders collapsed back into his chair, his face shifting through storm after storm, fine beads of sweat breaking across his brow. The theory was outrageous, yet once planted, doubt spread like wildfire. After a long silence, his voice came out dry and hoarse. Do you have proof? Quen spread his hands, looking open and sincere. Direct proof? A midwife's testimony? No. Only those present at Quentyn's birth would know the truth. But, my lord, all you need do is recall Quentyn's features, compare them with Princess Arianne and Prince Tristanette. Think of Prince Doran's treatment of Quentyn. And most of all, think of Doran Martell himself. With his depth of scheming and cautious nature, Do you truly believe he would hand his eldest son over to be raised by a house he counts as a blood enemy? Anders let out a long, heavy breath, as if purging the shock and turmoil trapped in his chest. Slowly, he nodded, his eyes sharpening into something hard and cold. If this is true, House Euronwood and House Martell will be bound in a blood feud that ends only with death. But before that, Quen cut in smoothly, understanding at once. Before that, tonight's conversation will remain only between us. Anders gave no reply, just a faint nod, tacitly agreeing. His only thought now was to return to Dorne at once, to rally every resource and uncover the truth of Quentyn's identity. This was about the honor or disgrace of 1,000 years of his house. But then the reality of his present situation crashed back over him. Lowering himself further, he forced his voice into something almost pleading, edged with deference. "My lord, forgive my bluntness, but what do you intend to do with us captives? My daughter Ynys's wedding is soon approaching." Quen arched an eyebrow, feigning puzzlement. "A wedding can be held any time. For now, you and the others are my honored guests. Naturally, I cannot release you so easily." Anders swallowed his frustration and the spark of anger in his chest, bowing his tone even lower, almost humble. "My lord, you may not know my daughter's betrothed, Sir Ryan Ryan of God's grace, is also in your dungeons. If you permit, I could write to Dorne. House Euronwood would gladly pay a rich ransom for the release of us both." Chapter 90, Bronze Yon, Bonus. Quen finally understood. Anders' eldest daughter, Ynys, had later married Ryan Ryan, heir to God's grace. Quentyn had been deeply infatuated with Ynys and had never gotten over her marriage and children. But this Ryan Ryan was no young man, likely older than Anders himself, since he already had a well-known adult bastard, Daemon Sand. That bastard had climbed into Princess Arianne's bed at just 14. Anders had married his daughters off to old men purely to strengthen his house's standing in Dorne. He had even considered marrying his youngest daughter, Gwyneth, to Quentyn as another way of binding his family to the Martells. The irony was that all these carefully arranged marriage partners might have been false identities. About the ransom, Quen waved his hand, his voice leaving no room for dispute. "Soon, I will announce it to all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Rest assured, Lord Anders, you won't be kept waiting long. For now, enjoy your meal." Lord Anders sighed and bent over his plate. Watching him finally break and devour the stuffed goose and bread, Quen's lips curved into a knowing smile. Not long after Anders had been taken away, the chamber doors opened again. This time, the Dragon Soul Guards escorted in Yon Royce, Lord of Runestone in the Vale, known as Bronze Yon and commander of the Vale's host. House Royce was second only to Houserin in the Vale, its influence beyond question. Yon Royce's hair was grey, his face carved by the years, yet his eagle-sharp grey eyes still burned with fury beneath heavy brows. Tall and broad-shouldered, the power in his frame was clear even with ropes binding him. His thick-knuckled hands, tied behind his back, spoke of a lifetime of martial training. "Lord Royce, please sit. I've prepared delicacies for you." Quen greeted him with a host's smile. But Yon Royce glared back like a lion in rage, his gaze brimming with defiance and hate. When the Dragon Soul Guards moved to loosen his ropes, he surged up suddenly, muscles straining as he lunged at Quen. "Unhand me, you blasphemous monsters! Eastern man, your schemes will never prevail." His defiance, however, was useless before the sheer strength of the Dragon Soul Guards, who quickly overpowered him. Quen sighed. This Bronze Yon truly lived up to his hot-tempered name. He gave a small signal. At once, 2 guards drove their fists into Royce's body without mercy. Dull thuds and muffled groans filled the chamber. After a full minute of blows, the powerful Vale Lord collapsed into his chair, gasping for air, blood at his lips, his body bruised. Only then did Quen speak, his tone calm and deliberate. "Now, Lord Royce, perhaps we can talk reasonably. For example, the matter of the Vale's Warden. Through pain and swelling, young Royce forced out a mocking, resolute laugh. Bah! Eastern man, keep your deceit. I, young Royce, am no dishonourable scum like Yoram Mormont. House Royce has served House Arryn for generations. Beneath the Ares banner, there will be no betrayal. His words rang with conviction. Lo Quen scoffed, his eyes as if peering into the future. Is that so? Perhaps one day Runestone and the Aerie will cross swords for reasons beyond imagining. The world is ever changing, my lord. Young Royce's neck stiffened as he roared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. House Royce will never abandon its liege lord. Humph. Lo Quen gave a short laugh, already bored. There was no reasoning with such a stubborn fool. He would understand once House Royce joined the righteous alliance. Take him away. The Dragon Soul Guards dragged Royce out, leaving him no chance even to sip water. As for the Vale, Lo Quen felt no concern. On the prisoner list, he had already noticed another crucial name, Harold Harding. With that heir in hand, the Vale's game would have far subtler moves. All that remained was to remove Robert Arryn. Chai Yi stepped forward and asked. Lord, shall we continue summoning other nobles? Lo Quen leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the list of nobles as he sank into thought. In the north, he had Yora as a pawn to play. In the Vale, there was Harold Harding. In Dorne, he had already sown seeds of suspicion in Euron Wood's mind. The Reach. He had intended to approach a representative of House Tyrell. Yet the list only contained Garland Tyrell, Mace Tyrell's second son, who held little influence in Highgarden. And Morin Tyrell, whom he had just ordered executed publicly for serving House Hightower. With Morin's death, enmity with both House Tyrell and House Hightower was sealed. Any hope of reaching the Tyrells through Garland was now all but impossible. And Old Town's Hightower. That mysterious, ancient house was rumoured to have deep ties to the long-vanished great empire of the Dawn. Its current lord, Leighton, and his mad daughter spent their days obsessed with the occult and magic. Against such a sinister, unpredictable, and already hostile foe, Lo Quen saw no reason to seek an alliance. They were far more likely to be enemies in the future. Besides, he already held Leighton's daughter, Linus, captive and had slain Morin, Old Town's garrison commander. As for House Redwine, though Lord Pakester had been captured, the bonds between the Arbor, Highgarden's Tyrells, and Old Town's Hightowers were far too tangled. Pakester's aunt was the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine. His wife, Mina Tyrell, was Olenna's daughter. And Mace Tyrell, Great Lord of Highgarden, was married to Aelry Hightower, daughter of Leighton Hightower. Together, the three great houses of the Reach Tyrell, Hightower, and Redwine formed an iron triangle of blood and marriage that left no opening for outsiders. Especially under the watchful eye of the cunning Queen of Thorns, Lady Olenna, Lo Quen had yet to find any suitable point of entry to plant influence or drive a wedge. The Westerlands? Under the iron rule of Lord Tywin Lannister, House Lannister stood immovable. The only worthwhile captive was Kevan Lannister. Not even Tywin's most vicious hound, Gregor Clegane the Mountain, had come to the stepstones. The Riverlands? Sir Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, was not on the list. Perhaps he had perished in the Dragon Fire alongside Maege Mormont, or perhaps he had escaped with King Robert's ship. But House Tully's hold over the Riverlands had never been strong. Once the North and the Vale were secured, the Riverlands would wither on their own. One Blackfish alone could not raise a storm. And the Stormlands? Most of their lords had followed Renly Baratheon, who sailed with Robert. Lo Quen assumed they had escaped as well. Still, the Stormlands would eventually require stirring, and when the time came, he would find his chance. Lo Quen's gaze lingered over the long list before finally closing the register. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Every new review helps the FIC grow and unlocks extra chapters as a thank you to readers. Current reviews, 09/15. Bonus chapters released, 04/10. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, March on Tyrosh. The next morning, the council chamber of Bloodstone Fortress was charged with the tension of war. Jelena, Chai Yi, Roro, Hal, and Spymaster Mizomar gathered to hear Lo Quen's next orders. Their target this time was Tyrosh. Capturing the city would secure full control of the Stepstones and prepare the way for future campaigns into the disputed lands. As for the Seven Kingdoms, barely a night had passed since the crushing defeat of their allied fleet. News had not yet spread, and the king had not even returned to the Red Keep. Even when Robert did return, it would take time to deliberate on a response to their losses in the Stepstones. Lo Quen wasn't concerned about the Seven Kingdoms mounting an immediate counterattack. What worried him was the possibility of them passing word to Tyrosh. Their priority was clear: strike Tyrosh before anyone had time to react. Roro stepped forward first, his dark face full of urgency. "Lord, grant me command of the vanguard fleet to strike directly at Tyrosh's harbor. I know every reef there." The others frowned at his words. Tyrosh's port was indeed a deep-water harbor that needed no smaller boats for landing, but the towering city walls rose almost directly behind the docks. Soldiers disembarking there would be left completely exposed to the archers, crossbowmen, and catapults manning the walls, little more than targets. Hal hesitated, then spoke in a lowered voice. "Lord, why not ride your dragon to burn the garrison on the walls first? That way, our landing will be as easy as walking across flat ground." The suggestion lit a fire in Roro's and Mizo's eyes. Ever since the Golden Dragon had scorched the seas and destroyed the fleet, a rumor had spread quietly through the ranks, that Lord Lo Quen, bearing the blood of the Valyrian Dragonlords, was a true dragon of this age. The soldiers looked on him with a mix of awe, fervor, and restless excitement. Lo Quen knew well where the rumor had begun, but he did nothing to quash it. He turned to Hal, his voice calm yet carrying a weight of command. "Dragons are a final card to break mighty foes, not brooms to sweep aside rabble. If we rely on dragons for everything, how will soldiers harden their resolve? How will commanders sharpen their strategy? If this continues, the army will lose its spirit." In truth, this was only an excuse. Lo Quen wasn't unwilling to transform into a dragon, he simply lacked the strength to do so. In destroying the Seven Kingdoms fleet, he had spent 10,000 points of magic. Activating his ultimate skill had taken 1,000, sustaining it for nearly an hour had consumed another 3,000, and unleashing Dragon Fire to burn nearly 400 ships had drained 6,000 more. Out of his 40,000, a quarter of his reserves were gone. For Tyrosh, he had no intention of calling on his ultimate skill. Though his words were not aimed directly at Roro or Hal, they struck deeply enough to make them both flush with embarrassment. Roro's face showed a fleeting trace of shame before battle fervor quickly overtook it. He thumped his chest hard. "You are right, my lord. Then let me, Roro, be your vanguard. I swear on my life, I will take Tyrosh for you." As a native of Tyrosh, Roro knew the city's terrain and defenses better than any other. He was the ideal choice for the charge. Mizomar stepped forward then, a cunning glint in his eyes. "My lord, what if we raise the captured banners of the Seven Kingdoms fleet on Roro's ships? Perhaps we could trick Tyrosh into opening its gates." Lo Quen's eyes lit up. A daring plan took form in an instant. He laughed, slamming his hand on the table. "Let's do it. Tyrosh, main island harbor." A grim, oppressive air hung over the port. Ever since pirates from the east had seized Spear Handle village on Broken Spear Isle 2 months before, the city had been on high alert. The fleet patrolled the surrounding waters day and night, wary of attack. Resentment smoldered among the officers. The Tyroshi navy boasted more than 100 warships, strong enough to dominate the Stepstones, yet the Archon's strict orders forbade them from striking first. They could only huddle in defense. "Lord! Look toward Broken Spear Isle!" A lookout cried out in terror, pointing to the southwest sea. The naval officer snatched up a Myrish lens and raised it to his eye. From the direction of Spear Handle village, thick smoke rolled into the sky, flames raging higher and higher. What made his blood run cold was the sight through the glass: countless soldiers in the standard armor of the Seven Kingdoms, advancing in perfect formation, were cutting down the poorly armed pirates with long swords. Bright house banners snapped in the smoke-filled wind, a golden lion on crimson, a dire wolf racing across white and grey, a golden rose upon green. "It's the Seven Kingdoms host!" the officer gasped, his hands trembling on the lens. "Quick! Report to the Archon at once. The Seven Kingdoms army is at Spear Handle village, wiping out those eastern pirates." Palace of the Archon of Tyrosh. Greenbeard paced restlessly across the gleaming marble floor, his boots clicking sharply with each step. His brother, Archon Bluebeard, lay sprawled in comfort on a wide chaise piled with silk cushions, enjoying the massages of several concubines, utterly indifferent to Greenbeard's agitation. The urgent shout of a soldier shattered the hall's languid air. "Archon! Dire news from Broken Spear Isle. The armies of the Seven Kingdoms have landed at Spear Handle village and are already purging the pirate remnants there. Our navy witnessed it firsthand." A grin split Bluebeard's plump face. He shoved aside the woman at his side and bellowed in delight. "Excellent! Quickly, gather the fleet. We will join our allies of the Seven Kingdoms and strike the dogs while they're down." Greenbeard stormed down the steps, voice sharp and commanding. "Hold! Archon! Our pact with the Seven Kingdoms was clear: after they captured Bloodstone, they would send word, and only then would we join forces against the eastern host. How could they suddenly appear at Broken Spear Isle? It makes no sense." Bluebeard waved him off impatiently. "What nonsense is that? Clearly the warriors of the Seven Kingdoms are unmatched. They must have swept through Bloodstone with ease, found the pirates weak and pitiful, and pressed the attack straight to Broken Spear Isle. The moment is ripe, brother, we must seize it." Greenbeard let out a bitter, incredulous laugh. "With ease? The Easterners command undead legions clad in Valyrian steel. How could?" Before he could finish, another soldier burst into the hall, his voice urgent and strained. "Archon! Lord Pakester Redwine, Earl of the Arbor, commander of the Seven Kingdoms host and admiral of their fleet, is at the city gates. He requests audience with the Archon." They had long known Pakester held supreme command of the allied forces. For him to be here in person, it could not be false. Bluebeard's face lit with joy. He slapped his thigh and shouted, "Bring him in! Quickly, bring him in!" But Greenbeard's face turned deathly pale, a chill running down his spine. Pakester himself? So soon? The thought struck him like a blade. His voice rose into a furious roar. "This is a trap! We've been deceived! Those Seven Kingdoms bastards never meant to share anything. They put on the show of a pact, but all along they planned to seize the Valyrian steel and the stepstones for themselves. They mean to leave us nothing." He turned to Bluebeard, his words low and seething with fury. "Archon! Let Redwine in. And if he cannot give us an explanation worth hearing, he will not leave Tyrosh alive." Chapter 92, Chapter 92, Deceiving the Gate. Outside the gates of Tyrosh, the gaunt figure of Lord Pakester Redwine, his striking orange-yellow hair blazing in the sunlight, stood arrogantly before the Tyrosh soldiers. Behind him, over 1,000 Seven Kingdoms soldiers clad in fine, varied armor stood in perfect formation. They radiated the grim air of battle-hardened veterans, exerting a suffocating pressure on the Tyrosh defenders along the walls. The Archon's summons came, and with a long groan of the winch, the heavy gates creaked slowly open. Pakester strode forward, his army poised to march into the city. A Tyrosh officer stepped forward with visible reluctance, blocking the way. "Lord By protocol, your men must remain outside the city. Pakester halted, sweeping the man with a look of utter contempt. A cold, derisive snort escaped his lips. What did you say? A mere 1,000 soldiers are Tyrosha's gates too small to admit them? Is this how you treat the commander of your allies? His voice was not loud, but the weight of authority behind it made sweat bead on the officer's brow. Words failed him. The instant the gates swung fully open, a flash of cold light flared in Pakester's eyes. He drew his sword with a sudden motion and roared. Charge! Before the word had even left his lips, the blade darted forward like a striking serpent, piercing the Tyrosh officer's chest in a single thrust. The officer looked down in disbelief at the steel buried in his chest. When he raised his eyes again, horror seized him. Pakester's arrogant face rippled and twisted like melting wax, settling into the sharp, cold features of a young Eastern man. It was Quen. Mizo's plan had worked flawlessly. Quen had disguised his men with captured arms and armor of the Seven Kingdoms, while handpicking Lannister soldiers to don rags and play the part of pirates. On Broken Spear Isle, they had staged a convincing spectacle of Seven Kingdoms coalition forces wiping out pirates, which fooled the Tyrosh navy completely. Envoys were then sent to parley. When the Tyroshi saw the banners and armor of the Seven Kingdoms, they scarcely hesitated before granting them harbor. Quen himself landed with 1,000 soldiers and waited outside the gates for the Archon's order. And then came the moment he had been waiting for, his ruse to throw open Tyrosha's gates. At Quen's command, the disguised pirates surged into the city like caged tigers unleashed. At the same time, the fleet disguised under Seven Kingdoms banners suddenly turned on the Tyrosh warships at anchor, slamming into them with brutal force. A savage boarding battle erupted in an instant. Roro and Hal led their pirate ships straight into the fray, locking onto Tyrosha's vessels. Grappling hooks flew, planks clattered into place, and roaring pirates stormed across onto enemy decks. But the Tyrosh navy was no mere name. Seasoned by years of battling Lys and Myr for trade routes, their seamanship and naval combat skills were unmatched. The pirates felt the weight of their experience at once. Tyroshi sailors moved with speed and flawless coordination, using their mastery of ship combat to full advantage. Many pirates who had barely set foot on deck were cut down and hurled into the sea before they could steady themselves. Hal's flagship was even driven back against the rail, teetering on disaster. "Hold fast for the Lord!" Roro bellowed hoarsely, his long sword cutting down a Tyrosh sailor as he rallied his men. But the Tyrosh defense was fierce, slowing the pirates' assault to a crawl. At that critical moment, Shyvana arrived with a detachment of Dragon Soul Guards, cutting across the waves in swift boats. Silent as death, clad in Valyrian steel that gleamed with a ghostly sheen, they ignored the storm of arrows and blades raining upon them. They stepped onto the rocking decks with the steadiness of stone. Their strength was beyond that of ordinary men. Each swing of their swords split the air with a shriek. Common steel shattered or flew from its wielder's grasp when striking their armor, leaving not even a scratch. And when their Valyrian steel blades swept through the Tyroshi, they cut through weapons and flesh alike as though slicing soft butter. Severed limbs spun through the air, blood drenched the planks, and the decks of Tyrosh ran red in an instant. Monsters! They're monsters! A Tyrosh officer screamed in despair as he saw a Dragon Soul Guard drive his sword clean through the throat of the bravest sailor under his command. The sight spread like a plague, and the morale of the Tyrosh navy collapsed in an instant. Some men wailed, throwing down their weapons and dropping to their knees with hands clasped over their heads. Others hurled themselves into the freezing sea, trying to swim toward the shore or reach drifting debris, only to become easy prey for the pirate archers. Shyvana's cold, cutting voice rang through the chaos of battle. "Surrender and live!" The words fell like a lifeline. One after another, desperate Tyrosh sailors cast down their weapons and fell to their knees on the blood-soaked decks. Roro and Hal immediately ordered the pirates to seize the weapons and bind the prisoners. Shyvana left a detachment to secure the ships, while she herself led the Dragon Soul Guards and a force of elite pirates toward the city through the gaping gates. At the gates, Quen's 1,000 elite pirates had already driven into the city like a dagger thrust deep. He left part of his men to hold the gate corridor at all costs, then personally led the main force up the broad stone steps toward the ramparts. On the walls above, the Tyrosh defenders had rallied and were scrambling to mount a counterattack. Arrows rained down like swarms of locusts, while logs and stones were heaved from the battlements. "Then die you shall." Quen's voice was cold as steel. When a squad of Tyrosh spearmen moved to block the stairs, he opened his mouth wide. A column of blazing golden fire erupted forth. Dragon flame breath. Even in human form, the torrent of flame reached 7 meters, its heat and force utterly lethal. The fire swallowed 7 or 8 soldiers at once, turning them into writhing, screaming torches before they tumbled lifelessly from the walls. Witchcraft. The Eastern Sorcerer. The defenders on the ramparts froze in terror. At the sight of Quen's face wreathed in fire, their will to resist was shattered. Panic spread like a contagion. Men dropped their weapons, screaming as they fled the battlements. "Kill!" Behind Quen, the pirate soldiers roared, their morale surging. Hardened by countless battles and fed well under Quen's command, they were broad of chest, thick of arm, and fierce beyond compare. Like tigers loosed from their cages, they charged after the fleeing Tyroshi, blades flashing, blood spraying. The narrow walls became a slaughterhouse. Corpses piled high, and blood seeped down through the cracks of ancient stone. By the time Quen had cleared a section of the ramparts and prepared to press further, he spotted Yelena arriving below with reinforcements. "Yelena! Seal every gate in Tyrosh. Not a single bird is to fly free." Quen's order was sharp and absolute. "At once." Yelena replied without hesitation, immediately dividing her men to storm the other gates. In the streets, terrified Tyroshi citizens screamed as they scattered, slamming doors and shutters, hiding in their homes. From cracks in the wood they dared only peek, watching as an army like death itself swept through their city. Quen did not slow. His path led straight for the city's heart, the Archon's palace. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Every new review helps the FIC grow and unlocks extra chapters as a thank you to readers. Current reviews, 09/15. Bonus chapters released, 04/10. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, The Fall of Tyrosh. Chaos consumed the palace. The gates have fallen. The Eastern Sorcerer has broken through. A soldier stumbled inside, his voice shaking with panic. The Bluebeard Archon blanched at the news. His massive body convulsed, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto a silk-draped couch without another sound. His mistresses wailed and shrieked, clustering around the quickly cooling bulk of his corpse. Greenbeard reeled as if struck by lightning. He seized the messenger by the collar. "Where are the 7 kingdoms? Why have they betrayed us?" The soldier shook his head in terror. "My lord, it wasn't the 7 kingdoms. It was the Eastern Sorcerer. He disguised himself as Lord Redwine to trick the gates open. On the walls, he burned many of us alive with his flames. He's a devil." The truth struck Greenbeard at once. A chill of despair clutched his heart. "It's over. All of it is over." He looked at his brother's lifeless body and knew the throne of the Archon of Tyrosh, and their rule with it, had ended. "Quick! Ready the ships!" He turned to flee, desperate to escape. But the moment he burst from the hall, the air was filled with the crash of rams, the clash of steel, and the dying screams of his guards at the palace gates. Cold sweat soaked his back. He darted for a side corridor, but heavy footsteps closed in from behind. 2 Dragon Soul Guards appeared like phantoms before him, their steel hands clamping down on his shoulders like iron grips. Quen entered the lavish palace at the head of dragon soul guards and pirates. The marble floors gleamed like mirrors. The walls were inlaid with mother-of-pearl and colored glass, depicting the legends of Tyrosh's three-headed god. The air reeked of perfume and death. On a jewel-studded dais, women wept around the Bluebeard Archon's corpse. Quen stepped forward. The Archon was grotesquely obese, his belly sagging like a sack of flesh to his legs. His face was pale, clearly lifeless. Quen grabbed one of the women. "This man is the Archon of Tyrosh? Why is he dead?" She stammered out what had happened, and Quen understood at once. The Bluebeard Archon had died of a heart attack at the news. His monstrous weight meant he was riddled with ailments. Even if he had survived today, he would not have lived much longer. Quen ordered his men, "Cut off his head and hang it on the city gate. Throw the body to the dogs." "Yes, my lord." Ignoring the weeping women, he strode toward Greenbeard, who was held fast by the dragon soul guards. "Who are you?" Quen's voice was cold, his eyes flicking to the man's green beard. Greenbeard forced calm, though his voice trembled. My lord, I am but a jester, a lowly clown." A sneer tugged at Quen's lips. His gaze shifted to the women. Is he telling the truth? One mistress, braver than the rest, pointed through her tears. "Lord, he is the Archon's elder brother, Greenbeard." The Archon ignored all matters of state. Tyrosh's power lay entirely in his hands. "Good." Quen's eyes turned colder. "Cut off this Greenbeard's head. Hang it beside his worthless brothers for all to see. Throw their bodies into the sea to feed the fish." "No. Mercy, my lord. Mercy." Greenbeard's despairing screams rang through the hall as the dragon soul guards dragged him away. Quen let his gaze sweep over the gilded palace. To the trembling mistresses, his voice was sharp as ice. "Remember this. From this day forth, Tyrosh has no Archon." The women stared at him in terror at the silent, mountain-like undead warriors, and the pirate soldiers flooding in with murder in their eyes. They understood then, Tyrosh's sky had changed forever. On the third day after Tyrosh fell, Roro and Hal completed the initial tally. The spoils surpassed all expectation. They seized 120 warships of the Tyrosh fleet, intact. Nearly 2,000 Tyrosh sailors were taken captive. Quen ordered Yelena to scatter and reorganize them, absorbing them into his own forces. Like Mir and Lys, Tyrosh's strength relied heavily on mercenaries, with only a small standing army. Among the free cities, only Bravus and Volantis could field permanent armies of over 10,000. Neither Bluebeard nor Greenbeard could ever have imagined that Quen would strike Tyrosh so suddenly, before word had even returned of the Seven Kingdoms fleet attacking Bloodstone Isle. The mercenary companies they had hired at great expense had not even gathered in Tyrosh before the city had already changed hands. Mizo Mar, weary and dust-covered from his journey from Bloodstone Isle, bowed respectfully to Quen, who now sat upon the former Archon's throne. "Congratulations, my lord. Since Alaquo Adaretis, Silvertongue, one of the 9 Penny Kings, briefly seized this land 30 years ago, you are the first foreign conqueror to take Tyrosh." Quen idly toyed with the scepter on the table, its head set with a massive emerald, the very symbol of the Archon's authority. He smiled faintly. Silvertongue lasted only a few short years before his queen poisoned him. The Tyroshi are vain and arrogant, recognizing only Archons who win their office through bribes. To them, anyone who doesn't understand the art of bargaining is unfit to lead their city. His tone hardened. He tossed the scepter aside and fixed Mizo with a sharp gaze. "But I won't play their game. Mizo, your first task is to spread an intelligence network across the entire Essos. I need your eyes and ears everywhere. If Tyroshi merchants stir in the slightest, I want to know at once. Money will not be a problem. You may draw directly from Tyrosh's treasury." The wealth of Tyrosh was immense. Its currency was a distinctive diamond-shaped iron coin, stamped with the high tower said to house the three-headed god. Its value was low, about 10,000 iron coins equaled a single golden dragon of Westeros, roughly the worth of a copper penny. Yet because of this low value and cheap material, its circulation was enormous. Tyrosia's mints worked day and night, endlessly striking new coins. Such expansion created a steady, manageable inflation, ensuring plenty of currency to grease trade, fueling prosperity and swelling the tax coffers. As you command, my lord. Mizo's eyes gleamed as he bowed low. Quen then turned to Shyvana and gave new orders. Though Tyrosh is ours, vast fertile towns and villages in the disputed lands still await us. Shyvana, the 2,000 Tyroshi soldiers we've reorganized are under your command. Set sail at once and land in the disputed lands. Yes, my lord. Shyvana answered firmly. The disputed lands, that fertile prize carved up by Mir, Lys, and Tyrosh, held rich soil and a mild climate, serving as a vital granary. Tyrosh not only grew staples like oats, barley, and wheat, but also extensive cash crops. Among them, the autumn pears used to distill their famed pear brandy brought especially rich profits. Securing the region would be crucial for Quen's future. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, The Iron Throne in Turmoil. King's Landing, the Red Keep, the small council chamber. The air around the long table was suffocating. Lord Jonaran, the king's hand, sat with his face like stone. His wrinkled hands pressed hard against the table as his eyes, sharp as blades, fixed on Varys, the master of whisperers. Varys. Explain yourself. Only yesterday, the king's flagship had limped back to King's Landing like a beaten dog, bearing news that shook the Seven Kingdoms. The mighty royal fleet had been ambushed off Bloodstone Isle and utterly destroyed. Countless lords, knights, and soldiers were dead or missing. King Robert had flown into a rage, swearing he would mount the Easterner's head on a spike above the city walls. But when Lord Eddard Stark revealed that the Easterner commanded a dragon, silence fell over the chamber, even Robert's. Varys's smile was a twisted thing, more painful than a grimace. He rubbed his soft fingers together, his voice thin and nervous. My Lord Hand, I beg your pardon for my failure. I did not confirm the truth of Sir Yora's report. It now seems it was likely a carefully prepared deception. Renly Baratheon let out a bitter laugh. A failure? Likely? Lord Varys, do you even grasp what your failure has cost us? Half the great houses of Westeros have lost their lords and heirs. 40,000 soldiers, 80,000 men and camp followers, drowned or taken in chains. And you think to dismiss such ruin with your dainty words failure, likely? Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, granted special leave by the king to attend, spoke gravely, his brow furrowed deep with concern. My lords, it is too soon to lay blame. What matters now is finding a way to rescue those who have fallen into the enemy's hands. Bitterness welled within him. The North had sent thousands to war, and scores of vassal lords were now captives. Great Jon Umber and his heir. Lady Maege Mormont. Lord Ricard Karstark. Each name weighed on him like a stone. The thought of how the northern lords would react to the news made his head pound. Heavy footsteps broke the silence as King Robert strode into the chamber. 4 King's Guard in white cloaks followed at his back, Sir Barristan Selmy, Sir Jaime Lannister, Sir Boros Blount, and Sir Aerys Oakhart. Sir Barristan entered with the king, while the other 3 closed the doors behind them and stood watch outside. Robert's face was dark as storm clouds. He dropped heavily into the high seat, his gaze sweeping the council, his voice low and furious. Well? Speak. What do we do about that damned eastern bastard and his dragon? Jonaran drew a deep breath and spoke plainly. Your Grace, the losses from this defeat are beyond reckoning. The royal fleet and Lord Redwine's ships are gone. We cannot mount another war on such a scale. Robert slammed a fist on the table, sending cups and platters rattling. So we sit idle, while the Easterner gathers strength on the stepstones to invade Westeros. Lord Eddard said firmly, "Your Grace, matters are not so bleak. He may have a dragon, but Westeros has slain dragons before." At once, Grand Maester Pycelle flipped open a heavy tome and added in his quavering voice. In the 10th year of Aegon's reign, Queen Rhaenys Targaryen, consort to the Conqueror, rode Meraxes to assault the Dornish hellholt. A great scorpion bolt pierced the dragon's eye, and both queen and beast perished. A spark lit Robert's eyes. Meraxes, how large was it? Compared to that golden beast? Pycelle adjusted his spectacles. Meraxes was hatched on Dragonstone before the conquest, near 100 years old. By Lord Eddard's account, the golden dragon measures over 200 feet in length. Their size should be much the same. Renly pressed, then this golden dragon might also be a century old. Pycelle nodded carefully. By all reason, it is possible. 7 hells. Robert growled, his voice thick with fury. The Targaryen dragons have been dead for over 100 years. Where in the 7 bloody kingdoms did this monster crawl from? Pycelle bowed his head slightly. Your Grace, I consulted a maester in Oldtown who studies the East. He spoke of ancient tales, that in the Shadowlands of the Far East, dragons may still survive. That Yiti sorcerer may have tamed one there. And with his necromancy, raising corpses to serve him, it may be that he studied forbidden arts in Assai. Jonaran turned to Pycelle. Maester Pycelle, I asked the Citadel to recommend scholars versed in necromancy and Eastern sorcery. Have we had any word? Pycelle's face tightened with embarrassment. My Lord Hand, the Citadel has yet to respond. Robert brooded for a moment before slamming his palm on the table. Then have the craftsmen copy those massive scorpions the Dornish use. I want the walls of King's Landing bristling with them. And John, our warships must be armed with heavy scorpions strong enough to kill a dragon. John let out a weary sigh and continued his report. Your Grace, I have already sent Master of Coin Peter to oversee the forging of a batch of giant scorpions, but their construction is highly specialized and enormously costly. Renly broke in. I've read the histories. During the Faith Militant Uprising, the walls of Oldtown bristled with crossbows, scorpions, fire lances, and catapults, all to resist Maegor I and his dragon. Perhaps we should do the same. Pycelle's lips twitched. He wanted to remind Lord Renly that Maegor's mount was Balerion, the Black Dread, but he held his tongue. John's brow furrowed deeply. These weapons cost a fortune. Even if we pour every resource into them, they will only arm the defences of King's Landing. As for the fleet, with respect, Your Grace, we can muster fewer than 10 ships at present. Robert roared, his patience snapping. Then build them. And fetch me every longship the reavers on the Iron Islands can scrape together. John met the king's eyes, his voice heavy with resignation. Your Grace, forgive my bluntness, but the royal treasury is empty. Not a single golden dragon remains to build even one new ship. Robert's face flushed dark red. No ships. No scorpions. No gold. Then what are we to do? Sit here waiting for that dragon to come roast us alive. Lord Eddard spoke once more, his voice steady but urgent. Your Grace, what matters most now is rescuing the captive lords. Only then can we steady the hearts of the realm. Pycelle asked nervously, and if the Eastern sorcerer refuses to release them? Jonaran cut in, his tone low but resolute. Then we must attempt to negotiate. Make him see the 7 kingdoms are not so easily conquered. To kill his ambition outright may be folly, but a truce at least for a time may be within reach. After that, we must ransom back the nobles of Westeros. At these words, every gaze in the chamber turned to him. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, The Envoy for Peace, Bonus. Robert's face darkened. John, have you gone mad? Parley with an Eastern pirate. John met Robert's furious, incredulous glare with steady resolve. Your Grace, we have no fleet, too few scorpions to bring down a dragon, and the treasury is bare. We need time to restore our coffers, build ships, and forge weapons. Without it, we are helpless. Robert turned to his dearest friend. Ned, do you agree with this? Eddard Stark nodded gravely. The hand speaks truly. If war breaks out again, the captured lords may suffer at the hands of the Easterner. Unlike the Seven Kingdoms, he does not hold to honor. Robert's chest heaved, his harsh breaths echoing through the hushed chamber. He swept his gaze over the council faces tight with worry, fear, and sorrow. At last, like a punctured wineskin, he sagged into his chair and growled like a beast. Damn it! John! Find someone! Someone who can face that eastern bastard on the stepstones. Stall him, deceive him, do whatever it takes but bring our lords back. All of them. He rose suddenly and stormed out, Sir Barristan's white cloak trailing close behind, their footsteps fading into the depths of the corridor. Jon Arryn looked over the senior lords of the small council, his expression heavy. My lords, we must name an envoy worthy of this task. He will bear the dignity and honor of the Seven Kingdoms to the stepstones, to bargain with that Easterner and ransom back our captive nobles. His words fell into a silence so deep it seemed to swallow the chamber whole. Renly Baratheon turned his eyes away. With most of his storm lords already back in King's Landing, he was little more than a bystander. Grand Maester Pycelle closed his eyes, nodding off in a heavy stupor. Varys sat with his same cloying smile. Jon sighed inwardly. Perhaps the only choice was Petyr Baelish, absent from the meeting, to act as envoy to the stepstones. Then Eddard Stark spoke. My Lord Hand. Send me. Every eye turned to him. Jon opened his mouth to object, but Eddard pressed on. Many Northmen remain on the stepstones. If I do not go to ransom them, how can I face my bannermen when I return? Jon fell silent, then looked up sharply. Ned, you will go with Petyr. He is skilled in debate, and you may seek out the captive nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, learn their condition. Eddard Stark frowned at the mention of Petyr, but gave a reluctant nod. The Red Keep, a hidden passage. A maze of cold, rough-hewn stone, damp arches, and endless dark. In the silence, two pinpricks of light crept forward. The lead figure, stooped and cloaked in a battered dark brown mantle, kept his hood low. He gripped a torch tightly, its wavering flame casting twisted shadows across his face. Closer now the sight was ghastly. His skin was a ruin of scars, slashed and hacked as though by countless brutal blades. Flesh hung in ridges, pale and dark in uneven patches. In some places, the skin was charred black, leaving his features horribly warped beyond recognition. Only his eyes, gleaming sharp and steady through the lattice of scars, betrayed a shrewdness utterly at odds with the ghastly disguise. The spider Varys moved like a ghost beneath the earth. Trailing behind was a man of an entirely different sort, the Magister of Pentos, Illyrio Mopetus. Where Varys was subtle and shadowed, Illyrio exuded flamboyant wealth, even in these lightless tunnels. His costly Pentoshi silk robe, embroidered in gold and silver thread, was stretched tight across his swollen belly, as though it might split at any moment. His meticulously combed blonde hair gleamed in the torchlight, absurdly out of place in the gloom. His round face was fixed in its habitual smile, beneath which a carefully groomed, oily golden mustache curled. With a plump hand heavy with gem-studded rings, he lazily stroked his lip, as if he were merely strolling on some ordinary afternoon. The two walked on in silence for a long time, the only sound the hollow echo of boots striking gravel and puddles. At last they stopped before a steep flight of rough stone steps. The stairs climbed into deeper darkness, leading to some unknown corner of the Red Keep. It was a hub in the warren of secret passages, the space a little wider but all the more oppressive for it. Varys broke the silence, his voice pitched low. So, Tyrosh has truly fallen. Torchlight flickered across the furrows of his scarred face, making his expression unreadable. As true as gold, my dear friend. Illyrio bared yellowed teeth in a grin, the firelight flashing unpleasantly on them. Your birds seem to have met with difficulties. Not a single one flew out of Tyrosh. Fortunately, as I departed Pentos, I came across a merchantman that had slipped out just before the city fell. The captain was a clever, craven fellow. When he saw the battle erupting in the harbour from afar, he cut his anchor and fled without pause, bearing the news back to Pentos. Tisk, tisk. By his account, the cries of battle could be heard clear across the sea. Varys said nothing, but his cloaked frame seemed to stiffen. His little birds, they were his eyes and ears across the 7 kingdoms and the free cities. Not true birds, but orphans, boys and girls he had carefully chosen and trained. The younger, the better, small bodies, quick and unnoticed, minds still blank enough to be shaped. Varys had poured endless care into them, dragging them from the mud, giving them food, shelter, and more importantly, the skills to live. He taught them to scale walls like lizards, to slip down narrow chimneys like shadows, to vanish in crowds and darkness. He even taught them letters, so they could read, write, and record what they saw. His children were everywhere in Westeros. And abroad in great trading ports like Tyrosh they were no less vital. They should have been the first to send word when the city fell. Yet when Tyrosh was taken, every one of his birds fell silent. That was no coincidence. Unease coiled in Varys's chest. He sighed softly, his voice weighted with concern. It seems our guest from the east is far more dangerous than we ever imagined. The game has grown, more complicated. And he has a dragon. A dragon. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Every new review helps the FIC grow and unlocks extra chapters as a thank you to readers. Current reviews, 10/15. Bonus chapters released, 05/10. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Illyrio's Plan. Illyrio burst out laughing, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous jest in the world. His deep laughter boomed through the empty, shadowed passageway, echoing in strange tones that seemed like a chorus of ghosts wailing and shrieking along the stone walls. Ha ha ha! My dear friend, they vanished a century ago. Their very bones have long since turned to ash. That's even less believable than a Myrish merchant's oath. His laughter shook his flabby flesh, gemstone rings flashing wildly in the gloom. But the eyes beneath Varys's scars did not waver. Those were Eddard Stark's very words. Spoken before his grace and every great lord. Illyrio's jowls quivered, his small eyes flickering with doubt. His plump hand went again to his golden mustache, twirling unconsciously as he searched for some plausible explanation. Even Stark, crushed beneath the weight of such a calamity, his fleet destroyed, lords drowned, or captured, might have invented a dragon as an excuse. Perhaps to shift the blame, or to steady the shattering morale. It is not beyond possibility. Varys's gaze cut through the gaps of his scarred disguise, stabbing at his old friend as his voice dropped to a whisper. Set aside your Pentoshi merchant's logic, old friend. Only the others would believe Eddard Stark would lie to avoid blame. He values honor more than life itself. If that cursed dragon did not truly exist, then tell me how could 400 ships, the mightiest fleet the 7 kingdoms have ever assembled, and tens of thousands of soldiers be utterly destroyed in a single night on the open sea by some nameless Easterner? How could even the king return broken and in flight? He paused, torchlight glinting in his eyes. That Easterner brought more than strange sorcery and an army of corpses immune to steel. He brought a dragon, something that can burn all to ash, something that threatens our entire design. When Varys first received Yoram Mormont's report that the man from the east intended to invade Westeros, he had prized it as if it were a jewel. He had fanned the flames quietly in the small council, nudging Jon Arryn and King Robert toward sending the 7 kingdoms host across the narrow sea to the Stepstones. His aim was simple, to bleed away the realm's finest soldiers and its royal fleet in advance, so that the path would be clear for his true prince to return. It had been a masterstroke, a perfect play of letting others wield the blade. But in all his calculations, he had never foreseen that the blade would be sharper than any could imagine. It had not only cut off the reach of the 7 kingdoms, it had bared its own monstrous fangs. The undead army was nightmare enough. But now, with a living dragon added to the board? This had become a disaster that could overturn the game entirely. The man from the east was no longer a pawn for Varys to use. He had become a colossal, uncontrollable force, one that could consume everything. The smile slid from Illyrio's face at last. The fat of his cheeks drew tight, and his small eyes glinted with a weight of fear and gravity they had never shown before. He licked his dry lips, speaking with a rasp. If this is true, then the prince, the princess, and young Griff. He left the thought unfinished, but the meaning was plain. The prince and princess, those were the Targaryen siblings who had fled to Essos more than a decade ago. But they were not the true hope Illyrio and Varys had nurtured. That role belonged to young Griff, the boy they had sheltered and raised in secret for over 10 years. Their plan was simple: let the dragon siblings draw the Iron Throne's fury, while young Griff would emerge as Aegon Targaryen, son of Prince Rhaegar and Princess Elia, to claim the final prize. Varys would proclaim that the infant Aegon slain in the Red Keep had been a peasant's child switched in his place, while the true-born dragon prince had been hidden and safeguarded by him, growing strong under his protection. Then he would lead a great host across the sea, land in Westeros, and restore the Targaryen dynasty. But now, all those careful designs faced a new, deadly uncertainty. A sorcerer from the east, commanding both the dead and a living dragon, his intentions still a mystery. Varys gave a heavy nod, the shadow of his hood hiding the turmoil in his eyes. The prince and princess are in Tyrosh now, right under that Easterner's nose. Our plan must change at the very least. He raised his head. At the very least, we cannot allow that man's attention to fall on Westeros too soon. If it does, the 7 kingdoms may slip beyond our control. In the suffocating silence that followed, a sudden spark lit in Illyrio's mind. A thought bold to the point of madness came to him. Drawing out his words, he said, "What if our princess, once she comes of age, were to wed the Easterner?" "What?" Varys's pupils shrank in shock, the torch in his hand jerking violently. He glared at Illyrio. But Illyrio ignored his outrage. Leaning forward, his heavy body casting deeper shadows, he spoke in a low, steady voice. "Think on it. That man craves Westeros, does he not? Then give him the chance. Let him wed into House Targaryen and lead the attack himself. Let him march with his dragon, his army of the dead, his fleet of hundreds of ships. Let him draw down the full fury of the Iron Throne. Robert, Tywin, Jonathan, let him sweep them aside for us. We needn't wait on those unreliable barbarians. They fear the poisoned waters, but the Easterner has ships. He could strike at once." Varys understood at once. The shock in his gaze ebbed away, replaced by cold, sharp calculation. "You would use the princess as bait," he said softly. "Bind the Easterner to House Targaryen's cause, and make him charge at the fore." "Exactly so, my dear friend." Illyrio's smile crept back across his face. "Our plan could be hastened by years. The Easterner wishes to fulfill his ambitions? All the better. Let him draw every eye, let him bleed for every loss. And when the time is ripe, when the Iron Throne's strength is spent, when Westeros lies in chaos and exhaustion, the prince and the Easterner will conveniently vanish. Then our little Griff, as the true Targaryen heir, will make his entrance. He will wed the princess, left a widow and drowning in grief, and the richest dowry she will bring is the dragon itself. At the smallest cost, we will claim the greatest prize. The Iron Throne, the dragon, both return to the hands of the true House of the Dragon." Varys was silent for a long while. Only the crackle of torch fire broke the stillness of the hidden passage. He weighed Illyrio's scheme carefully. Madness, yes, but seductive. To place Daenerys at the Easterner's side was like sending a lamb into the jaws of a wolf. One mistake, and they could be destroyed. Yet the gain, if it worked, the gain was immeasurable. His scarred eyes narrowed. And our allies? They expect a prince's betrothal. If the prince is delayed, they may grow suspicious. Illyrio gave a sly smile, shrugging, his silk robe straining over his girth. The betrothal can go forward. Let them take the stage while we remain behind the curtain. What matters is that the game grows ever more chaotic. This storm will rage for years. We must churn the waters of Westeros darker still. And in the calm at the storm's eye, we will wait, and harvest. Varys breathed deep of the damp, cold air underground. Events had already spun far beyond his careful expectations. The Easterners' sudden rise had struck their chessboard like a stone hurled into glass. What had been a slow, secret plan would now need ruthless change. He lifted his gaze, the scarred eyes meeting Illyrio's shrewd, glinting ones. No words were needed. Years of silent understanding told each of them the other's resolve. And then, the same cold, calculating smile spread across two very different faces. In the flicker of torchlight, it looked haunting. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Envoys of the Free Cities. Tyrosh. The palace that once belonged to the Bluebeard Archon now had a new master. The grand hall was still as splendid as ever, its towering marble columns holding aloft a dome painted with the legends of Tyrosh's three-headed god. Sunlight streamed through stained glass windows, casting colorful beams across the floor. Quen sat upon the ornate high-backed chair that had once been the Archon's. Inlaid with ivory and gold, cushioned in deep violet velvet, it radiated authority. He wore a fitted dark robe with narrow sleeves, a black jade-inlaid belt cinched at his waist. Below him stood two envoys. One was from Myr, dressed in pale purple silk embroidered with elaborate patterns, his eyes flickering nervously. The other, from Lys, wore an even more ostentatious robe of gold and crimson silk, silver thread depicting entwined men and women decadent, indulgent, unmistakably Lysane. When word of Tyrosh's fall reached Lys and Myr, their ruling councils wasted no time in dispatching envoys to the city. The Lys envoy was the first to step forward. He bowed with proper deference, though his words carried a careful note of probing. Honorable Lord of the Stepstones, I come at the command of the Magister of Lys, seeking to clarify certain questions regarding the future order of these islands. He paused, measuring his words, his eyes flicking over Quen's impassive face. As you know, Salladhor Saan long safeguarded the routes of our Lysane merchant fleet across the Stepstones. But now that Salladhor is gone, it is you who commands these waters. Lys is eager to build a cooperative relationship with you. If you would continue the mutually beneficial arrangements of the past, Lys would of course offer suitable and satisfying recompense. Quen's fingers tapped lightly on the smooth ivory armrest, the sound sharp in the silence. My rule of the Stepstones, he said evenly, is founded on equal treatment. Every merchant vessel that sails the narrow sea enjoys free passage so long as the required tolls are paid. Lys is no exception. Pay what is owed, and your ships will sail under the protection of my fleet. The Lys envoy's face darkened, like a shadow passing over it. His circuitous words had all been circling this single issue, the tolls. Since defeating Salladhor, Quen had imposed levies far higher than those of his predecessor, without leaving room for negotiation. For Lys, a city built on sea trade, profits had been squeezed hard, and its merchants grumbled bitterly. The envoy's true mission was to press for a reduction in those fees. But Quen's words left no opening at all. My lord. The Lysane strained to keep his voice respectful, though the stiffness in it was plain. Surely we might at least discuss the amount? A fair trade environment benefits us both. As matters stand, the duties levied on Lysane merchants are somewhat excessive, discouraging their ventures. Excessive? A thin, cold smile curved Quen's lips. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze bearing down on the envoy. When Lys furnished Salador-san with ships and supplies, aiding his raids on merchantmen, helping him oppose me in the stepstones, was that not excessive? I have yet to properly reckon that account with Lys. The taxes I collect now are a mercy. You should be grateful, not haggling. The Lys envoy went white. Cold sweat beaded instantly along his brow. The blunt threat, the unmasking of his city's dealings, had stripped away the last veil of dignity. He had come not only to argue over levies but to take the measure of this new master of the stepstones. And in a single exchange, Quen had shown him the truth, power beyond dispute, iron resolve, and no tolerance for double dealing. Worse still, this was the man who had taken Tyrosh itself, seizing absolute control of the stepstones, holding the very throat of narrow sea trade in his grip. No wonder the rulers of Lys were unsettled. As the Lys envoy reeled in silence, the eyes of the Myrish envoy suddenly gleamed. He put on a polished, professional smile, stepped forward, and spoke in a voice that was calm yet clear. "Honored Lord, forgive my interruption. On our way to Tyrosh, we heard some rather curious rumors like monsoon winds. They came sweeping from the direction of Westeros." He paused deliberately, watching Quen's face. Not long ago, the Seven Kingdoms sent a mighty fleet to invade the Stepstones. Yet that vast armada was utterly destroyed off Bloodstone Isle. The rumor goes that they did not fall to storm or sea battle, but to dragons. It is also said that the noble lords of Westeros are now imprisoned deep in your dungeons. I wonder if these fascinating tales contain even the faintest trace of truth. His tone was casual, but the intent was plain, a probe, testing Quen's reaction to guide Mir's decisions. Quen sneered at once. His gaze swept the two envoys, and he let out a sharp, mocking huff. Dragons? The Westerosi are only making excuses for their failure. They mustered their strength to launch a sneak attack on Bloodstone and marched straight into a storm. Their fleet was shattered by a hurricane roaming the narrow sea. To cover their shame, they wove this ridiculous tale of dragons. Laughable. Look around Tyrosh, where do you see a dragon's shadow? The envoys of Lys and Mir exchanged a quick glance. Hearing Quen's firm denial, unease flickered between them. Could it be the fleet had truly been lost to the storm? Quen caught their shifting expressions and smiled. Envoys, in 2 months I shall hold my coronation ceremony here in Tyrosh. I expect Lys and Mir to send representatives to witness it. That day will mark the establishment of a new order. The coronation had long been delayed by the invasion from the Seven Kingdoms. Now that Tyrosh was his, Quen would wait no longer. The envoys of Lys and Mir stiffened at once. A coronation. This meant he no longer sought the title of pirate or warlord, but aimed to found a formal regime with territory and legitimacy. It would reshape the political balance of the narrow sea and the western coast of Essos. Both men bowed low, hiding their turmoil. Rest assured, Lord. We will report this great event to the Magister without delay. Once the envoys departed with heavy hearts and troubling news, silence fell over the palace once more. Mizomar entered through a side door, bowing deeply. Lord, as ordered, we have seized all children within the city whose behavior seemed unusual or whose movements suspicious, especially those without parents, those who haunt the streets. Quen's first command after Tyrosh fell had not been to calm the populace or tally its wealth, but to round up every child who flitted through alleys, rooftops, and chimneys like spiders, above all, the orphans. Mizo carried it out with ruthless efficiency. With the help of local collaborators, targets were swiftly identified. Under threats and bribes, some of the younger ones, unable to withstand the pressure, broke down. They revealed not only their identities and tasks, but also the very nodes of Varys' intelligence network in Tyrosh. Following the trail, Mizo struck hard, tearing out the roots of Varys' little birds in Tyrosh. The network's nodes were destroyed, its agents either seized or vanished. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lo Quen's face. He knew well the weight of intelligence in a world steeped in intrigue. Varys's web was a threat too dangerous to ignore. Excellent work, Mizo. He gave his approval, then added calmly, those little birds who bent the knee to us have them continue as before, passing our messages to their master. I want to see what tricks Varys thinks he can play. It was a dangerous move, but a cunning one. Lo Quen would turn the spider's web into a snare of lies. Yes, Lord. I understand. Mizo's eyes gleamed with excitement. For a spy master, nothing was more thrilling than seizing control of the enemy's sources. He bowed again, then withdrew from the palace. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, The Castle's Site. Beneath a sky as clear as polished glass, the waves of the narrow sea pounded ceaselessly against the jagged cliffs, their deep rumble eternal. Lo Quen stood on a high cliff overlooking the waters, the sea wind rushing against his face with the sharp tang of salt and freedom, tugging at his jet-black hair. In his hand he held a finely crafted Myrish lens, studying the deep water bay below with keen attention. The bay curved around a stretch of sandy beach, its waters a rich blue-green. Beyond lay a sea scattered with reefs, the natural barrier guarding the southeastern step stones. After a long silence, a steady smile tugged at his lips. Footsteps sounded behind him. Jelena approached in full armor, the sea wind seeming to flow around her rather than dare disturb her immaculate bearing. Her face showed the weariness of long campaigns, yet her bright eyes blazed with undiminished resolve. Behind her came a detachment of soldiers fresh from completing their takeover. Though dusty and travel-worn, they carried themselves with pride, their eyes shining with the sense of belonging and honor that came with claiming new lands. In just half a month, Jelena had secured Tyrosha's vast holdings in the disputed lands with astonishing efficiency. The territory stretched roughly 150 kilometers eastward from the coast, covering fertile plains, rolling hills, and key coastal towns. Here, nobles and wealthy slave owners ruled sprawling estates, worked by cheap labor bought from slavers across the world. They grew oats, barley, wheat, peas, and lucrative cash crops, most famously the golden autumn pears used for Tyroshi pear brandy. When word spread of Tyrosha's fall, the estate lords offered barely any resistance. Even the border outpost between Tyrosh, Mir, and Lys manned by 200 soldiers surrendered at once, raising the white flag. With scarcely a fight, Jelena brought the western disputed lands under Lo Quen's control. Upon receiving her triumphant report, Lo Quen left the reorganizing Tyrosh behind and sailed south, landing on this new conquest. Now, under Jelena's lead, they rode east from the landing bay, covering some 5 kilometers before reaching a hill that rose sharply above the land. The terrain changed suddenly here. Beneath them was a limestone ridge with a flat summit. To the west lay the bay they had just landed upon, and beyond it the boundless expanse of the narrow sea, glittering beneath the sun until sea and sky seemed to merge. To the east stretched a deep valley thick with ancient jungle. A river, some 200 feet across and born of distant mountains, wound through the valley floor like a silver ribbon. At the foot of the hill it curved gracefully before flowing into the western sea. The hill stood like a natural watchtower, a boundary between ocean and jungle. Lord, look there! Jelena drew her reins and pointed toward the summit. At the hill's highest point stood a solitary oak, strange and awe-inspiring. Lo Quen's eyes fixed upon it at once. The trunk was monstrously thick, 10 men could not have encircled it. Its bark was scorched black, as though struck countless times by lightning in ages past. The crown was long gone, leaving only jagged, spear-like branches reaching skyward. Yet from the charred cracks, thin green shoots had forced their way out, clinging stubbornly to life. From a distance, the remnants of its crown resembled a vast, twisted circlet of black wood, looming upon the hilltop like a shattered diadem. More striking still were the roots. Massive and gnarled, they sprawled across the ground like the bone talons of ancient dragons, clutching desperately at the earth, a grim testament to the tree's fierce and tragic will to endure. This is the Tree of Crowns. 30 years ago, the 9 penny kings swore their blood oath here, and from it their conquest was born. Yelena's voice carried on the wind. Quen fixed his gaze on the ancient blackwood crown, a tide of thoughts surging in his chest. The 9 would-be kings had long since crumbled into dust, yet this tree, their witness, their symbol of ambition and oath, still endured, stubbornly alive, watching a new conqueror set foot upon its hill. As he studied the tree, another question pressed into his mind. Where should he build the capital of his kingdom? Tyrosh seemed the most immediate choice. But Tyrosh was poorly placed, perched at the northeastern edge of the steppe stones, exposed to both the Sea of Myrth and the narrow sea, with no defensive depth. Its isolation on an island meant nearly all its food must be shipped from inland estates. Any campaign into the disputed lands would require crossing the sea, a dangerous gamble. And Tyrosh itself was a trading city, not a fortress. Quen's eyes swept across the limestone hill beneath him, to the deep water bay below, then around the rugged terrain, built by nature to be defended. An idea sprang up within him, clear and strong. Like Aegon the Conqueror, he would raise his fortress on the mainland stone and fire to rule the disputed lands. He unrolled the map of the disputed lands taken from the Archon's palace in Tyrosh. His finger pressed down on the mark for this bay. It lay some 200 kilometers southeast of Tyrosh's main island. The bay's entrance was hidden and treacherous. To sail onto the torturers deep at the southeastern steppe stones, one would have to round a narrow peninsula nearly 200 kilometers of difficult navigation. Better yet, to the west stretched the reef-choked steppe stones, a natural island maze guarding the bay like a ring of loyal sentries. Any fleet attempting a direct assault would first have to pick its way through those traps of rock and shoal, all the while facing fire from steppe stones strongholds along the way. By land, the east was barred by jungle valleys, the north and south by the disputed lands already firmly in his grasp. It was a fortress site born from the earth itself. Quen studied it with growing satisfaction. The tree of Crown's Bay was strong by nature, hard to take, easy to hold. 4 or 5 kilometers away, beside the bay, lay the remnants of an abandoned wharf village, some 40 or 50 households. The site was perfect for building a great harbor, the landing point of his future city. His eyes returned to the crownless oak and the hill beneath his feet. The vision was already clear in his mind. He pointed to the hill on the map and said to Yelena, "Here. This is where we'll raise our castle. The main keep will stand atop the hill, the slope ringed with curtain walls and towers. A marble avenue will run down the hillside to the harbor. And if the harbor grows into a city, we'll build another wall around it." Quen spoke with mounting excitement, laying out his design for the fortress to come. Chapter 99, The Slave Plantation. Yelena couldn't help but ask, "Lord, for such a massive project, will we need to draw slaves from the estates?" The Archon of Tyrosh and Greenbeard had owned vast estates and lands, long managed by stewards and worked by slaves, now all in their hands. Quen shook his head. "No, a work of this scale will take at least 10,000 laborers. The captives from the 7 kingdoms eat our food every day, it's time they earned their keep." His confidence in raising a castle came from the 70,000 captives under his control, 20,000 strong-bodied soldiers and 50,000 laborers and sailors. Quen recalled how stone castles in the medieval age of his past life had taken years to build. For example, a tower of the 10th century Château de Languillas in France, measuring 10 meters long, 17.5 wide and 16 high, with 1.5 meter thick walls containing 1,200 cubic meters of stone, had required 83,000 man-days of labor. Looking over the summit's size, Quen resolved to raise a square Norman-style keep, 50 meters on each side, rising 80 meters high, with walls about 4 meters thick. Around it he would build a curtain wall, some 30 meters high and 5 meters thick. Within this enclosure, at least 4 towers reaching 100 meters high and 1 gatehouse would stand. Beyond the first curtain wall, he would add another ring, with at least 9 towers and 1 gatehouse. And beneath the fortress, Quen planned not only cellars but secret passages like those hidden in the Red Keep. The sheer scope of it all made his scalp prickle. By his rough estimate, it would demand hundreds of times the labor of the Langius Tower. But with 70,000 captives, the timeline shortened dramatically. Pushed at full pace, it could be finished in about a year. Yet Quen's ambitions did not stop there. Once the castle stood, he would build a great harbour, and a stone road to link the two. With the plan set, he ordered all 70,000 captives brought here. He also commanded that 1,000 Tyroshi craftsmen be hired to draw up the castle's plans. The artisans of Tyrosh were famed on both shores of the narrow sea. Not only did they craft weapons and armor of renown, but they excelled at raising splendid palaces. The gems and mother-of-pearl adorning the Archon's palace were proof enough. Gesturing to the hill before them, Quen declared, "From today, the town that grows around this harbour shall be called Crown Town, and our castle shall be named Conquest Keep." With Crown Town and Conquest Keep settled, Quen did not hurry back to Tyrosh. He needed to know more about this land that would soon be his foundation. Riding beside Jelena, with a small band of elite guards, he set out from the yet unbuilt Crown Town, following the winding lanes between estates northeastward at a slow patrol. In the long summer, the western disputed lands bloomed with life. Broad plains stretched in neat strips of fields, divided by low hazel hedgerows. Oats, barley, wheat, and peas thrived under the season's enduring warmth, their green leaves shining richly beneath the sun. Here, without the burden of winter crop rotation, there was no three-field system. Farming was cruder, but the abundance of sunlight and heat made up for it. Beyond the grains, orchards dotted the countryside. Vines climbed their trellises, while branches sagged under the weight of golden autumn pears. The air itself seemed steeped in the promise of wine to come. Yet beneath the pastoral beauty lay harsh dissonance. Passing a large estate, the crack of a whip and the cry of pain tore the calm apart. A burly master, with hair like fire and a thick red beard, lashed a leather whip down on the back of a small, dark-skinned slave clearly from the summer isles. "Faster, you lazy black coal! If you don't finish this mulberry grove before sundown, you won't eat tonight." The whip snapped again, carving bloody stripes across the boy's thin back. He trembled, tears mingling with sweat as they dripped into the dirt, but dared not resist. He could only force himself to pick faster, and faster. Jelena's brows knitted tightly, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes as she lowered her voice to Quen. "Lord, should we stop him?" Quen's gaze swept across the orchard, then lingered on the distant figures of slaves laboring silently in other estates. Slowly, he shook his head. Slavery was not only the foundation of Tyrosh, but of all the free cities. In the capital of Tyrosh, slaves even outnumbered freemen, and here in the countryside they were the very lifeblood of the estate's economy. To save one person was simple. But to change the entire system meant overturning the existing mode of production. That would strike at the roots of countless vested interests, unleashing upheaval beyond imagination. It was not something Quen, who had only just secured his footing, could afford to do. He knew well that Jelena's smooth takeover of this land had been possible precisely because he had not touched the slaveholder's core interest, the institution of slavery itself. Stability was the prerequisite for development. They pressed onward and soon arrived at a coastal town called Autumn. Here lived over 1,000 Tyroshi freemen. The streets were lined with tightly packed timber and stone houses, and the air carried a mingling of salt, wine, and the clamor of the marketplace. Itinerant merchants hawked goods from afar. From small workshops came the rhythmic clanging of smiths at their forges. Freemen owning small plots of land carted their homegrown produce to the bustling market. At the town's entrance stood a makeshift wooden palisade and a watchtower, guarded by soldiers in matching leather armor. Quen's eyes lingered on the soldiers. Jelena immediately explained, "Lord, when I took over Autumn, there were 10 Tyroshi soldiers garrisoned here. They maintained order and relayed pirate raids back to the capital. I've since replaced them all with our men. However, there's still one Tyroshi tax officer left in the town Alo. He oversees levies on the surrounding estates. Since he knows the area well, I've kept him on for now. Quen nodded. Summon him. I have questions. Before long, a slightly overweight, balding middle-aged man came trotting up, his face fixed in a deferential, faintly nervous smile. In heavily accented common tongue, he greeted, "Honored Lord, I am Alo, tax officer of Autumn. What is your command? I will serve faithfully." Quen regarded him steadily before asking directly, "Master Alo, what is the scope of your taxation?" Alo, clearly well versed in his work, rattled off without hesitation, "Lord, to the east from Autumn, the boundary runs up to the borderlands with Myr and Lys. To the north, it stretches as far as Hazelnut Town. Within this area, there are roughly 100,000 mu of arable land and 282 estates. Of these, 200 belong to slave owners and wealthier freemen with larger holdings. The remaining 82 estates now belong to, well, to you, Lord." Casting a cautious glance at Quen, he continued, "Besides these, many small plots are held by ordinary freemen. Their taxes are lighter. Also, Autumn itself levies duties on passing merchants." "And how are this year's taxes?" Quen pressed. Alo's face twisted with distress as he rubbed his hands. "Lord, very poor indeed. Many slaveholders and small estate owners complain of bad harvests, crying poverty at every turn. So far, we've barely collected half of what is due." "Bad harvests?" Quen's brows furrowed, his tone turning cold. "The long summer continues, with ample sun and rain. How could the harvest be poor? I've just come from the south, and nothing I saw suggested any such thing." Chapter 100, Chapter 100, News from Torturer's Deep, Bonus. Alo sighed, explaining helplessly, "Lord, perhaps you are unaware. Though the western disputed lands under Tyrosha's control are fertile, they suffer from a fatal flaw, the lack of a stable and reliable water supply for irrigation. Most estates must rely solely on rainfall, planting only the more drought-resistant crops. But you've felt the scorching heat of the long summer yourself. When there's no rain for days on end, the fields wither easily, especially those small estates and freeholders' plots far from rivers and without wells. Their harvests are the most unstable, and their tax arrears the worst." Quen immediately saw the root of the problem. The water supply? Why haven't canals been built for irrigation? A look of embarrassment crossed Alo's face. "Lord, the water rights have long been monopolized by the large estate owners, especially those estates once belonging to the Archon and his elder brother. They control the prime lands upstream, where they built dams and diversion canals, sending most of the river's flow into their own fields. Small estates downstream, or freeholders far from any source, can only watch helplessly or else pay outrageous sums to buy water. How could they possibly afford to build their own canals? Without water, harvests are naturally poor, and taxes fall short. What you saw earlier all came from the estates of those great lords, alas." Quen finally understood. The archons of Tyrosh were chosen through bribery, and thus almost always wealthy merchants or nobles. Once elected, they used their office to line their own pockets in the disputed lands, entrenching both their wealth and their power. It was a vicious cycle. The rich grew ever richer, and the poor remained trapped in poverty. Quen could not allow that to continue. He need not abolish slavery after all. Tyrosha's slaves were mostly foreigners from the Summer Isles or the Basilisk Isles, not native free folk. But he could not ignore the way the great nobles hoarded water through their power, leaving small estates and private plots to fail. His eyes turned cold as he looked to Jelena and Alo, his tone sharp and absolute. "Send out my orders immediately. First, all estates under our name must open their water sources. They are to provide irrigation water to downstream estates and private lands in fair proportions, with no excuses for delay or obstruction. Second, select 1,000 able-bodied men from the 7 kingdoms prisoners, preferably those with experience in earthworks. Under the direction of our foreman, they will first survey and design a main irrigation canal around Autumn. Other towns suffering severe shortages will have their own canals built in turn. Third, Master Allo, the next time you collect taxes, you will deliver these 2 commands clearly and word for word to every estate owner and freeholder. Tell them this is the will of their new ruler. If any man dares give lip service while secretly blocking the water or resisting canal construction, I will see his head on a spear. Yes, my lord, Jelena answered solemnly. Allo bowed hastily. At once, my lord. I will deliver the message. Inwardly, he was shaken. This new master's methods were harsher and far more pragmatic than those of the old. Quen gazed over the land before him. It seemed bountiful, yet hid grave weaknesses. His mind was already calculating. The long summer would last only a few more years at most. Grain and coin were the lifeblood of his future conquests, and he must hold them firmly in hand. As for the greedy great estate owners who thought only of themselves when he returned to Tyrosh with time to spare, their reckoning would come. Just as Quen and Jelena were about to continue northward to inspect other towns, the rapid thunder of hooves came from the south. A dust-covered messenger galloped into view, leapt from his horse before Quen, and thrust forward a letter sealed with the distinctive wax of Torturer's Deep. Breathless, he cried, Lord, urgent news. From Torturer's Deep. Quen's heart gave a jolt. He tore the seal with a nail and unfolded the parchment. Familiar handwriting met his eyes, but the words made his pupils widen, a rush of indescribable joy flooding through him like warmth after cold. It was Janice's own hand. The young dragon was about to hatch. In an instant, the immense joy swept away all the fatigue of his inspection. Quen did not hesitate a moment longer. He jerked the reins hard and gave Jelena a curt order. Jelena, the follow-up here is yours. Make sure the orders on water supply and canal construction are carried out. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already wheeled his horse around and was galloping toward Crown Town in a cloud of dust. Jelena watched his figure fade into the distance, then quickly composed herself and began issuing orders with methodical precision. The swift ship carried Quen, restless to return, slicing through the waves as it sped south along the coast. When the familiar, hell-like cliffs of Torturer's Deep came into sight, he saw that at the mouth of the narrow channel barely wide enough for a single ship there now stood a massive, imposing stone gate, rising tall at the base of the cliff hundreds of feet below. This gate of the abyss, completed only after Quen had seized Jawbreak Island, was a labor of immense effort. Now it loomed like a loyal sentinel, silently guarding the hidden harbor within. The vessel passed through the heavy gates and entered the relatively calm, fan-shaped deep water port inside Torturer's Deep. Janice and Archmaester Marwyn were already waiting at the dock. Janice wore a simple lavender gown, her silver-gold hair gleaming like molten silver even under the dim light. Her flawless face could not hide the excitement and anticipation burning within her. Archmaester Marwyn, on the other hand, looked furious and barely able to contain himself. The moment Quen set foot on the dock, Marwyn stormed forward, his red nose flaring as though about to spew sparks. Boy! When you tricked me into coming to this cursed place, you never told me you were hiding something like this. Lowering his voice, he cast a wary glance at the Dragon Soul guards standing silently nearby. Then he leaned close to Quen's ear, hissing in a hoarse whisper. Dragon egg fossils! And Janice's surname is Valyria. And those Dragon Soul guards, every one of them is a corpse. And the magic books? Janice only told me you brought them out of Tyria. That place is death itself. How did you even escape? The old maester's curiosity and astonishment had completely boiled over, his questions firing at Quen like a relentless barrage. But Quen had no patience to recount his adventures in Valyria. He waved his hand dismissively, his eager eyes sliding past Marwyn to Janice, and the passageway behind her leading toward the living quarters. Archmaester, we'll speak of your questions later. For now, take me to the dragon eggs. The chamber where the eggs were kept had once been Lo Quen's own bedroom in Torturer's Deep. 3 awakened dragon eggs rested carefully on trays lined with soft velvet, placed atop a stone table in the center of the room. One glowed with deep violet, another with the crimson hue of congealed blood, and the third shone with a sharp, pure silver. They looked nothing like when Lo Quen had last seen them. The fossil-like stillness of their shells was gone. The fine, scale-like patterns along the surface seemed to stir with life, glowing softly yet unmistakably from within. Purple, red, and silver light intertwined, flowing across the room until it shimmered with a dreamlike radiance. The air itself was thick with a strange warmth, laced with the acrid tang of sulfur and the pulse of living breath. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, The Birth of a Young Dragon. Marwyn pointed at the dragon eggs, his beard twitching with excitement. 3 days ago, just 3 days ago, they suddenly started glowing, and the temperature spiked. When I first arrived, they were barely warm. Now. He quickly pulled his hand back, almost having touched the shell. Now this heat, it's like fresh bread straight from the oven. No, even hotter. I don't dare touch them with my bare hands anymore. Lo Quen stepped forward, awe and tenderness shining in his eyes. Ignoring the heat that could easily scorch ordinary skin, he reached out and gently brushed his fingers across each of the 3 dragon eggs. What he felt wasn't only searing warmth, but also a powerful, pulsing vitality, a force resonating faintly with the depths of his soul. Yes, Archmaester, he murmured. They're about to hatch. But when his gaze shifted to the 4th tray beside them, his brow tightened. The black and red egg, shaped like the legendary black dread Balerion, was from the same batch as the 3 he had first awakened, yet it remained cold and lifeless. Its shell was dull, devoid of light, a stark contrast to the vibrant glow of the others. This one? Lo Quen said uncertainly. Janice stepped closer, her beautiful violet eyes filled with confusion as she explained softly, Archmaester Marwyn and I checked it thoroughly. It seems this dragon egg's awakening wasn't complete. We suspect it's due to insufficient magic. The magic it absorbed might not be enough to carry it through the final stage of hatching. Insufficient magic. Lo Quen frowned deeply. This was a system-driven incubation. Could the system itself have limits? Or did this particular egg demand more power than the rest? He recalled how the system couldn't draw magic from those mysterious black stones and slowly accepted the thought. Perhaps it was fate's arrangement. Suppressing his regret, he turned his focus back to the 3 radiant eggs, their light rippling gently across the room. 3 it is, then. Once grown, 3 dragons would make little difference from 4. Still, it was a shame about the egg that resembled the Black Dread. Setting the matter aside, he turned toward Marwyn and asked, Archmaester, has there been any progress with that black stone? At the mention of the stone, Marwyn's excitement gave way to the sharp focus of a scholar consumed by discovery. He grinned, eyes glinting with fervent light. Ha, lad, you've come to the right man. That stone is no ordinary object, far from it. Its surface is covered in an extremely ancient and intricate magical seal. I've combed through every forbidden tome brought out of Valyria, especially those dealing with ancient energy seals, and I finally found a lead. This seal requires a specific frequency of magical resonance to break, like using the perfect key for the most complex lock. The exact combination of ritual runes and energy flow is still under refinement, but I can assure you, I'm close. Give me a little more time, and I'll find that key. Lo Quen's heart leapt. That black stone, brimming with immense magic, was the key to solving his power source problem. He had thought he'd have to wait for the legendary red comet to appear before seeing any hope, but Archmaester Marwyn had just given him a greater gift than he expected. Excellent, Archmaester. I'm counting on you, he said sincerely. Night fell, and the eerie stillness unique to Torturer's Deep settled over the bay. Cold, silvery moonlight poured through the tall stone windows like liquid mercury, quietly filling Quen's chamber. The 3 dragon eggs had been moved onto a stone platform by the window. Bathed in the moonlight, their tricolored glow intertwined with the pale silver radiance, painting the room in dreamlike hues. Janice stood quietly beside him, her silver gold hair gleaming softly under the moonlight. Quen gazed at the 3 eggs, the sources of new life and endless possibility, his heart swelling with gratitude. He turned toward the girl beside him. The moonlight outlined the delicate contours of her face, her long lashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyes, like the shy glow of the moon beyond the window. "Janice, thank you for helping me out so much." His voice was low and gentle. Janice lowered her head slightly, her hair as bright as molten silver cascading down. Her voice was soft. "Jelena fought for you in the narrow sea. I wanted to do something for you too." Hearing the maiden's soft words, Quen felt a surge of tenderness welling up inside him. He reached out naturally, gently drawing her into his embrace. Janice's body instantly softened, offering no resistance. She nestled against his chest with docile submission, a faint, captivating blush creeping into her ears. Through the thin fabric, they could feel each other's heartbeats and warmth. Quen's chin rested lightly on her hair, inhaling the cool, subtle fragrance that wafted from her locks like the scent of a pine forest after winter snow. "Soon you'll be able to leave this place. We'll move to a new home, where there's sunshine, sea breezes, and a vast world that belongs to us." "A new home?" Janice lifted her head, her beautiful violet eyes glistening like the purest amethyst in the moonlight, filled with hopeful anticipation. "Is it Tyrosh? I've heard of palaces built from pearls and colorful shells, like dreamlike dwellings." Quen shook his head, his fingers gently brushing her silky hair as his gaze drifted to the boundless stars and sea beyond the window. "No. The people of Tyrosh are arrogant and rude. We will go to a place that belongs only to us, to build a new home where our dragon can thrive." Janice's violet eyes instantly curved into enchanting crescents, their radiance outshining the moonlight outside, radiating pure joy and anticipation. Quen gazed at her exquisite beauty, bathed in moonlight as if shrouded in a hazy halo. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The last traces of a maiden faded from her face, revealing breathtaking beauty. Janice, held captive by his intense, undimmed gaze filled with unabashed admiration and fervor, felt a blush spread across her cheeks like a newly bloomed rose. Her long lashes fluttered like startled butterfly wings before slowly closing those intoxicating violet eyes with a shy yet resolute determination. Moonlight cast a sacred glow upon her smooth forehead, her slightly tilted face a silent confession. An indescribable emotion welled up within Quen. Without further hesitation, he lowered his head. With profound tenderness and reverence, he gently yet firmly pressed his lips to hers, soft, cool, and red. The sensation was indescribably soft and moist, carrying a faint, crisp sweetness like orchids blooming in the morning dew. This kiss began as light as a feather, tentatively testing their mutual feelings. Then, as if some invisible gate had opened, long-suppressed emotions surged forth like a tidal wave. Quen drew her closer, his arms tightening around her slender yet resilient frame. Instinctively, Janice wrapped her arms around his waist. Lips met, breath mingled, moonlight the sole witness. In the silent room, only their increasingly rapid breaths and the synchronized echo of their heartbeats remained. Lost in this long overdue intimacy, steeped in dependence and hazy affection, they seemed to merge the time apart and future hopes into this deep kiss. Quen felt as if he stood in an early spring garden, his nose enveloped by the cool, subtle fragrance lingering in Janice's hair, mingled with her unique, pure scent like sunlight filtering through cedar. His hands, calloused from years of sword gripping, unconsciously traced the smooth curve of her spine, feeling the jade-like warmth beneath the silk and the faint tremors. The interplay of rough and smooth textures felt like the most primal melody. Their bodies pressed tightly together, separated only by thin fabric, allowing them to clearly feel each other's rising warmth and accelerating heartbeats. An unprecedented intimacy and longing spread silently between them. The air grew thick and scorching, the moonlight itself seeming to take on an ambiguous warmth. Just as they were about to lose themselves completely in this moonlit enchantment. Roar! A faint yet distinct, raspy cry abruptly shattered the intoxicating silence within the room. Immediately followed by two more cries, equally tender yet brimming with vitality. As if doused with ice water, Quen and Janice snapped out of their daze, jerking apart and simultaneously turning toward the stone windowsill. Bathed in moonlight, the three dragon eggs, their shells shimmering with light, now bore spider-web-like cracks. The fissures spread rapidly, widening. Accompanied by faint yet crisp snaps, fragments of shell began to peel away. Three small, wet heads strained to emerge from the shattered shells. Their eyes' vertical pupils as clear and luminous as gemstones stared curiously, blankly and intently at the disheveled couple before them, their cheeks flushed and breath still ragged. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, The Names of the Young Dragons. Janice let out a short gasp, her face instantly flushing crimson. Quen, after a moment of stunned surprise, was overwhelmed by immense joy. Without pausing to compose himself, he strode to the windowsill, stretched out both hands, and gently cradled the three newly freed, slimy little creatures into his warm, broad embrace. They squirmed in his arms, emitting faint, weak hisses. One was covered in deep, pure crimson scales, like solidified blood. Another was cloaked in dark purple scales, their subdued luster making them seem even more mysterious. The last shimmered with flawless silver, as if forged from condensed moonlight. Three young dragons, three exquisitely crafted living jewels, blinked around in dazed wonder. Moonlight streamed gently through the window, bathing them in its soft glow, as though the heavens themselves were crowning this miracle of new life. Cradled in Quen's sturdy arms, the newborn dragons let out excited, childish hisses, sharp, yet brimming with life. Their long, serpentine necks nuzzled affectionately against his chest, their rough yet warm scales brushing against his clothes. Three pairs of eyes, bright as burning coals from the heart of a forge, shimmered with the faint, innocent light of newfound awareness. Unblinking, they fixed their gaze upon Quen's face, filled with trust and dependence. Janice stepped closer, her expression soft and tender, violet eyes brimming with awe and affection. She extended slender fingers, gently stroking each young dragon's small, scale-covered head in turn. The touch was warm and strange, thrumming with the vibrant pulse of new life. Sensing the unfamiliar yet gentle touch, the three little dragons turned their remarkably flexible necks, tilting their heads as they studied Janice with bright, curious eyes. Among them, the one cloaked in dark violet scales seemed to share a mysterious resonance with her soul. It let out a clear, high-pitched hiss. Its four claws thin as cicada wings, yet already faintly sharp, hooked carefully onto Quen's arm for leverage. With a quick push from its hind legs, it arced gracefully through the air and landed neatly in Janice's hastily outstretched arms. The purple hatchling immediately curled up comfortably in her embrace, its tiny head nuzzling her arm. "It recognizes you, Janice." Quen smiled as he watched the scene unfold. The warm, living creature in her arms filled Janice's heart with joy. Her violet eyes curved into two crescent moons, and a radiant smile bloomed across her face, pure and heartfelt. As a descendant of the ancient bloodline of Valyria, dragons had long been etched into her soul, an obsession almost instinctive in nature. Though she had once witnessed Quen transform into a golden dragon vast enough to shroud the skies, holding a living dragon of her own stirred an overwhelming thrill deep within her veins, a wave of emotion so intense it nearly took her breath away. These awakened dragon eggs, all infused with the dragon bond lineage, shared a soul-deep connection with those who carried Quen's blood. Janice's acceptance by the young dragon was not due to her Valyrian heritage, but to the dragon blood pact ritual that had imbued her with Quen's essence. This meant that if another bearer of pure Valyrian Dragonlord blood dared approach this purple dragon, they would not be greeted with affection but with unrelenting, lethal dragon fire. Quen's gaze softened as it lingered on the small, violet life nestled in Janice's arms. Moonlight streamed through the stone window like strands of silver silk, draping across the young dragon's body. Its scales gleamed with a deep, restrained purple hue that, under the moon's glow, refracted a magnificent brilliance like the finest amethyst. Each scale seemed to conceal its own mystery, exuding an air of noble grace. Withdrawing his gaze, Quen looked down at the two other hatchlings in his arms. One of them was clearly more robust and slender than the purple and silver dragons, the very one he had favored from the beginning, its scales the deep crimson of congealed blood. Now it lay quietly in his embrace, its red scales gleaming faintly in the dim light, rich and pure as if freshly forged from volcanic fire, its stillness concealing a boundless, explosive energy within. What struck Quen even more deeply was that this blood dragon not only had four limbs connected by nearly transparent, pale red wing membranes, but from the junctions of its hind legs and powerful torso also extended two more semi-translucent wings, glimmering like blood-colored glass. This unique physical trait instantly stirred a memory in Quen. In his mind's eye, he recalled Daemon Targaryen's mount, the blood Wyrm Caraxes, which bore a similar form. Could this blood dragon share some mysterious bloodline connection with that legendary creature? The last hatchling nestled in his arms was the silver-white little dragon. Compared to the blood dragon's sturdy frame, it appeared smaller and more delicate, its entire body cloaked in flawless scales that seemed to have crystallized from pure moonlight, gleaming with a gentle yet striking radiance. This little dragon, like a spirit born of moonlight, was meant to be Jelena's companion. Quen smiled warmly at Janice, who was still basking in happiness. "Janice, these little ones, they don't have names yet." Janice looked up from the purple dragon, meeting the hatchling's curious violet eyes. For a moment, she seemed unsure. According to ancient Valyrian custom, the Dragonlords usually named their dragons after the true names of the 14 Flames deities, symbolizing reverence and a bond with power. Yet, as she lowered her gaze to the small dragon in her arms, she could feel the profound, inseparable link between its soul and Quen's. She sensed clearly that these three young dragons felt absolute trust and devotion toward Quen. Even if he wished to ride them now, none would resist. The old Valyrian traditions no longer applied to these miracles reborn through his blood. As for their names, Janice said softly, "You should be the one to choose. They were born because of you, bound to you by blood." Quen understood her meaning. He glanced down at the hatchlings in his arms and decided on the most fitting and graceful approach, to name them after their most distinct traits. The Targaryens had 4 common methods for naming dragons. The first was to borrow directly from Valyrian deities, such as Balerion or Viagar. The second was to name them after their physical attributes, names like Quicksilver or Silverwing. The third drew from their temperaments or habits, such as Cannibal or Sheep Stealer. The fourth was to use human names, as Daenerys had done with her 3 dragons. Quen found the second method the most elegant. Names chosen this way carried a natural beauty, while the others often sounded awkward or crude. His gaze drifted toward the stone window, where cool moonlight streamed in like flowing water, wrapping the 3 newborn dragons in a soft, silvery glow. An idea came to him. His voice was low and steady. "The crimson hatchling has wing membranes on its hind legs. Its flight will surely be as graceful as a dance. I'll call it Blood Dancer. The purple one's scales are deep and subdued, like the shades of dusk. It shall be Dusk Shadow. And the silver hatchling's scales shine like a cascading silver waterfall. Let it be Silverfall." The moment he finished, Dusk Shadow, nestled in Janice's arms, let out an excited cry, bobbing its little head up and down as if eagerly nodding. Blood Dancer and Silverfall, still in Quen's arms, also lifted their heads at once, emitting clear, crisp hisses. Blood Dancer affectionately nuzzled Quen's chin with its crimson-scaled neck, while Silverfall opened its tiny mouth and puffed out a thin wisp of sulphurous smoke. Janice couldn't help but laugh, her violet eyes sparkling with delight. "Look! They really seem to love their names. Their reactions are almost human." A flicker of astonishment crossed Lo Quen's eyes. That they could so clearly recognize and respond to their names was remarkable. It seemed the hatchlings awakened through his dragon bond lineage possessed far greater intelligence than the dragons of Valyria, which meant their future growth might well exceed anything he had imagined. The next morning, as Lo Quen and Janice entered the hall carrying the 3 young dragons each curiously studying their new surroundings ready for breakfast, Archmaester Marwyn nearly choked on his hard bread. His eyes went wide as the bread fell from his trembling hand with a soft thud. He pointed with a shaking finger toward the trio of vibrant, energetic young dragons before him. Gee gods above, last night, they hatched. Marwyn's voice cracked with sheer disbelief. As if to answer the Archmeister's astonishment, the 3 young dragons simultaneously lifted their tiny heads in perfect unison, letting out a series of soft, high-pitched hisses like proud declarations of their birth. Lo Quen smiled as he sat down, picking up a piece of bread. His tone was light but carried a deeper undertone. Indeed. Under the deepest moonlight last night, these 3 little ones gave us quite the surprise, and what a commotion they made. He cast a meaningful glance at Janice. Her fair cheeks instantly turned crimson. Lowering her head shyly, she gently stroked Dusk Shadow in her arms. Unable to contain his scholar's curiosity, Marwyn reached out to touch Blood Dancer, the most imposing of the 3 and the closest to him. However, Blood Dancer's slender, crimson-scaled body twisted with astonishing agility, elegantly evading his hand. Its serpentine neck turned toward Marwyn, and its blood-red eyes like glowing embers suddenly sharpened. Fixing its gaze on the unfamiliar Archmaester, it let out a low, warning growl from deep within its throat. Startled by the hatchling's open display of ferocity, Marwyn awkwardly withdrew his hand, chuckling at himself. Ah, it seems my diluted Dragonlord blood isn't even enough to earn me the right to get close to these little ones. House Valyrian and House Targaryen had intermarried, sharing the blood of old Valyria's Dragonlords. Lo Quen tore off a small piece of cooked beef and fed it to Silverfall, who had curiously leaned closer. Smiling faintly, he replied, Archmaester, this has nothing to do with thin blood. Even if Aegon the Conqueror himself were reborn and stood before them, the result would be no different. They are miracles reborn through my blood. The core of their soul contracts has long replaced the ancient Valyrian Dragonlord pacts. They acknowledge only my will and those bound to me through my blood. Marwyn nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming with academic fascination. I see. A completely reshaped soul contract. This touches upon the very essence of the soul itself. Perhaps Maester Qyburn would be better suited to comment. His research in that field is extensive. Lo Quen interrupted calmly, you'll meet him soon enough. I've chosen a location along the coast of Essos near the Crown Tree Hills to build a strong fortress. It will serve as our outpost to oversee the disputed lands and watch over the narrow sea. Qyburn will depart from Bloodstone Isle to take charge of the operation there. As for you, Torturer's Deep, though well defended and naturally fortified, is cold, damp, and cramped year-round, hardly a suitable place to raise dragons and aid their growth. We must move to the mainland and carve out a wider realm for them. To the east of the new castle lies a secluded, fertile river valley. That will become their future home and nesting ground. You will come with me to Crown Town. At those words, Marwyn immediately grabbed the fallen piece of bread from the table and took a hearty bite. Speaking through a full mouth, his voice was muffled yet full of relief. Good. Excellent. I've had enough of this damned place. If not for those precious Valyria manuscripts, I wouldn't have stayed another day. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Qyburn's Request. After breakfast, Lo Quen immediately issued his orders. The Swan fleet anchored in the fan-shaped bay received the command, and the Dragon Soul Guards began methodically loading everything from the torturers deep onto the ship's Valyrian ancient texts, precision instruments, ghost grass, and the mysterious black stones pulsing with unknown power. This isolated fortress, perched far out at sea, would now serve as a crucial military stronghold in the southern waters of the Stepstones, guarding the realm's southern gateway. The Swan ship's elegant white sails filled with wind, cutting through the azure waves as they set course for the coast of the disputed lands. Inside the cabin, Quen placed 3 pieces of fresh, blood-streaked raw meat before the young dragons. Blood Dancer immediately asserted its dominance as the alpha. With a powerful step forward, it unceremoniously shoved Dusk Shadow and Silverfall aside with its body. Raising its head, its crimson eyes locked onto the meat, a low, rasping growl of excitement rumbling from its throat. Then, with the sudden snap of its small yet already fierce jaws, a slender stream of pale red flame shot forth hot enough to sear the air itself. The fire licked at the raw meat, producing a sharp sizzle as a rich, roasted aroma quickly filled the cabin. Within mere breaths, the meat was perfectly charred. Blood Dancer lowered its head and devoured the meal in one gulp, letting out a soft, satisfied hum. Dusk Shadow and Silverfall followed its lead. Dusk Shadow exhaled a magnificent pale violet flame that instantly wrapped around its meal, while Silverfall released a silver-white dragon fire that shimmered like molten moonlight before biting into the cooked flesh. The fact that each hatchling's dragon fire matched the exact color of its scales left the onlookers astonished. Janice crouched nearby, watching with amused fascination as the young dragons ate awkwardly yet earnestly. Occasionally, she reached out a finger to lightly stroke Dusk Shadow's back, running it over the fine, glossy purple scales. Dusk Shadow wriggled in response, letting out a playful, affectionate hiss. Quen watched the 3 hatchlings devour their meals with distinct personalities, a teasing smile curving his lips. "Janice," he said, "tell me, are these 3 male or female?" Janice gave him a playful glare before covering her mouth with a light laugh. "Dragons transcend mortal genders," she explained softly. "They are hermaphroditic, ever-changing beings. However, those capable of conceiving and laying eggs are generally considered female dragons." At that moment, Archmaester Marwyn approached, his gaze fixed on the feeding hatchlings. "Indeed," he added, "records from House Targaryen tell us that some dragons never laid eggs throughout their entire lives. Others, such as the last dragon from Aegon III's reign, a frail green female, small-bodied with withered wings and stunted growth, surprised everyone. That seemingly dying creature, incapable of continuing her line, miraculously laid a clutch of dragon eggs at the end of her life. The act drained the last of her strength, and after fulfilling that solemn duty, she died soon after." Quen speculated that it must have been caused by a waning of magic at the time. After several days at sea, the Swan ships finally sailed into the harbour of Crown Town. The sight before him was completely transformed from when he had last departed. Across the wide coastal plain, tents had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, forming a sprawling encampment that stretched far into the horizon. Countless prisoners from the 7 kingdoms, dressed in tattered prison garb and bearing expressions of numbness or despair, toiled like worker ants under the sharp eyes and raised spears of the soldiers overseeing them. The once deserted fishing port had been completely remade. 9 vast, newly constructed piers stretched boldly into the sea like the arms of a giant, solid and unmoving amid the surf. A circular stone tower of rough-hewn rock had already taken shape at the port's edge. It would one day serve as the fortress of the tax collector, who would control the harbour's lifeblood. Quen's gaze shifted farther inland. The hills of the Tree of Crowns were alive with activity. The gentle slopes had been flattened, and heaps of precisely cut white marble blocks were stacked into small mountains. Nearby lay massive lime pits where clay and sand mixed with water, filling the air with an earthy tang. Tyroji architects, their leather aprons dusted white, clustered around a huge parchment blueprint, arguing heatedly while charcoal pencils scratched new lines onto the plan. Overseers cracked their whips, shouting orders as waves of captive laborers hauled the quarried stone to designated locations. The chants, hammer strikes, and grinding stone blended into a grand, rugged symphony of construction. Ship after ship arrived from all directions across the step stones. Each landing brought more weary, downcast captives, adding to the relentless tide of labor fueling the great work. Quen was astonished. He had been away only a short while, yet the scale and efficiency of this place had grown beyond expectation. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the bustling site. Qyburn. Though there was a trace of fatigue on his face, his expression carried a look of genuine respect and satisfaction. "My lord, you have returned." Qyburn bowed deeply, his voice calm and precise. "Since your departure, prisoners from the Seven Kingdoms have arrived in an unbroken stream. As of now, we have received and registered a total of 30,000 captives. Lord Hal continues to organize ships to transfer the remaining ones." When the Tyroji craftsmen's team arrived, I immediately arranged their accommodations and established a designated craftsmen's district. Today marks the first official day of construction for the main fortress. The architectural team is finalizing the core structural design of the keep, while most of the prisoner laborers have been sent inland to high-quality quarries to extract the foundation stones required for the castle. "Maester Qyburn, you've done exceedingly well, far beyond my expectations." Quen's praise was sincere, his eyes filled with approval. Qyburn's administrative precision and efficiency were in no way inferior to his mastery of forbidden studies. With him overseeing the project, the construction of this castle symbol of both power and destiny would surely be completed ahead of schedule. Qyburn inclined his head slightly before continuing in his composed tone. "Considering that the main structure will take time to finish, you and your companions will need a more comfortable place to stay. I've had a temporary camp built behind the hills, deep in the fertile river valley. The wooden cabins are simple, but they provide good shelter from wind and rain, certainly better than tents." Quen smiled genuinely. "That's excellent news, Qyburn. I was already bracing myself for a few more nights in those drafty seaside tents." "You've planned well." Led by Qyburn, Quen, Janice, and Marwyn made their way through the bustling construction site, followed closely by 3 young dragons secured in specially crafted ventilated wooden cages. Behind them, the silent dragon soul guards carried the heavy black stones, ancient Valyrian tomes, bundles of ghost grass, and other supplies from torturers deep with practiced steadiness. The camp lay nestled deep within the river valley, beside a clear, fast-flowing stream. A solid fence of tightly packed logs, taller than 2 men, encircled the camp, providing firm protection. Inside, dozens of wooden cabins built from local hazel and cottonwood stood neatly in rows. Their roofs, layered with thick thatch or planks, looked rough but sturdy. As the others busied themselves unloading supplies and preparing a secure spot for the 3 hatchlings, Qyburn quietly stepped closer to Quen. Lowering his voice, he spoke with urgency. "My lord, the last batch of condemned prisoners transferred from Bloodstone has been completely used up." Quen, watching soldiers carry a crate of ancient texts into the largest cabin, paused and turned to him. "How is the progress?" For once, a trace of frustration and unease flickered across Qyburn's face. His brow furrowed. "The study of the soul remains too deep and forbidden. I've attempted every known method and even several new theoretical approaches, but I still can't prevent the soul's complete dissipation once it leaves the body." "So?" Quen raised an eyebrow. "So, you need more experimental material?" Qyburn nodded silently. Quen's gaze drifted beyond the camp, as though he could see through the wooden palisade to the distant hills, where the captives toiled like ants. He reached out and gave Qyburn's thin shoulder a light pat, his tone carrying quiet meaning. "If I recall correctly, many of those prisoners are from the Westerlands, aren't they? Castle construction is dangerous work, quarrying stone on cliffs, digging deep pits, hauling heavy blocks. Accidents are bound to happen, especially in this wilderness. Wolves prowl at night. If a few disobedient or unlucky souls go missing, dragged off by starving beasts, well, that's hardly unusual, is it? And who would ever question it? Quen's hatred for the Lannisters ran deep. Letting those Westerlanders live as long as they served a purpose was already generous. They would make perfect subjects for Qyburn's research. Qyburn understood immediately. As you command, my lord. Quen nodded, then shifted topics. One more thing, Maester Qyburn. Near the castle's main complex, I want you to design and oversee the construction of a large armory. Its purpose will be to mass-produce standardized weapons and armor. For craftsmen, recruit experienced smiths from Tyrosh, offer them generous pay. Among his forces, only the Dragon Soul Guards possessed Valyrian steel armor, far superior to the era's craft. Most other soldiers wore simple leather armor, offering little protection. Tyrosh, famed for its master armorers and weapon makers, catered mainly to noble houses and wealthy knights, but Quen intended to change that. A magnificent full suit of plate armor could take a master craftsman months to complete, each piece painstakingly forged, polished, enameled, and even inlaid with gemstones. Such armor was as much a work of art as a symbol of wealth and status. But Quen had no need for such luxuries. What he required was a war foundry, capable of swiftly equipping thousands of soldiers. He had no intention of mass-producing costly full-plate armor. It was prohibitively expensive, labor-intensive, and without sufficient war horses to field heavy cavalry simply not worth the investment. His focus was on two types of practical, easily mass-produced armor: plate coats and chain mail. Plate coats, also known as jack plates, were made by layering multiple sheets of canvas or tough leather, within which rows of rectangular iron or steel plates were sewn into key sections. Lightweight and flexible, they offered excellent protection for their cost, far superior to plain leather armor, and were ideal for free riders, hedge knights, and elite infantry alike. Chain mail, crafted from countless interlocking, riveted iron rings, formed a second skin that provided outstanding defense against both slashing and piercing attacks. The technique was well established, making it suitable for mass production. With a steady supply of reliable armor and weapons, Quen could finally raise and equip a formidable standing army. However, the next problem soon arose: where would he find the men to wield them? The disputed lands under the control of the three daughters were a place of twisted hierarchy. A few greedy slave masters and their merchant allies ruled from above, while the vast majority of the population were slaves, stripped of all rights and freedom. True freemen were few, and like most citizens of the free cities, they considered themselves above military service. None had the will or humility to die on the battlefield. Thus, the city-states relied heavily on sell-sword companies to sustain their military might. As for the prisoners from the Seven Kingdoms, they consisted mostly of professional soldiers and peasants drawn from various regions of Westeros. The former served their lords year-round, bound by oath and loyalty; the latter were conscripted only during times of war, their hearts tethered to families and fields. Both groups, Quen knew, were unsuitable. After much deliberation, only one viable source of manpower remained: the slave markets. It was said that the bearded priests of Norvos defended their city with armies of slaves, while Qohor relied on the ruthless, disciplined Unsullied as the backbone of their defences. The thought of the Unsullied stirred something in Quen. Perhaps it was time to send someone to Astapor, in Slaver's Bay. An army of elite infantry utterly obedient and flawlessly trained was exactly the foundation he needed most. 5 days later, a carrier pigeon from Tyrosh brought urgent news. The Seven Kingdoms peace delegation had arrived in the city, requesting a meeting with Quen to negotiate a ceasefire and the ransom of their prisoners. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Meeting the Envoys of the Seven Kingdoms. So Quen bid farewell to Janis and returned to Tyrosh. Upon his return, the first to greet him was Mizo. After Tyrosh lifted its state of martial law, Varys had immediately reached out to his little birds stationed in the city, issuing them fresh instructions. When Mizo relayed the intelligence gathered by these undercover agents, Quen was momentarily taken aback. The report stated that Varys had ordered his little birds to investigate Quen's marital status and his preferences regarding women. What were they plotting? Quen pondered the matter carefully, a sense of unease stirring within him. Ah, so that was it, they wanted him to marry Daenerys, to draw Robert's attention and wrath. At once, he understood Varys's intentions. His own ambitions for Westeros were no longer hidden, and with dragons as his greatest weapon, Varys clearly wished to use that to his advantage, pushing Quen and the Targaryen siblings into the open, making them the focus of the world's gaze. The thought left Quen half amused, half exasperated. Did Varys truly not consider that if he went along with such a plan, would young Aegon even have a chance to set foot on Westerosi soil? Then again, perhaps Varys simply viewed him as an ordinary dragon rider. He likely believed that once the wars in Westeros had run their course, removing Quen would allow Aegon to effortlessly claim the spoils. Quen let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Varys's schemes were doomed from the start. There might be things in this world capable of killing him, but certainly nothing within the reach of Varys and Illyrio. Tyrosh Palace. Great Lord Eddard Stark stood at the head of the delegation, his long face even sterner than usual, the grey-blue depths of his eyes shadowed with heavy concern. Behind him stood an array of notable figures: Peter Baelish, Master of Coin, Stafford Lannister, cousin to Lord Tywin of Casterly Rock, Garth Tyrell, Steward of Highgarden, accompanied by Loras Tyrell, third son of Lord Mace, Garth Hightower, son of Lord Leighton of Oldtown, Horus and Hobber Redwine, sons of Lord Pakester Redwine of the Arbor, Rabar and Waymar Royce, second and third sons of Lord Royce of Runestone. Also among them were Lord Harmon Euler of Hellholt in Dorne and his bastard daughter Elaria Sand, Cletus Yeronwood, son of Lord Yeronwood of Yeronwood, and Daemon Sand, the bastard of God's Grace. Beyond these prominent names, a number of knights and retainers completed the retinue. Lord Eddard had originally intended to travel with Littlefinger alone, yet before they could depart, news of the Seven Kingdoms' defeat had already reached the great lords of Westeros. One by one, nobles whose kin had been captured insisted on joining the delegation. They set sail from King's Landing, enduring several rough days across the narrow sea. Their first destination was Bloodstone Isle, only to find it empty. They were told that all captured nobles had been transferred to fallen Tyrosh. The news of Tyrosh's fall left Eddard and his party utterly stunned. When they arrived at Tyrosh, they once again found themselves too late. The Easterners had moved on to the disputed lands. They waited for 10 long, fruitless days before the mysterious Eastern Conqueror finally appeared. During that time, they had not been idle. With permission, Eddard and his men had managed to visit the imprisoned nobles held in the dungeons, and what they found was far from pleasant. A month in the cells had stripped the once pampered Westerosi lords of their dignity. They were thin as reeds, their faces smeared with grime, their fine clothes reduced to rags. Living day after day among rats, the noble prisoners of the Seven Kingdoms had been reduced to despairing shadows of their former selves. When Lord Pakester Redwine saw Eddard and the others arrive, he immediately burst into furious complaint, railing against the cruelty of the Westerlanders, Ironborn and Dornishmen alike. He claimed this motley alliance had never come to fight the Easterners of the Stepstones, but rather to seize the rumoured hoards of Valyrian steel. Hearing this, Lord Eddard felt a deep weariness settle over him. He recalled that the last time the Seven Kingdoms had sent troops to the Stepstones was 30 years ago, during the War of the Ninepenny Kings. Back then, King Jaehaerys II Targaryen had likewise raised a great host. The great lord of Casterly Rock, Lord Tytos Lannister, had contributed 11,000 men, while Quellan Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, had provided 100 longships. At least half of the 40,000 soldiers who had joined this campaign did so for impure reasons, driven not by duty, but by greed and the lure of treasure. In that moment, Lord Eddard Stark could not help but acknowledge the enduring power of House Targaryen's legacy. Thinking of it, he also found himself admiring the loyalty of the Reach's lords to the Iron Throne. In the expedition against Bloodstone Isle, the southern nobles of the Reach had contributed a quarter of the men and half of the fleet, and it was they who suffered the greatest losses. After speaking with several captured nobles, the delegation quickly confirmed 3 critical pieces of intelligence. The first was that Yoram Mormont had indeed betrayed the 7 kingdoms, becoming a lackey of the Easterners. The ambush on Bloodstone Isle had been his doing, a trap meticulously prepared, waiting for Westeros's forces to step right into it. The second was that Morin Tyrell, commander of the Old Town garrison and uncle to Lord Mace, had offended the Easterners and been executed beheaded by their own men. The Tyrells were furious, yet utterly helpless. For now, all they could do was ensure that the surviving nobles were ransomed home and report the grim news to Lord Mace. The third piece of intelligence concerned the Easterners' reaction to a certain tale. After hearing Prince Oberyn speak of how Dorne brought down Meraxes with scorpion bolts, he seemed noticeably uneasy. That was a crucial detail. The envoys unanimously agreed that if they emphasized the value and threat of the scorpion crossbows, it might deter the Easterner from ever daring to invade Westeros. At long last, after days of anxious waiting, the delegation of the 7 kingdoms finally witnessed the return of the Eastern ruler. Quen, dressed in a dark grey velvet coat, sat upon a high-backed chair adorned with ivory and agate. His cold gaze swept over the gathered envoys below like a silent tide. Mizo had already informed him that this 7 kingdoms delegation was led by Great Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. Eddard drew in a deep breath. The chill of the north carried in his lungs seemed to freeze the heavy air within the hall. Now in his 30s, tall and broad-shouldered, his brown hair streaked faintly with grey, Eddard's grey-blue eyes locked onto the man seated upon the dais. His voice was deep, steady, and edged with northern resolve. Lord Sorcerer of the East, we come by the command of His Grace Robert Baratheon I of the 7 Kingdoms and Lord Jonaran, the Hand of the King. We are here to discuss terms of truce and the release of our captured lords. I believe there has been some misunderstanding between you and the 7 Kingdoms. We were never meant to meet in battle but to coexist in peace. As he finished speaking, his gaze flicked subtly toward the man beside him. Peter Baelish's lips curved into that faultless, sly smile of his. He was just about to speak, ready to smooth over the tension with his silvered tongue. But a quiet chuckle from above interrupted him. Quen's voice followed, calm and laced with amusement. "Friends of the 7 Kingdoms," he said. "I believe we can indeed reach a truce." Silence fell across the hall, thick and absolute. "If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, The Lion's Bold Demand. The envoys exchanged stunned looks, scarcely believing their own ears. Littlefinger's smile froze for half a heartbeat, a glint of sharp calculation flickering in his eyes. So easily? Quen caught every subtle reaction, the corners of his lips curling into a teasing smile. "I haven't finished speaking yet." A chill rippled through the delegation. He inclined his head slightly. Mizo, standing at his side, drew a thick parchment scroll from the wide sleeve of his robe and, without a word, handed it down the steps. Great Lord Eddard stepped forward, his sword-calloused hand reaching out to receive it. The parchment felt cold against his skin. He untied the cord and slowly unfurled it, the dry rasp of the parchment filling the hall. His eyes schemed the densely written lines, black ink blotting the surface in heavy strokes. After reading only a few, the stern lines of his long face drained of color. His muscles tightened, his hands trembled as his knuckles whitened around the scroll. "The 7 Kingdoms shall pay 1 million golden dragons as compensation for the unprovoked assault on Bloodstone Isle. The 7 Kingdoms shall cede the Isles of Estermont and Tarth, along with their surrounding waters. The 7 Kingdoms shall exempt all stepstones trade from customs duties for 30 years. Clause after clause, over 100 in total. Every line demanded gold, land, or trade privileges. This was no peace treaty. It was a document of humiliation, a surrender written in the ink of defeat. Accept these terms, Lo Quen's languid voice drifted down from the dais, and the dawn of peace may yet come. At that, Eddard's pallor hardened into iron. He raised his grey-blue eyes, cold as the northern frost, locking them upon the man seated high above on the ornate chair. Rage boiled within him, so sharp and fierce it nearly broke through his restraint. This wasn't negotiation. This was vivisection, the slow flaying of the Seven Kingdoms alive. Peter Baelish slid closer, smooth as an eel. His grey-green eyes darted over the key lines on the parchment. That trademark sly smile still lingered on his lips, but a faint twitch at his cheek betrayed the strain beneath. Behind the mask of amusement, his mind raced, calculating outcomes and costs in the blink of an eye. The heavy scroll passed from hand to hand among the envoys, like a brand fresh from the forge, searing whoever held it. SSS. Gods above! This is extortion. Barefaced extortion. 1,000,000 golden dragons? Does he think gold grows on trees? Seed the islands? If we agree to that, His Grace will have our heads before we set foot home. Gasps, growls, and angry murmurs rippled through the hall, thick with outrage. Stafford Lannister of the Westerlands stood grim-faced, fingers brushing the hilt at his waist. Horace and Hobber Redwine of the Arbor exchanged frightened looks. Harmon Eula of Dorne narrowed his serpent-like eyes, a venomous gleam in his stare. Eddard drew a deep breath. The air itself seemed heavy with the taste of rust and humiliation. It took every ounce of his discipline and honor to quell the instinct to draw his blade. Forcing calm into his voice, he spoke, the edge of fury rasping through his words. Sorcerer. He used the title again, his tone as cold and cutting as a northern gale. These terms, the Seven Kingdoms will never accept them. Even if Aegon the Conqueror himself rose from the grave, faced with demands such as these, he would answer only with steel. He stood tall, his back straight as a drawn blade. Lo Quen merely shrugged, unconcerned. He had never expected them to agree in the first place. Then there's no deal. Lo Quen's gaze swept over the faces below, each one a mix of shock and anger. I imagine King's Landing's fleet doesn't have many seaworthy ships left, does it? If the Seven Kingdoms are too stingy to meet my terms peacefully, then I'll simply go to Westeros's shores myself and claim what is rightfully ours. Great Lord Eddard's heart sank. Dragons! And that fleet prowling the stepstones! The Seven Kingdoms might still hold their ground on land, relying on their vast territories and the heavy crossbows mounted atop their walls. But on the narrow sea, facing dragons that breathed fire, they stood no chance. A suffocating sense of helplessness gripped him. Just then, a smooth, rounded voice broke the tense silence. A stout man in a dark green velvet robe embroidered with golden roses squeezed through the crowd. His round, well-groomed face was arranged into a polite smile, though behind it flickered both shrewdness and unease. He bowed slightly, the flesh around his belly quivering beneath his tight-fitting doublet. Your Lordship, I am Garth Tyrell, Steward of Highgarden. By order of the Lord of Highgarden, I have come to humbly request your permission to ransom the unfortunate nobles of the Reach who were captured. He was the uncle of Lord Mace Tyrell Fat Garth, known throughout the Reach for his skill in negotiation and keen sense for numbers. This time, he had come accompanied by representatives from House Hightower and House Redwine, with one primary goal, to secure the safe return of the captured Reach nobles, each one worth a small fortune. Lo Quen smiled. Of course. Nobles and knights of the Seven Kingdoms, any who wish to buy back their freedom may do so, provided they pay the ransom. However, he continued, the price will be set by me. The delegation's hearts, which had just begun to lift, dropped again like stones. Surely not. Mizo reached once more into his wide sleeve and drew out another thick parchment scroll, handing it to Garth Tyrell's trembling hands. Garth unrolled it. After reading only 2 lines, the smile on his face melted like snow under the sun, replaced by a look of deathly despair. The list of names and the figures beside them were nothing short of daylight robbery and open plundering of the Reach's wealth. The ransom for an ordinary knight stood at an outrageous 1,000 golden dragons. For even a minor noble's son, the price leapt to 2,000 or 3,000. And when his eyes fell on the words Garland Tyrell ransom, 10,000 golden dragons, the world seemed to darken before him. His hand clutched the parchment so tightly it trembled uncontrollably. He regretted taking this mission the moment he saw it. Lady Olenna and Lord Mace had sent him their uncle and steward to bring back every noble tied closely to House Tyrell. But his brother, Morin Tyrell, was already dead. And now Garland's ransom alone stood at 10,000 golden dragons. The others would cost even more. And that wasn't counting the soldiers of the Reach. Highgarden was wealthy, but not even its golden fields could bear this kind of bleeding dry. Worse still, the man before him radiated calm confidence and absolute refusal to bargain that made any attempt at negotiation feel utterly pointless. Garth could already imagine Lady Olenna's cold, cutting gaze fixed upon him. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Concession. As despair and anger thickened the silence in the hall, Peter Baelish stepped forward once more. He idly twirled the neatly trimmed goatee on his chin, that familiar sly smile once again playing on his lips. His voice was smooth as silk. "Lord, your terms are far too harsh. Even the gods above could not meet them. Our delegation comes here in good faith, seeking to build a long-term, mutually beneficial relationship with you." Spreading his hands, he strolled gracefully across the vast hall, the soft sound of his shoes echoing against the cold stone floor. "Perhaps we might each make a small concession? Some of the items on this list could be adjusted, and the figures are certainly open to discussion. After all..." He stopped, fixing his burning gaze on Lo Quen seated upon the dais. "A stable and even friendly Seven Kingdoms is vital to your grand ambitions." "Vital?" Lo Quen drew out the word, his tone laced with open skepticism. "Tell me, in what way are you important to me?" Littlefinger's smile widened. "We are your potential and most loyal allies, my lord." "Allies?" Lo Quen let out a low, cold laugh. "Allies? Since when do those who meet on the battlefield call each other that?" Peter's smile deepened. "Lord, if I may speak plainly, the Seven Kingdoms may have had certain misunderstandings with you, but we are not your true enemies. Consider this, now that you've claimed the jewel of Tyrosh, who truly keeps you on edge, robbing you of sleep? Is it the nearby free cities Pentos, Mir, Lys, your neighbors and kin in trade? Or the Seven Kingdoms across the narrow sea, too consumed by their own troubles to interfere?" He paused, his voice carrying clearly through the hall. "My lord, as the master of coin of the Seven Kingdoms, I can say this with certainty: while our coffers may not overflow, our true strength lies in our war potential and military might, our formidable armies and superior war machines. The free cities, reliant on sell swords and merchant fleets, cannot compare." He took a step closer. "When those free cities cast greedy eyes upon you, plotting to reclaim Tyrosh or even dare to threaten your dragon with some special weapon, would not a powerful ally be worth more than a horde of avaricious foes? Then, perhaps, the Seven Kingdoms could stand as your firmest support." "Special weapon?" Lo Quen narrowed his eyes at him. "What are you referring to?" A sharp gleam flickered in Littlefinger's eyes as he spoke the name. "The Scorpion crossbow, my lord. The great engines capable of piercing dragon scales." Lo Quen slowly leaned back in his seat, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest of his throne. Yet his eyes never left the Westerosi envoys below. The anticipation on their faces and that faint trace of smugness did not escape his notice. "Good. The fish has taken the bait." The hall grew so silent that only the steady tapping of Lo Quen's fingers could be heard. After what felt like an eternity, long enough that the great lord nearly believed he would end the meeting altogether, Lo Quen finally spoke. "Very well. In that case, take these terms back with you and discuss them thoroughly. Tell me what price you can accept. Remember, my patience has its limits." The words fell like an edict. The delegation's tense expressions softened at once, a collective sigh rippled through the room. As long as there was room to negotiate, there was hope. The greedy Eastern lord still feared the dragon-slaying scorpion crossbow. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms bowed quickly and departed, clutching the two parchments like burning coals. They would have to send ravens to King's Landing at once, relaying these exorbitant terms, and then rack their brains for ways to sate the Eastern sorcerer's hunger with the smallest possible cost in the next round of talks. As the last envoy vanished through the doorway, the heavy oak doors closed with a thunderous boom, sealing off the clamor outside. Mizo stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Lord, all went exactly as you foresaw. They truly tried to threaten you with the scorpion crossbow." A faintly mocking smile curved Quen's lips. "Let them threaten." He leaned back lazily in his chair. "These negotiations with the Seven Kingdoms? The longer they drag on, the better. A year or two of talks would be ideal. I never intended to invade Westeros now, so there's no need to completely sever ties with the Seven Kingdoms just yet and fight to the death. That would only give the hyenas of Pentos, Lys, and Myr a chance to snicker behind our backs. Our true prey are those wealthy yet fragmented free cities. As for those Seven Kingdoms prisoners, they're sweating and bleeding under the scorching sun and the crack of whips at Crown Town, building our castle to guard the disputed lands. By the time the lords in King's Landing finally finish haggling and scrape together their ransom to claim their men, our castle will likely already stand tall and mighty." A flicker of confusion crossed Mizo's eyes. "Lord, if we are not invading Westeros now, why did we use Yoram Mormont to lure the Seven Kingdoms forces into raiding Bloodstone Isle?" Quen cut him off, his gaze deepening. "The Seven Kingdoms have always viewed any power unifying the Stepstones as a threat. Even if I hadn't used Yora to lure them out, they would eventually see us as the Nine-Penny Kings. Using Yora to draw the snake from its hole serves to eliminate the Seven Kingdoms fleet first, trapping them on the western continent. This makes dealing with the free cities far easier. Moreover, this would grant us near total dominance over the narrow sea save for Bravuz's purple fleet." Mizo's eyes widened in sudden understanding, yet new worry crept across his brow. "Lord, but, this remains a stopgap measure. The Seven Kingdoms span vast lands, rule millions of subjects, and possess deep-rooted foundations. Once they've licked their wounds, rebuilt their fleets, and regained their strength, do you not fear they'll return with vengeance? The humiliation they suffer today, they will never forget. Retaliation." Quen let out a mocking chuckle. He rose slowly, walking to the tall stained glass window. Turning his back to Mizo, he gazed out at the undulating rooftops of Tyrosh and the distant, shimmering narrow sea. "Mizo, I've never feared their vengeance. My only hope is, that years from now, when they're tearing each other apart over that damned Iron Throne in the north, the Riverlands, the Westerlands, when brothers fight brothers and fathers slay sons, they might still find the time to remember this minor grievance across the narrow sea." Mizo snapped his head up, staring in shock at Quen's retreating figure. He couldn't comprehend why the Lord was so utterly certain Westeros would descend into civil war. That certainty sent an inexplicable chill through him. How far into the future did the Lord truly see on the chessboard of the Game of Thrones? Chapter 107, Chapter 107, The Targaryen Siblings, Bonus. At the end of a narrow alley beside the bustling market of Tyrosh stood a vast, high-walled courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, beneath the shade of a flourishing pomegranate tree, Viserys Targaryen stood tall, his pale silver hair gleaming faintly in the light. He wore a slightly worn black velvet cloak, its collar and cuffs embroidered with vivid red silk in the shape of dragons. His expression was proud and imperious as he addressed the obese and bloated magister of Pentos, Illyrio Mopetus. "This Easterner, just how many men can he provide?" Illyrio's face stretched into a practiced smile, his tone smooth and oily. "Prince, the Eastern sorcerer has conquered the Stepstones and Tyrosh. They are readying themselves to invade the Seven Kingdoms. According to reliable reports, he commands 10,000 well-trained soldiers and an army of 1,000 corpses." Viserys frowned, his deep violet eyes clouded with doubt. An army of the dead. He gave a short, derisive laugh. Illyrio, when did you start repeating the nonsense of tavern bards? The dead cannot rise to fight. Illyrio bowed slightly. It is true, my prince. Beyond the army of the dead, it is said the sorcerer from the east is accompanied by a great dragon. A flicker of shock crossed Viserys' face. A dragon? He sneered. Only those of true Dragonlord's blood can tame such beasts. He's just a nameless man from Yiti. If he truly had a dragon, I would have seen it when he took Tyrosh. Illyrio's expression remained calm, though unease stirred within him. Varys had assured him that Eddard Stark never lied. The armies of the Seven Kingdoms had indeed been shattered by that sorcerer's golden dragon. And the lords at King's Landing claimed the beast stretched over 200 feet long. Yet, as Viserys said, on the day Tyrosh fell, there had been only blood and steel, no dragon in sight. Illyrio pushed down his doubts, choosing in the end to trust the word of his old friend Varys. He smiled again, voice dripping with persuasion. Prince, whether or not the dragon is real, the army of the dead armed with Valyrian steel is undeniable. The men of the East also command hundreds of warships. They have just defeated the Seven Kingdoms' navy at the Stepstones, and the king himself was nearly captured. He intentionally exaggerated the power that lay in Quen's hands. Viserys snapped, correcting sharply, the usurper. The pretender who stole the Iron Throne that rightfully belongs to House Targaryen. Illyrio bowed his head lower. Of course, my prince. I do not doubt your words. All you need is the support of this eastern army. A gleam of hope brightened Viserys' face. He could already picture it leading the armies of the Stepstones and Tyrosh's shore in Westeros, greeted by the people of the Seven Kingdoms raising their cups in joyous welcome. But Illyrio's honeyed smile cut through his fantasy. Prince, it's nearly time. Is the princess ready? Today is the coronation of that eastern sorcerer. It would not do to arrive late. Even as he spoke, the carved wooden doors creaked open. Daenerys Targaryen stepped out slowly, supported by two hand-picked attendants of Illyrio. She wore an exquisite silver-white silk gown that trailed along the floor, the hem embroidered with fine spiraling patterns that shimmered like frost in the sunlight. Her long silver-gold hair flowed like molten platinum, framing a face that was delicate yet still touched by innocence. But her beautiful violet eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. She moved as if in a daze, her thoughts far from the courtyard, as though her soul had wandered elsewhere. Years of exile had left her as slender as a tender branch in early spring, not yet fully blossomed, carrying a fragile beauty that could break one's heart. Viserys' cold, critical gaze swept over his sister, his brows tightening even further. He turned to Illyrio, impatience creeping into his voice. Are you certain that the Easterner would fancy such a young girl? She's too thin, too timid, hardly bearing the poise of a princess. As Viserys said, Daenerys had spent her life wandering the 9 free cities with her brother, her body's growth stunted by hardship. She was still a child, too young, not yet even come into her womanhood. Illyrio's smile remained perfectly intact. Prince, according to multiple reliable sources, the Eastern Conqueror is young and has no lawful wife. The princess possesses the purest Valyrian blood. Her nobility and beauty will surely captivate him. She is more than worthy of a queen's throne. Viserys pressed his pale lips together, still uneasy. But she hasn't come of age yet. Wouldn't that be? Illyrio interrupted smoothly. All is easily arranged. We can first establish a sacred betrothal. Once the princess is in full health and her flowering arrives, the wedding ceremony can be held without delay. Viserys finally gave a reluctant nod. Then he turned sharply toward Daenerys, his tone turning harsh and cutting. Come here. My dear sister. Daenerys flinched at the sound of his voice and moved closer, timid and hesitant. Listen. Viserys looked down at her, his deep violet eyes devoid of warmth, filled only with a cold warning. When you meet that Eastern king, keep your head up. Smile. Show your figure. Carry yourself as a true princess of House Targaryen. If you dare bring shame to me, if there's even the slightest mistake, you know the consequences. You wouldn't want me to awaken the sleeping dragon's wrath, would you?" Daenerys's slender shoulders quivered, her violet eyes glazing with tears. The sleeping dragon's wrath again. Once, Viserys had told her tales of their family's glory, of the mighty dragon lords of old, teaching her to take pride in her true dragon blood. Those warm memories had long since withered, fading away in their endless flight and the despair of their hopeless exile. Reality had turned him cruel and volatile. He blamed her for their mother's death in childbirth, beating and cursing her whenever his rage took hold. Once, she had naively believed she might marry her brother, as the ancient dragon lords of Valyria had done. But now, that childish illusion had shattered. She saw clearly at last Viserys' obsession with reclaiming the throne had devoured his sanity. He had become a madman willing to sell her to anyone for the faint promise of a crown. And so, just as now, he had been seduced by a lie spun sweetly by a Pentos broker eager to trade his sister to a man he had never met, the Eastern sorcerer whose name carried a dark and fearsome reputation throughout the city of Tyrosh. Before she could think further, Illyrio clapped his plump hands. 4 strong slaves carried in a beautifully carved sedan chair. The 3 of them climbed inside. The curtains fell, and the chair began its slow journey toward the royal palace of Tyrosh. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, When Enemies Meet. The palace that once belonged to the former Archon of Tyrosh had been completely transformed into Quen's temporary royal residence. Before its grand gates, the streets were alive with noise and motion. Carriages rattled, horses neighed, and voices rose in a constant, lively din. Wealthy merchants and envoys from the 9 free cities, their attendants trailing behind them, crowded the entrance. Even nobles from the distant Summer Isles, their dark skin gleaming beneath elaborate feathered adornments, had come to witness the coronation of the mysterious Eastern Conqueror. The air was thick with the mingling scents of expensive perfume, sweat, and horses. The Targaryen siblings' palanquin came to a halt before the palace. As the 3 stepped down, they were immediately swallowed by the press of people and the thunderous chatter of the crowd. Using his influence, Illyrio guided the uneasy Viserys and the skittish Daenerys through the layers of guarded inspection points and into the palace's front garden. The garden was a testament to the former Archon's wealth and prestige. Wide lawns stretched in every direction, trimmed to perfection. Intricately designed waterways crossed between them, their crystal streams catching the sunlight as they flowed toward a massive alabaster fountain at the center. A pavilion draped in cascading purple wisteria filled the air with a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. The surrounding flower beds bloomed with rare plants from every corner of the world, dazzling in color and variety. Among the guests gathered there were merchants and nobles clad in splendid silk robes and dripping with jewels. Silver goblets in hand, they spoke in hushed tones, faces fixed in polite smiles while their eyes darted about, weighing and judging those around them. Maidservants dressed in simple linen gowns moved gracefully between the guests like butterflies, balancing heavy silver trays laden with chilled wine, honey-glazed larks, and spiced seafood pies, offering them with practiced smiles. At the center of the plaza, a famed troupe from Bravus performed with great enthusiasm. Several dwarves, clad in outlandish and colorful costumes, acted out a popular satirical farce, lampooning the follies of an arrogant magister. Their exaggerated movements and biting lines drew waves of laughter from the crowd, easing the tension that hung over this gathering of power and ambition. Illyrio, however, was focused on his goal. He led the Targaryen siblings through the sea of laughter and chatter, heading straight for the white marble staircase at the far end of the garden. At the top stood a formation of guards in gleaming armor, their eyes sharp and disciplined. Surrounding them was a tall man with chestnut brown curls and a neatly trimmed beard. Roro, one of Quen's most trusted commanders, the man responsible for overseeing his core forces. Illyrio put on his most ingratiating smile, bowing slightly as he spoke in a smooth and deferential tone. Lord Roro, good day. Please forgive my unannounced arrival. I am Illyrio Mopetus, a humble merchant from Pentos, come to offer my congratulations on the coronation of His Grace, the great King of Tyrosh and the Stepstones. He made sure to emphasize his role as a merchant, careful to present himself with utmost humility. Roro's gaze swept over Illyrio and the two standing behind him. He smiled faintly and nodded but did not speak. Illyrio quickly stepped aside and gestured toward his companions with a flourish. Lord Roro, it is my great honor to introduce His Grace Viserys Targaryen III, the sole legitimate king of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, and his royal sister, Princess Daenerys Targaryen, bearer of the purest Valyrian blood. The smile on Roro's face twisted instantly into one of mocking disdain. He looked Viserys up and down the young man's back ramrod straight with nervous tension and then glanced at Daenerys, who hid behind her brother, her small face pale as snow, her body trembling slightly. Suddenly, he burst into booming laughter. Ha ha ha! The rightful king of the 7 kingdoms? We just crushed your so-called king, Robert Baratheon, and his fleet on the waters of the Stepstones. The man himself nearly became our prisoner. Boy, if you're truly a king, I'd advise you to tuck your tail between your legs and crawl back into your rat hole before we decide to throw you into a dungeon to keep your bannerman company. Viserys flared like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He violently shook off Illyrio's restraining hand, his pale face flushing scarlet with rage as he shrieked. Robert Baratheon is a false king. A usurper. I, Viserys Targaryen, am the only rightful heir to the Iron Throne, the true and lawful king of the 7 kingdoms. Roro was about to bark out a reprimand when a voice, laced with mocking amusement, suddenly cut through the air. A king without a kingdom. Everyone turned toward the sound. From the direction of the fountain came a large group of people, led by Peter Baelish, his face adorned with its usual mischievous smile. Behind him walked Lord Eddard Stark, his expression calm and cold as steel, followed by the entire delegation of the 7 kingdoms. After more than a month of grueling negotiations, though the harsh conditions still fell far short of King's Landing's expectations, Littlefinger's silver tongue had managed to soften most of the terms, even cutting down the noble's ransom. Eddard Stark's grey eyes swept over the Targaryen siblings standing on the steps. He looked at them, his voice low and heavy. The Targaryen dynasty ended with the fall of King's Landing. The rightful king of the 7 kingdoms is now His Grace, Robert Baratheon I. He drew in a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as he fought to suppress the fury boiling inside him. The memory of the Mad King Aerys burning his father and brother alive clawed at him like a nightmare. If not for the sanctity of this occasion, if not for the fact that these Targaryen children bore no guilt for their forebears' crimes, his sword would already have been drawn. Clang! The sharp ring of steel split through the noise of the garden. Stafford Lannister and several of his Westerlands retainers drew their blades almost simultaneously, their cold edges glinting in the sun as they leveled them at Viserys and Daenerys. He roared, spittle flying. Targaryen bastards! You dare show your faces here? Perfect, I'll take your heads back to King's Landing myself. His bellow was the spark to a powder keg. The Knights of the Vale drew their weapons without hesitation. The air froze, blades drawn, tempers ignited, the tension thick enough to choke on. The performers by the fountain fell silent, the dwarves huddling together in fright. Guests shrieked and stumbled backward, the clatter of goblets and the crash of trays mixing with panicked cries. All eyes turned to the small marble staircase where the confrontation raged. Even within the Westerosi delegation, division erupted. The Dornish stood aloof, while the Tyrells and Redwynes of the Reach looked stricken, their hands hovering uncertainly near their hilts, caught between action and restraint. Viserys had never imagined the 7 kingdoms' envoys would attend the coronation. At Stafford's roar and sudden flash of steel, he froze in terror. As more swords were drawn among the envoys, men eager to spill his blood, despair clenched his chest. Daenerys stood motionless, paralyzed with fear. Viserys grabbed Illyrio's sleeve, his voice breaking in panic. "Illyrio, stop them, stop them. When I reclaim my throne, I'll reward you with a castle, an entire castle." Nearby, Lord Eddard's face darkened, his voice cutting through the chaos like a whip. "Sheath your weapons. This is a coronation ceremony." But the proud Lannister paid him no heed. Standing on the steps, sword in hand, he aimed the gleaming blade directly at the terrified Daenerys as though he meant to strike down the dragon spawn then and there. And in that perilous instant, whoosh thud! A sharp, whistling crack tore through the air, followed by a sickening, heavy sound like a ripe melon struck by a hammer. Stafford Lannister's proud head was pierced clean through by an arrow before all eyes. Red blood and white brain matter burst forth, splattering across the jeweled finery and horrified faces of nearby nobles. His headless body swayed once, then toppled like a sack of rags, tumbling down the white marble steps and leaving behind a bright, gory trail. Ah! For a moment, there was silence, then came the piercing screams of panic. The garden dissolved into chaos, guests scattering in every direction. Then, from beyond the courtyard walls, came the sound of heavy, synchronized footsteps, steady and thunderous, like distant rolling thunder. From behind the ornamental stone arches lining both sides of the garden, 2 columns of dragon soul guards clad in heavy armor emerged. Their movements were swift as wind, and in an instant, they surrounded the steps, encircling not only the platform but every member of the Seven Kingdoms delegation. The weapons in their hands gleamed under the sunlight, their dark, rippling Valyrian patterns flowing like waves across the blades. Only then did the heavy palace doors slowly creak open. Quen stepped out, accompanied by Yoram Mormont and Mizo Mar. He had not yet changed into his coronation robes, instead, he wore a deep blue silk tunic. His face was expressionless, and his gaze swept across the tense crowd on the steps, cold and still as a frozen lake. In his hand was a recurved bow that still quivered faintly. It had been his arrow that struck down Stafford Lannister, the man who dared draw his sword at a coronation. The Targaryen siblings, still reeling from the shock, turned toward Quen. A flicker of astonishment lit Daenerys's deep violet eyes. Was this the Easterner who was about to be crowned king? Was this the man she was to marry? He didn't look like the demonic sorcerer whispered about by the Tyroji, rather, he seemed like a youth only a few years older than herself. Daenerys's gaze shifted to her brother. The memory of Viserys desperately clutching Illyrio's sleeve and begging for help was still fresh in her mind. By comparison, the truth struck her suddenly and cruelly. Her brother, the Prince of House Targaryen, looked like nothing more than a clown before Quen. The envoys of the Seven Kingdoms stared at Quen, momentarily stunned. This Easterner had actually slain a Lannister. Yet none of them spoke. Stafford had brought his fate upon himself by raising a sword at another man's coronation. Their gazes soon drifted to the middle-aged man in the green wool tunic standing behind Quen, and their pupils contracted sharply. Yoram Mormont. Someone among the envoys gasped the name aloud. During the earlier negotiations, they had never seen Yora and had assumed the traitor of the Seven Kingdoms was being hidden by the Easterner. Yoram Mormont gave Quen a brief bow before stepping forward. His eyes swept over the shaken envoys below the steps, their faces streaked with blood, and his voice came cold and sharp with killing intent. Those who dare act with insolence at a coronation deserve death. Great Lord Eddard forced down his shock, meeting Yora's gaze with his steely grey eyes. He stepped forward, his voice hoarse but steady. "Sir Yora, I never thought I would see you again. I regret letting you escape the north. If your father saw what you've become, he would be filled with shame. You have brought disgrace upon the north and upon House Mormont." Yora laughed coldly, unmoved by the rebuke. "Eddard Stark," he said, his tone laced with contempt, "spare me your hollow talk of honor. Now order every man still holding a weapon to drop it." His gaze hardened. Around him, the dragon soul guards, silent as iron statues, stepped forward in perfect unison. The Valyrian steel swords in their hands lifted slightly, their edges flashing with deadly light. Through the slits of their helmets, their eyes glowed with cold, inhuman focus, each gaze locking onto a member of the Seven Kingdoms delegation. Eddard's heart sank. Valyrian steel. And those empty, lifeless eyes beneath the armor. So the rumors were true. This was the Eastern sorcerer's fabled army of the dead. Under the Dragon Soul Guard's unyielding stare, the men from the Vale hesitated, then slowly sheathed their blades. The remaining men of the Westerlands glanced at the headless corpse sprawled across the steps, then at the ring of drawn swords around them. Fear and resentment warred in their eyes, but at last, trembling, they pushed their blades back into their scabbards with painful slowness. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, The Coronation. Quen ignored the clamor filling the hall, leaving all matters to Mizo, Roro, and Chayik now in the guise of Yora while he turned his attention to the coronation preparations. Time passed slowly. By the time noon approached, all the guests from the gardens had been ushered into the palace, its walls inlaid with jewels and mother of pearl, gleaming like a fallen star. Inside, the air was rich with the fragrance of precious incense. Guests stood in silent anticipation, lined neatly along both sides of the pathway laid with deep crimson Myrish carpets. Illyrio led the still-shaken Targaryen siblings into the hall. Daenerys stared in quiet awe at the magnificence before her. Towering stone windows framed panels of stained glass, casting cascades of colored light that rippled across the floor like a dreamlike sea. On both sides, massive tapestries woven by Mir's most skilled artisans hung from the stone walls, deep blue and violet like the night sky, red and green burning like gemstones. Above, the gilded reliefs across the vaulted ceiling glimmered with a soft, sacred glow under carefully arranged light. At the end of the crimson carpet, the focus of every gaze, stood a throne so breathtaking it seemed to still the air around it. It was carved from a single piece of flawless white marble. Every inch of its surface was set with countless brilliant gems and round pearls that refracted light into dazzling rainbows. Behind the throne hung a great golden banner embroidered with a blood-red dragon, wings spread wide in a roar. This was the royal and family sigil designed personally by Quen, gold symbolizing his own transformation into the golden dragon, and red representing his future mount, the crimson dragon. Daenerys's eyes wandered across the splendor, filled with wonder and a trace of awe only a young girl could feel. Then, suddenly, a grand, celestial symphony erupted through the hall. The music was vast and solemn, so powerful that the very floor seemed to vibrate beneath their feet. It was no melody of mortal creation, but the voice of gods whispering from the heavens, seizing every soul within the palace in an instant. Daenerys turned sharply toward the sound, her heart pounding wildly. Beside her, Viserys and Illyrio stood frozen, mouths slightly open, faces etched with disbelief and awe. Members of the Seven Kingdoms delegation blanched, their pupils wide with shock. The proud court music of Westeros now seemed nothing more than a rustic tune in the presence of this divine harmony. The music's grandeur was so overwhelming that it nearly compelled them to fall to their knees in reverence. Yet what terrified them even more was that, despite the music filling every corner of the vast hall, there were no instruments in sight. Then, from the shadows of the second-floor gallery, rows of Tyrosh singers emerged, standing tall and solemn. In High Valyrian, the common tongue of Westeros, and the language of Yiti, they began to sing the hymn Quen himself had composed and adapted. Long live our great king! May his realm endure forever and ever! Their voices rose deep and powerful, reverent and sacred, merging seamlessly with the ocean of music. Together, the two forces became one, lifting the atmosphere of the entire hall to its zenith. The melody was Quen's adaptation of the British anthem God Save the King from his previous life, stripped of divine right verses and rewritten into pure praise for the monarch. Where once the line had been God Save the King, he had changed it to Long Live the King. To achieve such grandeur, he had ordered 100,000 precision-crafted metal pipes embedded along the palace walls, creating a massive pipe organ unlike anything seen in the world of Westeros. The organ's resonant waves carried a divine majesty that made even the proudest nobles bow their heads unconsciously, their knees weakening beneath the sheer weight of its sacred sound. Just as the swelling music reached its thundering peak, the great palace doors, inlaid with gold and jade, began to open slowly. A figure, bathed in a blaze of white sunlight, emerged into view. Quen was draped in a magnificent, floor-length cloak of pure white. The outer garment was made from white sable fur, its silver-tipped hairs gleaming faintly as they caught the light, intricately sewn together with fine silk. Beneath the cloak, he wore a robe of golden silk. Delicate golden ribbons, embroidered with exquisite precision, circled his shoulders, and the sash around his waist was woven from gold-threaded fabric, fastened by a massive dragon head clasp of solid gold, a symbol of supreme majesty. But what truly left the hall breathless was the crown upon his head, a masterpiece of deep, royal purple splendor. It was nothing like the crude metal circlets worn by the kings of the Seven Kingdoms. Its structure was formed from a solid gold ring and four arching ribs that curved inward to meet at the crown's apex, where a ruby the size of a man's fist rested in a golden cradle. Between each arch, and all around the circlet's rim, more than 1,000 gemstones had been set close together, casting a prismatic blaze of light that dazzled the eye. A band of silver fox fur lined its base, giving it the stately look of a coronation cap rather than a mere crown. Under the stunned gazes of all present, Quen advanced slowly. In his left hand he held a golden scepter, his right rested steadily upon the hilt of the sword at his waist. His expression was calm and solemn as he strode step by measured step across the deep red Myrish carpet toward the throne of white gems, the seat of ultimate power. Behind him, the trailing hem of his nearly 20-foot-long white mink cloak was borne aloft by several attendants, gliding across the marble floor as he entered the hall. This attire and crown were modelled after the coronation regalia of a British monarch from Quen's previous life, wholly distinct from any royal vestments known in the Seven Kingdoms. The envoys of Westeros could no longer contain the storm within their hearts. Their eyes met across the aisle, flickering with disbelief and unease. The sight before them shattered generations of noble pride. For the first time, they felt like peasants from the hinterlands. Beside this Easterner's majesty, their own ceremonious splendor seemed hollow and crude. That snow-white ermine cloak and radiant crown etched themselves deep into their memories. Across the hall, Viserys Targaryen stood motionless, his soul half adrift. His eyes were wide, fixed upon the crown atop Quen's head and the gleaming robes upon his shoulders. His lips moved soundlessly. Only one image filled his mind: he, Viserys Targaryen III, wearing that sacred, untouchable regalia, that priceless crown upon his brow, walking toward the Iron Throne amid the worship and adoration of the world. Jealousy feral and consuming gnawed at his heart. His hands trembled, his nails bit deep into his palms. The force of his longing was enough to make him sway on his feet. Finally, Quen reached the resplendent throne of white gems. He turned with unhurried poise, his piercing gaze sweeping across the hall. Then, slowly and with absolute composure, he seated himself upon the gem-studded throne. At his side stood Mizomar, robed in attire no less splendid. His voice rang clear, proclaiming in High Valyrian, the common tongue, and Yiddish. In the sight of all witnesses, I declare Quen of Yiti crowned king of Tyrosh, the narrow sea, and the step stones. May his reign endure forever. The echoes of his proclamation rolled beneath the gilded dome, and, whether out of reverence or fear, the entire hall responded in one resounding voice. May his reign endure forever. The coronation was complete. A new king had risen. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Refusing Illyrio. As soon as the ceremony concluded, the guests were ushered to the rear hall for a lavish banquet. Illyrio moved with light steps, leading the Targaryen siblings to Quen's presence. He bowed deeply, his voice honeyed and smooth. Your Grace, I am Illyrio Mopedus, a merchant of Pentos. Your coronation was truly magnificent. I wonder if I might have the honor of introducing to you the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, His Grace Viserys Targaryen III. Viserys drew a deep breath, forcing his frail chest to puff out as he tried to imitate a king's composure. "King of Tyrosh," he began stiffly. "The Seven Kingdoms now suffer under the usurper's unlawful rule. He stole the throne that rightfully belongs to me and has sought to assassinate me. Given that we share the same enemy, we can unite against the usurper, Robert Baratheon. My sister bears the noble blood of House Targaryen. She shall be your queen and bear you true dragon heirs." He seized Daenerys by the arm and pulled her forward. Daenerys had been in the middle of her meal, a half-chewed honey-glazed sausage still in her mouth, the oil glistening on her lips. Caught off guard as she was pushed before Quen, her face flared scarlet. Viserys' expression darkened instantly at the sight of the sausage in her hand. Snatching it away, he cursed inwardly. "Damn it! I forgot to warn her not to eat." The entire scene unfolded clearly before the nearby envoys of the Seven Kingdoms, who were also feasting. In an instant, several sharp gazes turned their way. Great Lord Eddard Stark fixed Viserys with a frigid stare. Littlefinger took a leisurely sip of wine, a hint of amusement tugging at the corner of his lips. His voice, just loud enough for several surrounding tables to hear, carried easily through the air. "Look at that, a Targaryen seeking aid from an eastern sorcerer. Now there's a bit of news his grace won't be pleased to hear." Lord Harmon, sipping his brandy nearby, shot Littlefinger a cold look. "Lord Littlefinger, this isn't a brothel in King's Landing. Best lower your voice. If that Easterner takes offense, he could have you killed in an instant." Littlefinger replied smoothly, "What's this?" Lord Harmon feeling pity for the brother and sister. "True, their begging is quite pitiful. But do not forget their goal is the invasion of Westeros." Harmon's face shifted slightly before he gave a derisive snort. "I'd rather not see you end up like Stafford." The Dornishman retorted sharply, then fell silent. Across the table, the members of the delegation exchanged uneasy glances. They all recalled the earlier standoff on the palace steps, the Dornishmen who hadn't drawn their blades, and the Reachmen who'd hesitated to act. Great Lord Eddard's heart grew heavy. The Baratheon dynasty had been founded on the alliance of stag, wolf, eagle, fish, and half a lion. Those 5 houses had once risen together against the Targaryens during the War of the Usurper. But the Dornish were not like the Reachmen. Eddard hadn't forgotten how Stannis had secluded himself when Robert chose Pakester as commander. Nor had he forgotten the bitter enmity between the Lannisters and Dorne. He rubbed his temples, wishing the negotiations would move faster, that the captured nobles might soon be released so he could return to the north. Before marching south, Maester Luwin had told him that Catelyn was pregnant. He wondered if, by the time he returned, he would be in time to see the child born. Upon the throne, Quen regarded Illyrio's round, fawning face with silent contempt. So this cheese merchant truly meant to drag him into the mud, hoping to buy time for young Aegon to grow and bide his moment in the shadows. But Quen had no intention of letting him succeed. "Prince," he said evenly, "I fear you misunderstand. We are in the midst of peace negotiations with the Seven Kingdoms. If I were to marry a Targaryen princess now, our newly founded realm would face considerable trouble." His gaze flicked briefly toward Daenerys as he delivered his cold rejection. Illyrio blinked in confusion. "What? That couldn't be right. Wasn't this Easterner planning to invade the Seven Kingdoms? If he married Daenerys, all he'd need to do was dispose of Viserys, and he'd hold a legitimate claim to the Iron Throne. Such a perfect opportunity, and he refused it." Daenerys's cheeks burned hotter at his words. She thought perhaps she lacked the beauty to capture the young king's interest, and a strange, fleeting disappointment stirred in her chest. Viserys, meanwhile, was seething inside. He had expected the king of Tyrosh to be overjoyed by his offer, to welcome them as honored guests. Instead, he'd been met with cold, absolute rejection. Illyrio hastily tried to recover. "Your Grace, you may not be aware these 2 Targaryens are the last true dragon blood heirs in the world. I hear you keep a dragon. After a dragon lays its eggs, it needs one of dragon blood to tame and ride it. You! Quen cut him off sharply. I have no dragon. The so-called dragons are lies spread by the 7 kingdoms. You need not say more. I have no interest in the Targaryen restoration. If you have no other business, you may take your leave. He was firm in his denial he had no dragon. After all, they would never find the Golden One, and his 3 young hatchlings were still safe in the valley below Conquest Keep. Watching Quen's retreating figure, Illyrio wiped at the sweat beading on his forehead, a sinking feeling gnawing at his gut. His plan was slipping off course. He hesitated. 3 dragon egg fossils still lay treasured in his mansion, locked away for years. Perhaps those could convince Quen to agree to the marriage alliance. The thought made his heart ache. Ever since hearing rumors that the Easterner might possess a dragon, Illyrio had secretly gathered a group of sorcerers and pyromancers to hatch the eggs. But no dragon had emerged, only several of his courtyards burned to ash in the attempt. Even so, the fiasco had only made him value the fossils more. There was no way he could simply give them away. Yet, as Quen was about to vanish through the side door, Illyrio ground his teeth and made up his mind. To hell with it! He hurried forward, nearly tripping over his own robes, and called out, Your Grace! If you are willing to marry Princess Daenerys, I have a gift that is certain to please you. Seeing Illyrio's desperate persistence, Quen immediately understood the merchant meant to use the dragon eggs to buy his consent. But Quen already possessed several of his own. What need did he have for Illyrio's 3? He waved dismissively. No need to say more. Illyrio grew frantic. Your Grace, the Targaryen prince and princess live here in Tyrosh, constantly hunted by assassins from the Iron Throne. Can you truly allow your own kingdom to be riddled with plots and killings? You saw the 7 kingdoms' envoys in the garden, their hatred for the prince and princess. Quen paused mid-step, reconsidered, and turned his gaze upon Illyrio's sweating, plump face. If you present this gift first, he said evenly, then we may discuss the matter further. With that, he brushed past and departed. Try to play him for a fool? Not a chance. Once Illyrio brought the dragon eggs forward, it would be Quen and only Quen who decided whether or not a marriage alliance would happen. That night, Quen summoned Mizo and ordered him to keep the Targaryen siblings under strict surveillance. They were to live comfortably, if need be, but under no circumstances were they to leave Tyrosh. And above all, they must not die by Robert's assassins. He knew the Iron Throne's coffers were nearly empty, they couldn't afford to hire the faceless men. At most, they would send ordinary killers. Mizo's skills would be more than enough to deal with those. The next day, Tyrosh's capital witnessed a coronation procession unlike any seen before. The royal parade, personally designed by Quen, marched forth from the towering palace, surrounding the great banner that symbolized royal authority. The procession wound its way in grandeur through the city's streets, circling the entire capital. Countless Tyroshi citizens, who had long harbored resentment toward the Eastern Conqueror and nostalgia for the old Archon, were struck silent by the spectacle. The thunderous cheers, the dazzling pageantry, it all washed away their lingering resistance. As the golden-red dragon banner shimmered beneath the sun, some citizens even felt, for the first time, a spark of pride in this newborn kingdom. This was precisely what Quen had intended. Through ceremony and spectacle, he would forge the unity and identity of his new realm. The echoes of the celebration had barely faded when a raven arrived from the construction site at Conquest Keep, bearing a message from Qyburn. The year had come to an end, the 295th year since Aegon's conquest was about to begin. In this world of shifting seasons and fragile peace, even Quen couldn't help but feel the swift passage of time. On the 10th day of the new year, good news came from the disputed lands. A letter from Jelena announced the completion of a vast waterworks project. Across the entirety of the disputed lands under Quen's rule, a sprawling network of irrigation canals had been fully connected. Not only had she integrated the private water sources once belonging to the Archon and his inner circle into the public system, but she had also, through iron-fisted measures, forced the great lords and estate owners who monopolized the upper waterways to share portions of their supply with the smaller landholders and free folk downstream. The revitalized irrigation nourished the long-parched soil, and the disputed lands witnessed a harvest more bountiful than any in years. According to the preliminary estimates from tax officials, Quen's administration could now collect around 30 billion iron coins annually in taxes land, agricultural, port, mineral, and trade amounting to roughly 300,000 gold dragons in Westerosi currency. And the wealth generated by Tyrosha's thriving capital was even greater. Revenue from trade tariffs, port duties, minting fees, and guild and artisan taxes was projected to bring in as much as 50 billion iron coins a year, the equivalent of 500,000 golden dragons. Moreover, Quen's firm control over the Stepstones trade routes where tolls were exacted from every passing vessel brought in a steady annual revenue of roughly 100,000 golden dragons. By that measure, the gross annual income of his young kingdom had already reached an astounding 900,000 golden dragons. It was clear proof that in a commercial choke point like the Narrow Sea, profits from trade far surpassed those of traditional agriculture. Yet with great revenue came great expense. The construction of Conquest Keep demanded continuous funding, while feeding and housing a massive number of captives devoured resources at an alarming rate. Maintaining a well-equipped standing army of 12,000 men was a bottomless pit for gold. And then there was the vast fleet he had seized after taking Tyrosh, 243 warships of every size. The maintenance, supplies, and wages required to keep such a navy operational were astronomical. After calculating all expenditures, Quen estimated that his actual net income for the year would be less than 1/10 of the gross revenue. When compared to Westeros, the Seven Kingdoms might boast similar gross revenues, perhaps reaching into the millions of golden dragons, but their expenses were equally immense. During the height of the Targaryen dynasty, the realm's net surplus might have reached several 100,000 golden dragons. Under Robert's wasteful rule, however, the treasury had long since fallen into crippling debt, its coffers nearly empty. Fortunately, Quen's earlier campaign against the Stepstones pirates had yielded the accumulated fortunes of several pirate lords, a trove of wealth amassed over years of plunder. Though much of it had already been spent repairing the fleet and covering state expenses, a healthy reserve of 500,000 golden dragons still remained. He immediately summoned Wen, a Carcassan native serving under Chayik and well-versed in Eastern affairs, and issued his orders. From the reserve, allocate 100,000 golden dragons to purchase Unsullied in Slavers Bay. Allocate another 200,000 to Yiti, to recruit displaced peasants who had lost their lands to war and famine. The Unsullied were renowned for their unmatched discipline and combat prowess, but their price was steep, 100 golden dragons apiece. Quen ordered the purchase of 1,000, not solely for their strength, but to closely study their brutal methods of training, to adapt what he learned for his own army. For his true foundation would rest on whether he could forge those recruited Yiti peasants into loyal and reliable soldiers. He remembered well the lesson of Aegon the Conqueror. Though Aegon had subdued the Seven Kingdoms with dragons, he never established a true core base of his own. He failed to consolidate his rule by encouraging immigration from culturally allied regions such as Lys and Volantis. In the end, the Targaryen dynasty was toppled by the deeply rooted power of the First Men and Andal noble houses. That was why Quen spared no expense in sending Wen to recruit the displaced farmers of Yiti as settlers. It was a long-term strategy, a replacement of the birds in the cage. First, he would allow these eastern bloodlines to take root in the disputed lands and Tyrosh. If the day came when he ruled Westeros, he would begin large-scale migration, gradually replacing the rural populations surrounding the Crownlands and the Central Territories with his loyal subjects from the east. As for the issue of land belonging to Westeros's native lords and peasants, a cold light flickered in Quen's eyes. War, after all, was the most effective method of resetting the land. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Renly changes his queen. Deep within the gardens of Great Lord Mace Tyrell's estate in King's Landing, a rose-covered pavilion shut out the noise of summer. Renly lounged against a carved bench, a faint smile playing across his handsome face as he drained his cup of spiced wine. "Lord Mace, you've seen it yourself. My royal brother is deeply grateful for Highgarden's generous aid. The Lannisters' arrogance is no longer what it once was, and even our esteemed queen's ever-prouder face has finally shown a touch of restraint. Perhaps it's time we take the next step." He set down his goblet, his bright gaze locking on the Great Lord of Highgarden seated across from him. Great Lord Mace sank into a broad, velvet-cushioned chair. Though still in his prime, the richest lord of the Seven Kingdoms already showed the fatigue of premature age. Silver threaded through his curling brown hair, and his carefully trimmed beard was dusted with white. Since the news arrived that his second son, Garland, had led an army to war only to fall captive to the Easterners, Great Lord Mace had been restless. He'd immediately boarded the fastest carriage and rushed to King's Landing, dust-covered from the road. He had even sent his third son, Loras, still serving as Renly's squire, off with Lord Eddard's delegation to the Stepstones. The wealthy lords of the Reach all kept manor houses in King's Landing, and the Tyrells owned several in prime locations. These estates now served as the anxious Great Lord's bases of operation. For months, the reports from the Seven Kingdoms envoys grew increasingly alarming. The Easterners had not only conquered the free city of Tyrosh but had even crowned themselves kings in the palaces of the fallen great kings. Their terms for peace and demands for ransom sent the small council into a fury. King Robert raged, vowing to summon his bannermen again and crush Tyrosh. Had it not been for the steady restraint of Lord Jonaran, who as hand of the king commanded the envoys to negotiate the treaty to an acceptable level, war might have reignited. Yet things progressed better than expected. The Seven Kingdoms delegation sent back frequent good news. Many harsh conditions were withdrawn or relaxed. But two issues remained deadlocked: a war indemnity of 1 million golden dragons, and the Easterners' demand for territorial concessions. The eunuch envoy, the Easterners' lackey, declared that only after the treaty was fully signed would the captive nobles be released. So the Seven Kingdoms envoys spent another 2 months bargaining, reducing the reparations to 300,000 golden dragons and convincing the Easterners to postpone their claims over Estermont and Tarth until the treaty expired. Still, the reality was harsh. 300,000 golden dragons was a staggering sum for the Iron Throne, its treasury empty and debts towering. Who would pay it? While the small council struggled for answers and even Lord Jonaran prepared to swallow his pride and borrow from the High Septon, Great Lord Mace Tyrell brought good news to the king and his lords. He publicly announced that he would pay the entire indemnity himself, asking nothing in return but to honor his oath of fealty to King Robert. This timely fortune instantly relieved the Iron Throne's dire crisis. King Robert, before the assembled council, praised Great Lord Mace's steadfast loyalty at length. And the Tyrells' pride swelled further when the king, upon learning that the armies of the Westerlands, Dorne, and the Iron Islands had openly defied Lord Pakster's command in their scramble for Valyrian steel, flew into a rage. Robert not only sent a scathing letter rebuking all three, but in front of Queen Cersei herself, he cursed her father, Lord Tywin, in the foulest terms imaginable. In an instant, the winds of power in King's Landing shifted. House Tyrell was now the hottest name on every noble's lips, and Great Lord Mace had become the most dazzling figure in the throne room. Meanwhile, the once arrogant House Lannister had fallen into an awkward silence. Great Lord Mace, his rounded belly thrust forward, wore expensive silk robes soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to his skin. He extended his well-groomed hand, carefully plucking a plump, juicy green grape from the fruit platter and popping it into his mouth. The sweet juice burst on his tongue, yet it seemed unable to fully dispel the pain etched between his brows. He nodded slowly, the fleshy cheeks trembling slightly with the motion. "Indeed, we must proceed to the next step. I have already ordered the finest painter in Old Town to create a portrait of Marjorie." Renly's face lit up with a bright smile as he lowered his voice. "That would be most excellent. It would be best to paint it within the pendant itself, to guard against prying eyes. Once all preparations are complete, Great Lord Eddard should have returned to King's Landing. At that time, I shall take this pendant to test him. Great Lord Mace gazed at the well-groomed, clear-eyed Renly before him, a murmur rising in his heart. Long before this campaign, Renly had claimed to have overheard some intriguing tidings from Bright Smile Baelor. Baelor Hightower's sister, Aelry, was Marjorie's mother. According to Baelor, during a dance in Old Town, Lady Marjorie's face had reminded him of Lyanna at the tourney of Harrenhal over a decade ago. Thus, Renly secretly sent word to Highgarden through Loras Tyrell. He declared that he would petition his kingly brother to strip Cersei Lannister of her title and have Lady Marjorie wed him instead. When Great Lord Mace received the letter, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Lady Olenna pondered long in the gardens of Highgarden with her precious grandson Willis before finally agreeing to Renly's plan. She believed that House Tyrell and the entire Reach should distinguish themselves in the campaign against the Stepstones to please King Robert. Lady Olenna, mother of Great Lord Mace, secretly conspired with House Redwyne and House Hightower. They resolved to reinforce their forces, mustering over 10,000 men to outnumber the other houses and march upon the Stepstones. When the Seven Kingdoms suffered defeat and nobles could only be ransomed through enormous reparations, Renly once again persuaded Lady Olenna to offer aid in their hour of need. Their contingent was the largest, driven neither by greed for Valyrian steel nor hidden motives, and they even assisted the Iron Throne in repaying its indemnities. This series of maneuvers finally bore fruit, earning House Tyrell unprecedented favour and trust from the king. King Robert now spoke of Highgarden and the Reach with admiration, even hinting at his desire to bring Reach nobles into the small council to fill the void left by his brother Great Lord Stannis's long absence. It was exactly what House Tyrell had hoped for, fulfilling the Golden Rose's long-cherished dream of entering the core of power. Together with Renly, they planned that once Great Lord Eddard returned, they would present him with the portrait and then seize an opportune moment to advance the plan to replace the Queen. Renly set down his silver goblet gently, his smile broad. Great Lord Mace, Highgarden's coffers are deep. Repaying the indemnity would certainly earn you renown, but there are still many lords to be ransomed. Golden dragons are not cheap. I have already instructed my castellan, Lord Courtenay, to send 100,000 golden dragons to Highgarden. Lord Mace froze, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. He stammered, Lord Renly, this. Renly was deeply invested in the Queen's replacement. He acted as a go-between for Highgarden and the Iron Throne, intent on bringing down House Lannister. But what was Renly's true purpose? He was pushing so eagerly for the Queen's replacement, yet even if the new Queen came from House Tyrell, what benefit would it bring him? The line of succession to the Iron Throne was worlds away. He stood to gain nothing. Then Lord Mace recalled Lady Olenna's warning, be ever wary of Renly. Lady Olenna had already sensed Renly's ambition for the Iron Throne, though she did not yet know by what means he intended to pursue it. But was Highgarden not also using Renly? With Marjorie as Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, House Tyrell would rise to the forefront of politics, closer than ever to the supreme power of Westeros. Leveraging Highgarden's formidable strength, they could even impose their influence upon the king's decisions. The child that the new Queen Marjorie would one day bear would have a rightful claim to the throne, just as it had been in the days of Viserys. Renly waved his hand with a smile. Enough of that for now. We'll discuss it in detail when Great Lord Eddard returns. As for the portrait, Lord Mace replied, we'll hasten the preparations. He glanced at the confident smile on Renly's face, unable to discern what game the man was playing. Still, he raised a crucial question. Lord Renly, Marjorie is only 12 now and has not yet reached her flowering. Renly smiled. It matters not. This need not be rushed. Once our campaign against the Stepstones concludes and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms return, we may deliberate then. Lord Mace nodded. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, The Movements of the Lyseni. Disputed Lands, Crown Town. After 4 months of construction, the once desolate land had been completely transformed. 9 sturdy stone piers now lined the harbour, and a newly built lighthouse stood proudly at the end of the breakwater. To tame the roaring sea, craftsmen had stacked massive granite blocks into breakwaters and jetties along the coast. The slopes by the shore had been reinforced and neatly paved with stone slabs. Most striking of all were the towering rows of warehouses and storage yards rising along the waterfront, filled to the brim with mountains of grain. Dock workers hurried back and forth between the piers and the warehouses, loading and unloading cargo, while barges and small boats bustled through the waterways, filling the entire port with vibrant life. From the bustling heart of the harbour, a new avenue stretched straight eastward 30 feet wide and paved entirely with smooth white marble. It led directly to the distant hills, where the rising Conquest Keep stood against the sky. Quen rode his horse along the marble road, the crisp echo of its hooves compelling one to straighten unconsciously. He gazed toward the hills. The outline of Conquest Keep was now clearly visible. 2 towering gatehouses, outer and inner, stood tall. On both sides, workers were busy raising the high curtain walls, while the circular tower bases had already been laid, waiting to be built upward. The white stone walls of the main keep were more than half complete, revealing its massive foundation and the beginnings of its grand form. Inside the central hall, the sight was particularly awe-inspiring. Massive oak beams supported the emerging framework of a ribbed vault, carefully placed by stonemasons working high on the scaffolding. On either side, flying buttresses stretched outward to bear the immense lateral thrust of the walls. From the foot of the hill, the growing white colossus seemed to come alive, an enormous beast of stone, turning Quen's vision into reality. Pride swelled in his chest. He reined in his horse, pausing briefly before guiding it around the hillside and into the hidden river valley camp where Janis and Archmaester Marwyn resided. Outside the camp perimeter, Dragon Soul guards stood watchful at every vantage point and narrow pass. The moment Quen's horse hooves echoed along the gravel path at the valley entrance, a streak of blazing red tore through the dappled forest light, rushing toward him. "Blood Dancer!" Quen called out with a smile. In 4 months, the blood-red young dragon had grown considerably. It now measured close to 3 meters, its sleek body covered in layers of crimson scales that gleamed like rubies under the sunlight filtering through the trees. Its long, powerful neck moved with fluid grace, and its amber eyes fixed affectionately on Quen as it let out a low, rumbling growl. The most noticeable changes were its wings and hind legs. The wing membranes had become broader and tougher, the hind muscles knotted and strong, and the claws that joined the membranes looked fierce and capable. With a deft twist midair, it kicked off with its hind legs and wings, landing lightly atop the tallest cabin in the camp. From its perch, it surveyed the valley below with a mix of grace and power. Almost as Blood Dancer settled, Shyvana and Janis emerged from the trees beyond the camp. Janis's radiant, molten silver hair was neatly coiled atop her head, secured by a simple wooden pin that accentuated the elegant curve of her neck. Their companions followed closely behind. Shyvana's dragon, Silverfall, shimmered with scales that gleamed like flowing mercury under the sunlight. Janis's dusk shadow, on the other hand, bore a deep, dark violet sheen that caught the light only at certain angles, flashing with faint amethyst hues. Both young dragons were noticeably smaller than Blood Dancer, barely 2 meters long. Their flight still carried a touch of youthful awkwardness, requiring more frequent wing beats to keep up with Blood Dancer's pace. Janis looked up at Blood Dancer perched on the rooftop and laughed. "Your Grace, Blood Dancer is growing much faster than Silverfall and Dusk Shadow." Though Janis hadn't attended Quen's coronation in Tyrosh, word had quickly reached her. At her remark, Quen recalled the writings of Brother Barth he had brought back from Old Town. According to the Septon's work, a dragon's growth depended on 3 key factors: food, space, and war or training. Dragons required vast amounts of food to sustain their bodies, and feeding them generously could accelerate their growth. As for space, they could not thrive in confined quarters but needed open, natural environments to develop properly. And finally, war and training. The dragon, having endured countless wars, grew larger with each battle, wounded and healed, its body constantly expanding. Moreover, without proper training, a dragon's combat strength and growth rate would both be hindered. Yet these three young dragons showed no essential difference in those aspects. Quen couldn't discern the reason. Perhaps Blood Dancer was simply born to grow faster. Even if Silverfall and Dusk Shadow didn't grow as quickly, their growth was still astonishing. Within a year or two, they would likely reach a size fit for riding. The three lingered a while longer, teasing the young dragons and feeding them several fresh, plump fish. Blood Dancer grew impatient, letting out a low, urging growl before flapping its wings and soaring toward the dense primeval forest deep within the valley. Silverfall and Dusk Shadow followed close behind. The three dragon silhouettes circled above the canopy a few times, then dove downward like arrows loosed from a bow, disappearing into the vast green sea of leaves. Moments later, the forest erupted with the panicked cries of beasts and the excited roars of the young dragons. The entire river valley was tightly guarded by loyal dragon soul guards. Watchtowers rose high, patrols crossed paths, ensuring the young dragons' complete safety. Quen therefore felt no concern for them. Surveying the camp, Quen asked, "Where is Archmaester Marwyn?" Janice smirked and pointed toward a low wooden hut on the camp's edge. The Archmeister's shut himself in that hut, turning day and night upside down with his Valyria magic books. He's probably still asleep right now. Quen walked over and found Marwyn lying on his bed. The room was cluttered with Valyria texts and piles of handwritten notes, utter chaos. He shook his head helplessly. Were all scholars this messy? Deciding not to disturb the Archmaester, Quen went to look for Qyburn instead. Unlike Marwyn, Qyburn maintained a strict routine. By day, he managed the construction site. By night, he conducted his experiments, retiring to rest only at midnight. Quen found him amid the clamor of the armory workshop. The former maester of the citadel wore a clean grey linen robe, dusty from labor but still neatly kept. With hands clasped behind his back, he inspected the various work zones with focused attention, occasionally pausing to issue calm, precise corrections to the craftsman or jotting quick notes in his small notebook with a charcoal pencil. "Maester Qyburn, how is the progress of the armory's construction?" Qyburn immediately turned and gave a respectful bow. "Your Grace, everything is proceeding according to plan. The first weapon forging workshop has officially begun production." He pointed toward a massive shed belching thick black smoke and echoing with rhythmic clanging. 100 master smiths recruited from Tyrosh and 500 nimble apprentices are already in place. We're currently testing operations using a structure of one master smith leading 5 apprentices. Preliminary efficiency reports indicate that each group can produce 2 military-grade longswords every 5 days. His gaze shifted toward a nearby zone crowded with scaffolding. The main structure of the armor and protective gear workshop has been completed. The forging furnaces and quenching pools are under construction and expected to begin production early next month. 1 smith and 5 apprentices producing 2 swords in 5 days meant that the first weapons workshop could output around 200 swords in the same period, a solid result. Production efficiency for pole arms like spears and halberds would be even higher. However, Quen caught a faint shadow crossing Qyburn's expression as he finished speaking. "Maester Qyburn, continue." Quen's tone deepened. Qyburn drew a long breath, his voice heavy with unease. "Your Grace, although the armory's progress is swift, we've encountered a serious problem: an iron ore shortage." "Iron ore?" Quen's brows furrowed. "Precisely." Qyburn nodded gravely. "Neither Tyrosh nor the archipelago possesses major iron deposits. Our supply of pig iron has always come from the Grey Mountains mining region in the disputed lands, controlled by Lys merchants. But recently, the Lysane have imposed a de facto embargo and blockade on us. The amount of pig iron we can obtain through normal channels has dropped by over 70%. And those greedy merchants have seized the chance to extort us. The price of pig iron now rises several times a day, more than doubling since last month. This is no market fluctuation, your grace. Lo Quen's expression darkened instantly, his face grim as storm clouds. He had yet to make time to deal with his troublesome neighbor, Lys, and now they dared to strike first. It seemed his earlier denial of the dragon's existence had been taken by the free cities as a sign of weakness. Good. Very good. Lo Quen's voice was low and cold. I am aware of this matter, Maester Qyburn. Focus solely on the construction of the workshops and the optimization of production. I will take care of the iron ore problem. After inspecting the armory, Lo Quen spurred his horse toward the training grounds, with Yelena following closely behind. The 7,000 soldiers under her command now appeared completely renewed. The vast training field was filled with dust and noise, yet everything moved with precise order. Thanks to the fine equipment seized from prisoners of the Seven Kingdoms, the soldiers were no longer the ragtag force they had once been. Under the sunlight, thousands of chainmail suits, leather armors, and even pieces of plate armor gleamed with a cold metallic luster. The thunderous shouts of drill commands, the synchronized stomping of boots, and the ringing clash of weapons merged into a surging torrent of steel and discipline. The spear formation was the primary focus of training. Under the booming orders of officers and the direction of brightly colored signal flags, the soldiers moved in perfect unison. At the command, "Raise spears," thousands of glinting spear points instantly angled forward, forming a daunting forest of death. When the order "Advance" followed, the entire formation surged forward as one, heavy boots striking the ground in rhythm, spearheads maintaining flawless alignment and spacing. Turn. Defend the flanks. At the shift in command, the formation pivoted swiftly and seamlessly. Soldiers on the flanks redirected their spears to create a defensive barrier. The archers' line on the opposite side was equally imposing. Following their officers' commands, they performed each motion, knocking arrows, drawing bows, and firing in perfect coordination. A commander raised his signal flag high. Knock. In an instant, thousands of arrows were set upon bowstrings, the motion so uniform it seemed as if executed by a single body. Draw. The strong bows bent like full moons, their taut strings humming together in a low, resonant rumble. Release. The signal flag dropped, and the bowstrings thrummed as one. A dense rain of arrows sliced through the air with sharp whistling sounds before slamming into the distant target field with a rapid thud-thud-thud. Next came precision shooting drills. Soldiers stepped forward one by one, aiming at targets 100 paces away, competing to strike the bullseye. The air buzzed with cheers and groans of disappointment. Watching this army, transformed beyond recognition in such a short span, Lo Quen's eyes reflected rare approval. Since Yoram Mormont's imprisonment in the dungeons, the responsibility for training had fallen entirely to Yelena and the other officers. Yelena commanded 7,000 soldiers and 400 Dragon Soul Guards stationed in the disputed lands. Roro led 2,000 soldiers garrisoned in Tyrosh to defend the harbor and city walls. Hal commanded 1,000 soldiers stationed on Bloodstone Isle, with another 500 spread across Jawbreak Island, Torturer's Deep, and Weeping Reef. Chai Yik, meanwhile, oversaw 500 Dragon Soul Guards and 500 soldiers in Tyrosh, managing the city's internal affairs. Janice commanded 500 soldiers and 300 Dragon Soul Guards, while another 300 Dragon Soul Guards remained as Lo Quen's personal guard. Yelena's legion was, without question, the core of his military might, the force he relied on most. After the inspection was complete, Lo Quen set off back toward Tyrosh. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, The Trail of the Unicorns. Shortly after Lo Quen entered the palace, Roro arrived with two travel-worn captains seeking an audience. Lo Quen recognized one of them, Karain Sathments, once a subordinate of Salador San and captain of the Shayla's dance. The other was a typical Tyroshi, his slightly greasy brown hair hanging loose over his shoulders. Most striking of all was the tuft of beard on his chin, dyed a vivid emerald green, which lent his otherwise ordinary face a roguish, cunning charm. Roro bowed respectfully. "Your Grace, this is Captain Moro Tomidus of the Storm Dancer. He's sailed the narrow sea for over 30 years, commanding 4 vessels. Sometimes he trades in passengers and goods, and other times. Roro hesitated, glancing toward Moro. Moro immediately finished for him. Other times I engage in less respectable work. His tone was frank, his eyes studying Lo Quen's reaction carefully. Lo Quen regarded him with mild amusement. The less respectable work clearly meant smuggling. Moro stepped forward, a sly glint in his eyes that marked him as a man well acquainted with the trade. "Your Grace," he said softly, "I wonder if you might be interested in a certain business opportunity." Lo Quen raised an eyebrow. "Go on." Moro smiled. "Your Grace, I've spent years plying the waters on both sides of the narrow sea, most often near the north. As you can imagine, legitimate trade yields little profit. A single storm could ruin me. So I took risks, smuggling timber from the north despite the danger of losing my head. In fact, much of the wood Lord Roro purchased from the black market in Spearhandle village came from my ships. But recently, my men and I discovered something unusual. Perhaps it's the kind of thing that could fetch a fine price from you." Lo Quen gestured for him to continue. "Captain Moro, speak freely." Moro lowered his voice. "While felling timber in the coastal forests of Skagos, we stumbled upon a unicorn lair. There were several adult unicorns living there. We didn't have enough men to handle them, so we withdrew." "Skagos? Unicorns?" Lo Quen's eyes narrowed in interest. The original histories mentioned little about Skagos, and Lo Quen knew almost nothing of it. He only knew that it was inhabited by a tribe calling themselves the Stony-born descendants of the first men, savage and cannibalistic, living largely outside the rule of Westeros. Though they swore nominal loyalty to House Stark, there was little proof they had ever honored that oath. In the original timeline, Lord Eddard's youngest son, Rickon, would one day be taken there by the wildling woman Osha. Rumors of unicorns on Skagos had persisted for centuries, yet no bones had ever been found. For Moro to have ventured there to poach timber and to stumble upon such creatures was a remarkable stroke of luck. "Captain Moro," Lo Quen said at once, "you want me to send men to help you capture the unicorns?" Moro shook his head quickly. "Your Grace, not you helping me helping you. I'll guide your soldiers myself and make sure every living unicorn is brought out." Lo Quen smiled, his eyes glinting with approval at the Tyroji's quick wit. "Then, Captain Moro, what is it you want in return?" Moro rubbed the back of his neck a little sheepishly. "Your Grace, I'd like to request a reduction in taxes. My fleet's been growing, and continuing to smuggle isn't exactly sustainable. If you could grant my ships some tax relief, that would mean a great deal." Lo Quen nodded. "You have my word, if you return with live unicorns, your request will be granted." Moro's face lit up with joy. He immediately motioned for Quen to step forward. "Your Grace, Captain Quen serves under Lord Roro and is a longtime friend of mine. He's also quite familiar with the Bay of Seals. Please allow him and me to undertake this mission together to capture the unicorns for you." Lo Quen turned to Quen and inclined his head. "Captain Quen, if you can complete this difficult task, I will appoint you commander of a small fleet." Quen's face broke into a smile. He and Mizomar had once been captured together by Lo Quen in the bone-gnawing channel. But Mizo quickly earned Lo Quen's trust through his skill and intelligence, soon gaining full authority over the negotiations with the Seven Kingdoms delegation and becoming a key figure in Tyrosha's court. Quen, too, nurtured ambitions of his own. Under Salador's command, his talent had gone unnoticed, relegating him to the role of a minor ship captain. But now, for the first time, he could glimpse the dawn of opportunity. Quen straightened and said solemnly, "Your Grace, you will see me bring back those unicorns." Roro led the 2 captains out. Lo Quen remained in thought. Unicorns were among the rarest of creatures. At present, only Skagos and Ibn were rumored to harbor them. He pondered, if he could acquire a few and breed them on a large scale, could he perhaps form a unicorn cavalry regiment? Unicorns were tall and powerful, stronger than any ordinary warhorse. They were swift, tireless, and capable of traversing all kinds of terrain. For heavy cavalry, selecting proper mounts was a painstaking process. Breeders had to sift through generations of stock to cultivate warhorses strong enough to bear the immense weight of armor and rider. Ordinary steeds simply couldn't carry such loads into battle. The unicorn, however, solved that problem perfectly. Once grown, its physical strength naturally surpassed even the finest bred warhorse. And beyond that, its spiraled horn made it a living weapon capable of goring enemy mounts with ease. As Quen was still lost in strategic thought, Mizo's round figure hurried into the great hall. "Your Grace," he announced, "Lord Eddard Stark has sent an official message. The kings of the Seven Kingdoms have appointed a Grand Counselor as their plenipotentiary envoy. He will soon arrive in Tyrosh to sign the final armistice treaty." Quen arched a brow, a faintly amused tone in his voice. "Oh? So they've fully accepted our terms? No tricks, no hidden clauses?" "Yes, Your Grace," Mizo replied with a bow. "According to the messenger, they will bring 300,000 golden dragons as war reparations, along with additional ransoms gathered by the noble houses themselves to redeem their captured lords." Quen immediately caught on to the key detail. "When did the Iron Throne's coffers become so full? I was under the impression they were broke." Mizo nodded. "Indeed, Your Grace. The Iron Throne is destitute. There isn't a single golden dragon left in the royal treasury. But the Great Lord of Highgarden, Mace Tyrell, has stepped in to assist. House Tyrell will provide the crown with 300,000 golden dragons to pay the indemnity." "House Tyrell?" Quen's brows drew together, his expression darkening. Since when has House Tyrell grown so generous? A faint unease stirred within him. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, The Honor of Lord Eddard, Bonus. Mizo seemed to have anticipated Quen's doubts. Stepping forward, he carefully withdrew a slightly weathered parchment scroll from his wide sleeves and presented it respectfully with both hands. "Your Grace, this is exactly what I came to report. After investigating House Tyrell's motives, I found nothing concrete. However, I did uncover something peculiar. House Tyrell has hired agents in Old Town to seek out an exceptional painter, someone to create a portrait of Lord Mace Tyrell's beloved daughter, Marjorie Tyrell." Quen unrolled the parchment. The edges of the paper were worn, clearly passed through many hands. The portrait depicted a young maiden of tender age, her features exquisitely fine. Her eyes still held the innocence of youth, while a faint, shy smile curved her lips. Her gaze was clear and luminous, like that of a fawn in the woods, pure, gentle, and untouched by the world. Mizo added, "I obtained this from the children in Old Town. Lord Mace invited numerous skilled painters to capture his daughter's likeness, and they produced quite a number of discarded sketches. This is one of them." The children was Mizo's chosen name for his intelligence agents, a counterpart to Varys's little birds. Quen lowered his gaze again, studying the girl's face on the parchment, and understanding dawned in an instant. "So that's it." A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Though he knew the original story well, his early arrival had caused events to unfold ahead of their time. In the original timeline, Renly and the Tyrells conspired to offer Marjorie to Robert, hoping to depose Cersei and make Marjorie the new queen. During Eddard Stark's journey to King's Landing to serve as Robert's hand, Renly had shown Eddard her portrait while welcoming him. Renly's intent then was to test whether Eddard thought Marjorie resembled Lyanna to better carry out the queen replacement scheme. But now, Renly had acted far earlier than expected. What was he planning by advancing this queen swap so soon? A flicker of unease crossed Quen's mind. Renly might have died first in the War of the Five Kings, but he was also the only one among them who could be called sane. Quen had no doubt Renly possessed the qualities of a true king. He was graceful, generous, and skillful in winning people's hearts, admired by both nobles and commoners alike. Had it not been for the Red Priestess's sorcery, he might very well have claimed the Iron Throne. Even so, Quen could not fully grasp Renly's purpose in acting as an intermediary between Robert and House Tyrell. Did he hate the Lannisters? That reason alone seemed weak. Did he desire the Iron Throne? Without question, he did. But replacing the Queen wouldn't bring him any closer to it, especially since, at this point, he had no idea Cersei's children were Jaime's bastards. Unless, his plan was to make Margaery queen, then bed her himself, get her pregnant, and have Robert name her child as heir, thus paving Renly's path to the throne. After all, Renly enjoyed his wine and ale freely. He could keep his affair with Loras while still being open to women. But could such a scheme really work? Quen thought Renly was being far too optimistic. Still, it gave him a valuable piece of leverage, a card to play against Renly whenever the need arose. He looked up at Mizo. Who have the Seven Kingdoms sent to sign the treaty? Mizo's lips curved in a knowing smile. The king's own brother, master of ships, great lord of Dragonstone Stannis Baratheon. Quen blinked, then let out a quiet laugh. The king of the Seven Kingdoms must truly despise his brother. He could already picture Stannis's expression, grim, rigid, and iron-grey upon hearing the order. The delegation of the Seven Kingdoms was led by Eddard Stark, yet Robert refused to let the Great Lord sign the treaty himself. Instead, he sent another man from afar to do it, clearly unwilling to have Lord Stark bear the shame of signing such a humiliating document. Considering that Robert's famous bastard, Edric Storm, had been conceived on Stannis's own wedding bed with a lady of House Florent, the arrangement was pure Robert through and through. The king shits, the brother wipes. Tyrosh, residence of the Seven Kingdoms delegation. The atmosphere in the room was so heavy it felt as if it could drip from the air. Thick velvet curtains shut out part of the sunlight and the noise outside, yet their weight only deepened the suffocating tension within. Everyone had just finished passing around the letter from King's Landing. The cold royal seal and its harshly worded message pressed down on every heart in the room. The first piece of news was that Great Lord Stannis Baratheon would arrive as the king's plenipotentiary, bearing reparations to sign the treaty. Eddard Stark held the letter tightly, his knuckles whitening slightly. His feelings were a mix of relief and unease. On one hand, he was grateful Robert hadn't sent him to sign the humiliating document. On the other, he thought Robert's treatment of Stannis was too cruel even for him. If Stannis signed this treaty, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Seven Kingdoms. But that was not what had truly brought everyone together. The real concern lay in the second message from the small council. It wasn't so much a message as it was an order. After the envoys had reported to King's Landing that the surviving Targaryen siblings were living in Tyrosh and seeking to forge a marriage alliance with the Easterners, King Robert and Hand of the King Jonaran were said to be deeply shocked. They had issued a direct command: the envoys were to kill the Targaryen brother and sister no matter the cost. Littlefinger wore his usual faint smile as he glanced toward Lord Eddard. "My lord, His Grace's order is simple. We are to remove the siblings. We could hire assassins or poison them." Harmon Euler, the Lord of Hellholt from Dorne, let out a cold laugh. "Poison? To stoop so low against two children? Lord Littlefinger, do you not fear offending the gods?" Littlefinger stroked the short beard at his chin, his smile deepening. "Ah, what compassion from a Dornishman! Your words almost made me forget Dorne is the land most famed for its poisons." Harmon shot back, "Even so, we will not poison children." Littlefinger stood and began pacing leisurely. "Let's recall a bit of history, shall we? During the First Dornish War, how did Will of Will treat the people of Fontaine and Old Oak? Tisk, tisk. His deeds were far worse than poisoning a few children." Harmon's aged face flushed as if struck. Dornish warfare had always been brutal. He had little ground to rebuke anyone for cruelty. Eddard's voice cut sharply through the room. "Enough." He turned to Lord Harmon. "We will not poison those children. It is dishonorable. Littlefinger blinked, his tone feigning disbelief. Lord Eddard, have you lost your senses? This is his grace's command approved by the small council, especially the hand of the king. You cannot simply ignore it. Conflict flickered across Eddard's face. I will return to King's Landing myself and explain it to his grace and the hand. The room fell silent. The envoys exchanged looks, none daring to speak further. After all, this was Eddard Stark's decision, and if blame was to be cast, it would fall on him. Eddard glanced around at the faces filled with calculation and unease, then shifted the discussion back to the matter of Stannis and the treaty. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, The Lannisters' Provocation. At the bustling port of Tyrosh, a tall ship flying the banner of the crowned stag slowly glided into its berth, finally settling with the creak of thick mooring ropes. The gangplank was lowered, and Stannis Baratheon, Great Lord of Dragonstone, was the first to set foot on Tyroshi soil. His skin was darkened by sun and sea, his face cold and rigid, and his thin lips pressed into a hard, straight line. To his left walked a tall, striking young man with golden hair flowing freely in the wind. He was clad in brilliant white enameled armor, one hand resting casually but firmly on the hilt of his sword. His green eyes swept across the harbour, sharp and hostile. This was Sir Jaime Lannister of the King's Guard, accompanying Stannis on the King's command. Behind Stannis on his right followed a plain-looking, wiry man of middle years. His brown hair and hazel eyes matched his unremarkable features, though his thick, greying beard lent him a calm, steady air. This was Sir Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, Stannis's most trusted man. Behind them marched a detachment of knights and soldiers, silent and grim, their polished armor gleaming coldly beneath the sunlight. At the dock, the Seven Kingdoms delegation, who had been waiting, immediately stepped forward to greet them. Littlefinger wore his usual faint smile, his grey-green eyes flicking toward Stannis's expressionless, frozen face. Lord Stannis, you must be weary from your voyage. Lord Eddard sent us to receive you. At the mention of Lord Eddard, the muscles in Stannis's jaw clenched tight, his expression turning even more frigid, as though the air itself had turned to ice. He knew full well that Robert's bond with Eddard Stark ran deeper than blood, closer than the affection he ever showed his own brother. And that was precisely why Robert had sent him to sign the treaty. The thought deepened the bitter resentment festering in Stannis's chest. His mind drifted back to the war over a decade past. He remembered being trapped in Storm's End by Pakester Redwine's fleet, the siege lasting so long they had nearly eaten the rats in the cellars to survive. Had it not been for Sir Davos risking his life to smuggle in a shipload of onions and salted fish, Stannis would have perished. And when the war finally ended, instead of rewarding him, Robert granted Storm's End to young Renly, while sending Stannis off to rule the damp, barren island of Dragonstone. All because Robert blamed him for letting Viserys and Daenerys escape. Then came another memory: his wedding day. Robert had taken a Florent girl to Stannis's own marriage bed and sired a bastard on her. Stannis had felt nothing but humiliation. Now, on this campaign concerning the Stepstones, Robert had once again dismissed him, denying him command of the royal forces in the small council. Instead, he gave the title of commander to Pakester Redwine, the very man who had once starved him. And now, with the Iron Throne defeated and forced to sign a shameful peace with the Easterners, Robert had chosen to send him the despised brother to bear the disgrace, sparing Eddard Stark from humiliation. All of it had bred nothing but cold fury in Stannis's heart. He pulled his thoughts back and ignored Littlefinger's pleasantries, giving him only a cold glance. "Take us to the Easterner." Inside the Grand Palace, Eddard Stark stood waiting, solemn and straight-backed. When Stannis and his retinue entered, Eddard stepped forward, his voice low and heavy with restrained emotion. "Lord Stannis, you've finally arrived. The King of Tyrosh ordered us to receive you here." Stannis acted as though he hadn't heard a word. His stony face didn't shift, and his eyes passed straight over Eddard as if he were nothing but air. A shadow flickered across Eddard's face. His lips pressed into a thin line. He knew well that Robert's choices had already driven a deep, unbridgeable rift between them. The tense silence was suddenly broken by a growl filled with anger. Jaime Lannister stepped forward, green eyes blazing with cold fury as he fixed his gaze on Eddard. "Where is that Easterner? He killed one of ours, you know that, don't you, Lord Stark?" Eddard's brow furrowed, irritation tightening in his chest. Stafford Lannister, father of Jason Lannister, had been the brother of Jaime's grandfather, Tytos Lannister. By blood, that made Stafford Jaime's uncle a close relative indeed. Yet Eddard still couldn't fathom why Robert had chosen to send a Lannister to join this embassy in the first place. Eddard could only answer helplessly, "Sir Jaime, Lord Stafford drew his sword during the coronation of the King of Tyrosh, intending to commit murder. The king executed him on the spot. That is the truth." "Murder?" Jaime barked out a harsh laugh, his handsome face twisting with fury. "He wanted to kill the exiled Targaryen prince and princess, and you call that murder? Have you forgotten how your own father and brother were butchered in King's Landing by their father?" Great Lord Eddard's expression hardened. The sins of Aerys are not theirs to bear. His children are innocent. Innocent? Jaime sneered. "Tell me, Lord Stark, are all Northerners as soft-hearted as you? How long will you go on protecting those two?" His Grace's orders were clear: get rid of them, by whatever means necessary. Eddard's brow furrowed. "All the envoys of the Seven Kingdoms are gathered in Tyrosh. If we make a move here, the King of Tyrosh will not let it go unpunished. Even if he hasn't married the Targaryen girl, he won't allow us to shed blood on his soil." Jaime stepped forward, eyes blazing, his voice dropping to a low, venomous growl. "Then hire someone to do it. Wait until the delegation sets sail before sending assassins. Or use poison. There are countless ways to deceive this Easterner, but you've done nothing." Eddard met his glare with cold steel. "When I choose to kill a man, I do it myself. Face to face. I don't stoop to hired knives or poison. Such things have no honor." Jaime's temper snapped. "Eddard Stark, His Grace made a mistake sending you here. Your damned honor will get us all killed." Eddard turned his back on him, refusing to respond. Jaime's anger only burned hotter at the sight. He opened his mouth to lash out again, but the sound of armored boots echoed through the hall. At that moment, Quen entered the palace, accompanied by Mizo, Roro, and Chayik disguised as Yoram Mormont, followed by a squad of Dragon Soul guards. The instant Jaime saw Quen, he knew. This was the Easterner. He immediately strode forward, intent on confronting him, but the Dragon Soul guards stepped in at once, blocking his path. Jaime Lannister ignored them, shouting in furious defiance, "King of Tyrosh! You killed my uncle! If you have any courage, face me one-on-one. I'll show you the strength of House Lannister." Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Teaching Jaime a Lesson. Quen didn't so much as glance at him. Seated calmly upon the throne, he raised a glass of pear brandy and took a slow, unhurried sip. At his side, Yora barked sharply, his voice echoing through the hall. "Lannister, shut your mouth or I'll have you on the ground begging for mercy." He stepped forward with ghost-like speed. With a crisp metallic hiss, the Valyrian steel blade at his waist, its surface rippling with dark, watery patterns, slid free of its sheath. The cold, gleaming tip leveled directly at Jaime's throat. Startled by the lightning-fast draw, Jaime's pupils narrowed. Recognition flickered across his face before twisting into a mocking sneer. "Sir Yora! I almost forgot the North Spanish dog has found a new master. Do you remember the tourney at Lannisport years ago? You beat me then. How about a real contest this time, a duel of blades, man to man?" Yora turned to Quen, who gave a slight nod. Jaime drew his own finely crafted longsword, its steel gleaming with intricate ornamentation, and faced off against Yora in the middle of the hall. The two squared off in the center of the palace, tension thick as ice in the air. At Stannis's side, Sir Davos frowned deeply, lowering his voice. "My lord, should we stop Sir Jaime?" Stannis's expression did not waver. His thin lips parted, his tone cold and unyielding as forged iron. He demanded a duel. "The King of Tyrosh has sent his champion. Let them fight." Sir Davos gave a small nod in acknowledgement. Eddard Stark cast a glance toward Stannis. Seeing no objection, he too held his tongue. It was an honorable duel, nothing worth interfering in. And truth be told, his relationship with Jaime Lannister had never been warm. Watching him fall on his face would be a welcome sight. Without warning, Yora lunged. No feints. No wasted motion. He shot forward like a loosed bolt, a blur of lethal momentum that closed the distance in an instant. Too fast. Jaime barely registered the movement before a blast of cutting wind struck his face. Every instinct screamed danger. In a rush, he switched from a one-handed grip to both hands, raising his sword to block. Clang! The sound exploded through the hall, sparks spraying like stars. An immense force slammed into Jaime's blade like being struck by a battering ram. His arms shook violently, the skin between his thumb and forefinger split open, blood welling out. He stumbled back 3 steps, boots skidding across the floor before he steadied himself. The color drained from his face. He stared in disbelief. Yora was fighting one-handed. Impossible. His mind screamed denial. Yora had never possessed such monstrous strength. No one could change so drastically in just a few short years. But Yora gave him no time to think. The Valyrian steel blade cut through the air with a shrill whistle, raining down blow after blow like a storm unleashed. Each strike was heavy, precise, merciless. Jaime gritted his teeth, mustering every ounce of skill to block and evade. Every clash rang with shrieking steel and sent fresh tremors up his arms. His immaculate white enameled armor, once pristine, was now marred wherever the Valyrian blade grazed. Deep gouges tore through the glaze, exposing the metal beneath. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. His breathing came fast and ragged. His strength was fading with alarming speed. Each parry left his arms number, heavier. Meanwhile, Yora fought effortlessly, his offhand tucked behind his back, steps steady, every motion smooth and composed, as if this were no battle but a training display. Worse still, Jaime's ornate longsword, forged of fine steel, fared pitifully against Valyrian steel. With every collision, new cracks splintered along the blade, its edge curling and breaking, emitting a tortured metallic whine. Clang! Another brutal impact. Jaime poured all his strength into the block. His legs buckled under the shock, trembling uncontrollably as sweat poured down his face. Then, just as his strength faltered, Yora shifted his wrist, unleashing a sudden surge of power. Ugh! Jaime's choked cry filled the air. His knees gave way, and he crashed to the floor with a heavy thud. The ruined longsword in his hands gave a pitiful groan and snapped cleanly in two. Before the shattered blade even hit the ground, Yora's Valyrian steel sword descended like a flash of shadow. The edge bit through the ornate porcelain-glazed shoulder plate with terrifying ease, cutting deep into flesh and bone. Ah! Jaime's scream tore through the hall, shattering the silence. Blood burst forth in a crimson spray, soaking his white cloak and staining half his armor red. Had Yora not pulled back his strength at the final instant, that stroke would have cleaved Jaime from shoulder to hip in a single blow. Yora gave a cold snort and flicked his wrist, yanking the bloodied blade free from Jaime's shoulder. Without hesitation, he lifted his boot and drove it mercilessly into Jaime's chest. Thud! Jaime flew backward like a hurled stone, the sheer force sending him crashing across the hall. He hit the hard stone floor 10 feet away, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Dust clung to the once pristine white of his cloak. Pain and humiliation so intense it blurred his vision surged through him. Gasping, he struggled to rise, emerald eyes blazing with wild fury. Grabbing the broken sword from the ground, he roared and charged at Yora again. What greeted him was a faster, heavier kick. Thump! Jaime was launched once more, this time slamming hard into a marble pillar. He grunted, collapsing in a heap. Blood spilled from his mouth as he curled up on the ground, trembling, unable to rise. Only pained gasps and muffled groans escaped his lips. The hall fell deathly silent. The entire delegation of the Seven Kingdoms could only stare in shock at the one-sided slaughter before them. At 15, Jaime Lannister had been knighted by Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, for helping put down the Kingswood Brotherhood. Across the Seven Kingdoms, there were few who could best him in single combat. Even Yoram Mormont, famed for his own formidable skill, had only managed to draw with Jaime during the tourney at Lannisport. Even if Yora had surpassed him, it shouldn't have been this effortless. Yet before their eyes, Yora was dismantling Jaime Lannister without even breaking a sweat. Eddard Stark's expression grew colder still. Ever since hearing from captured Westerosi nobles that Yoram Mormont harbored ambitions to replace House Stark as Warden of the North, he had come to loathe the man completely. Yora walked forward, his Valyrian steel blade dripping blood. He stopped before the fallen Jaime, the cold point of his sword nearly brushing the knight's nose. His voice was filled with open contempt. "Do you want to keep going? No matter how many times we fight, you'll never be my equal. One hand is all I need to put you down." The words pierced what little pride Jaime still had left. Gritting his teeth against the stabbing pain from his shoulder, he lifted his head. His face smeared with dust, sweat, and blood twisted with humiliation and hate. His emerald eyes burned with venom as he glared at Yora, as if he could devour him whole. The lion's pride refused to die. His knuckles whitened around the hilt of his broken sword as though he still meant to strike. "Enough!" Stannis's voice cut through the tension like a blade of ice. "Sir Jaime, you are no match for him. Yield now, or I'll return to King's Landing with your head." Yora tilted his sword upward, the point leveling at Jaime once more. "And you'll apologize for insulting our king? If you refuse, you won't leave this hall alive." Jaime's entire body trembled, the sheer weight of humiliation threatening to choke him. He glared up at Yora, then glanced down at the broken sword in his hand. For a moment, Cersei's face flashed before his mind, waiting for him back in King's Landing. His breathing steadied. His voice, though taut with anger, came out in a forced, gritted tone. "I yield. And to his grace, the King of Tyrosh, I apologize. I should not have insulted you." When he finished speaking, Stannis gestured for one of the Westerland's attendants to step forward and tend to Jaime's wounds. "If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, 3 Dead Captives. The signing ceremony began soon after. Both sides took their seats at opposite ends of the broad table in the center of the Grand Hall. Mizomar presented a ceasefire treaty, transcribed on fine parchment with gilded edges. According to the agreement, the Seven Kingdoms and Tyrosh would formally end their state of war upon signing, with the treaty remaining in effect for 3 years. The envoys of the Seven Kingdoms, particularly Great Lord Eddard, read through the document line by line, their expressions grave as they compared every clause against their own copy. Quen regarded Stannis across the table with quiet curiosity. The man's dark, weathered skin and iron-hard features radiated the weight of deep resentment and wounded pride. "Lord Stannis," Quen said lightly, "I must admit, I didn't expect your king would send you to sign this treaty." Stannis's jaw clenched even tighter, the storm in his blue-grey eyes flashing with barely contained fury. He longed to draw his sword and strike the smug Easterner down, but he knew that doing so would be nothing short of suicide. So he merely gave a curt nod. Quen continued casually, the man who was defeated by Ser Jorah earlier. He was a Lannister, wasn't he? I recognized the white armor of the King's Guard. That must have been Ser Jaime Lannister. Sensing that Stannis was in no mood to answer, Ser Davos spoke up in his stead. Your Grace, yes, that was Ser Jaime. He was overcome by grief over the loss of his kin and acted rashly. He meant no true disrespect. Quen lifted an eyebrow but said nothing further. At last, the long review came to an end. Great Lord Eddard looked up and exchanged a brief glance with Stannis, silently confirming that all was in order. Expressionless, Stannis accepted the quill pen Mizo offered him. It felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds in his grasp. He drew a deep breath, his eyes lingering for a moment on the final clause of the treaty, the most humiliating line of all. Then, at the space reserved for the representative of the Seven Kingdoms, he signed his name, Stannis Baratheon. The faint rasp of the quill on parchment sounded clear and sharp in the hushed hall. Quen then took up his own pen and signed in the place marked for the King of Tyrosh. Across the delegation of the Seven Kingdoms, a quiet sigh of relief swept through the chamber. After months of tension, their nerves finally began to ease. Next came the exchange of war reparations and ransom. Crates sealed with the sigil of the Iron Throne were carried into the hall by soldiers from the Westerlands and the Reach. When the lids were pried open, the chamber filled with the gleam of gold dragons piled high as hills, their cold, dazzling luster rippling in the light. In addition to the 300,000 gold dragons in war reparations, each noble house was required to pay ransom according to the list Mizo provided. More than 300 nobles and knights were to be redeemed, the total sum reaching an astounding 500,000 gold dragons. Naturally, this astronomical cost was far beyond what the debt-ridden Iron Throne could afford. The burden was distributed among the noble houses instead. The small council promised to compensate them through various means: tax exemptions, trade privileges, and tariffs. House Redwine, for instance, received a 3-year exemption on wine duties. As Eddard carefully examined the list, his brow furrowed deeply. Your Grace, this document is missing several names: Domeric Bolton of the Dread Fort, Sir Harold Harding of the Vale, and Sir Ryan Ally Ryan of God's Grace. Quen turned to Mizo with a look of mild puzzlement. Mizo's round face immediately filled with an expression of regret. Your Grace, my deepest apologies. These 3 noble lords, alas, during the voyage from Bloodstone Isle to Tyrosh, they contracted a rare and virulent illness. Despite our best efforts, we could not save them. All 3 have perished. Perished. Lord Eddard's voice carried open disbelief as his grey eyes fixed sharply on Mizo. Meeting his gaze, Mizo merely shrugged. It is the truth, my lord. The sickness struck swiftly and took them just as fast. It claimed not only those lords but several of our crew as well. Eddard's heart sank. Domeric Bolton, the heir to the Dread Fort, was barely 20, gifted in writing and song, a youth much loved by Roose Bolton. When word reached the north that he had died in the Stepstones, Eddard knew Roose would hold him responsible. After all, it was under his command that Domeric had crossed the narrow sea. But among the other envoys, few seemed concerned by the deaths of the 3 men. Even Cletus Euronwood of Euronwood Castle only frowned briefly when he heard that Sir Ryan Ally Ryan was among the dead. His sister Ynys had been betrothed to Ryan, though the wedding had already been delayed for more than half a year. Cletus thought quietly to himself that once he returned home with his father, Anders, he would find his sister another husband. When the reparations and ransoms were finally tallied, the heavy air in the hall began to ease ever so slightly. Garth Tyrell, steward of Highgarden, forced himself to step forward, wearing a smile more pained than a grimace. Your Grace, he began hesitantly, we have one more humble request. Those common soldiers taken captive, might we be allowed to ransom them as well? Their families have been waiting anxiously for word. Quen smiled faintly. Of course. 10 golden dragons per soldier. 10 golden dragons. The words burst from Garth before he could stop them, his face draining of color. It was an outrageous sum, astronomical, even. A wave of murmurs swept through the Seven Kingdoms delegation, voices rising in hushed disbelief. Your Grace, this price seems rather... Garth began, struggling to find his words. Quen lifted a hand gracefully, cutting him off mid-sentence. The price is set. If your delegation wishes to redeem the soldiers, you may discuss the specifics with Lord Mizo. As we did with the treaty item by item. I'm sure you'll come to an agreement. Garth's eyes darted around the table, seeking support from the Reach Lords, then from Eddard and Littlefinger. But all he met were downcast gazes and uncomfortable silence. Some houses had lost few men and saw no reason to waste more gold or time. The Reach nobles, though bitter, seemed equally eager to leave this city behind as soon as possible. Quen took in their reactions with quiet satisfaction before rising to his feet. My lords from across the narrow sea, since Tyrosh and the Seven Kingdoms have now reached peace, I invite you to stay and enjoy a meal in my palace. No one objected. Mizo led the Seven Kingdoms delegation to the rear hall, where a grand luncheon awaited them. After the meal, the delegation formally took custody of the Westerosi noble captives. By dawn, they planned to set sail homeward, returning at last to Westeros. That night, the courtyard set aside for the Seven Kingdoms envoys lay still and silent. Eddard Stark sat alone beneath the flickering lamplight, his quill scratching steadily across a sheet of parchment. The dim glow of the candle light cast long shadows across his weary yet resolute face. He was writing a letter to Winterfell, one he planned to have the Grand Maester send by Raven as soon as he returned to King's Landing. It would tell Catelyn he was safe, ask after her health, and ease her worry. As he wrote, Eddard's thoughts wandered. His journey south had already dragged on for too long. Would a message from Maester Luwin await him upon his return bearing news that Catelyn had given birth? The thought brought a quiet smile to his lips. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Deceiving Stannis and Eddard. My lord, Lord Stannis requests an audience. The muffled voice of the guardsman, Jory, came from outside the door. Eddard paused, surprise flickering in his eyes. Stannis seeking him out at this hour? After a moment's thought, he said quietly, show him in. The door opened, and Stannis Baratheon stepped inside. His expression was grim, his brow furrowed deep, his footsteps deliberate and heavy. Before Eddard could greet him, Stannis spoke first, his low voice carrying the weight of a coming storm. Lord Eddard, forgive the late intrusion. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you privately. Eddard inclined his head. Speak freely, my lord. It concerns my brother, Renly, Stannis said, his tone grave. Eddard frowned slightly. What about Lord Renly? Stannis met his gaze squarely. Lord Eddard, I have received word that Renly is scheming, plotting something that threatens the stability of the realm. He plans to persuade Robert to cast aside the Lannister queen and replace her with a woman from House Tyrell. Eddard drew in a sharp breath, rising abruptly to his feet. This is serious. How certain are you of this information? Stannis answered with absolute conviction. Beyond doubt. They're preparing to act soon. When I return, I will inform the hand of the king and see how he chooses to proceed. Lord Eddard's expression hardened. Should we tell his grace? Stannis immediately shook his head. No. His grace is impulsive. If he learns of this, he'll lash out at Renly. Worse, it would ignite conflict between the Lannisters, Renly, and the Tyrells. You wouldn't wish to see the realm thrown into chaos, would you, Lord Eddard? Not now, of all times. Eddard fell silent, the heavy burden of duty pressing upon him. He slowly sank back into his chair, his face edged with thought, then finally nodded. I understand. Stannis's reasoning was sound. The realm needed stability above all. Stannis exhaled faintly, as if relieved, then went on, I came to you at this hour to avoid notice. There are many of Renly's men hidden within this delegation. We must keep our distance. After tonight, you must act as though you know nothing of this conversation, and I was never here. Should anyone ask, I'll deny it entirely. Until the hand acts, we bury this between us." Eddard regarded Stannis in silence, a tangle of emotions churning in his chest. He had thought the man's coldness toward him stemmed from Robert's choices, never realizing it was in service of guarding such a secret. He nodded solemnly. "I swear it on the honor of House Stark." Meanwhile, in Stannis's own chambers, the real Stannis sat back in his chair, eyes closed, fingers tapping lightly against the table. He could already picture the storm awaiting him upon his return to King's Landing: the whispers, the jeers, the venom of rumor. The people of the Seven Kingdoms would curse him for signing what they'd call a humiliating treaty, and Robert would surely dismiss him as master of ships to calm the outrage. So, he had already decided, the moment he returned, he would resign the post himself and retreat to Dragonstone. "My lord, Lord Eddard Stark requests an audience." The guardsman's voice broke his thoughts. Stannis's eyes snapped open, his brow tightening into a hard knot. Eddard Stark? What could he possibly want so late at night? After a brief hesitation, he said quietly but firmly, "Let him in." Eddard Stark entered, his expression unusually grave. Without waiting for Stannis to speak, he strode forward and lowered his voice until only the two of them could hear. "My lord, there is something of great importance. You must know something concerning His Grace, the King." Stannis froze, his tone turning cold. "What about His Grace?" Lord Eddard looked deeply troubled. Leaning closer, he whispered, "My lord, I have reason to believe none of the king's 3 children are truly his." For a rare moment, shock cracked the icy mask on Stannis's face. "What did you say?" Eddard's tone was solemn. "It was a chance discovery. But think about it, aren't you curious? All of His Grace's children have golden hair. After the Battle of Bloodstone, I returned to King's Landing and saw the Queen with her children. To be frank, Robert and I grew up together in the Eyrie. Those children look nothing like him. It defies all reason. I intended to speak to the hand of the king then, but feared the wrong ears might hear." Stannis interrupted, "But the Queen's hair is..." Then he stopped. Realization dawned: 3 children, each with golden hair. Not one bore a trace of the Baratheon's black. Lord Eddard wore a heavy expression. "It's only suspicion for now. I know if I speak of it, they'll call it slander without proof. But if it's true, then, my lord, you are the only rightful heir to the 7 kingdoms." Stannis's voice was hard as iron. "What evidence do you have?" Eddard shook his head. "None. Only the Queen herself could know the truth. But we can look at it another way. His Grace has many bastards. What color is their hair? Or we might search the marriage records, study the children born of past Baratheon Lannister unions. The answer could lie there." Stannis fell into deep thought. It was a long while before he finally spoke. "I'll bring this before the hand when I return to King's Landing." "But..." Eddard nodded. "I understand, Lord Stannis. I'll keep this secret until the truth is known. And after tonight, I'll deny we ever spoke." As Eddard left, Stannis watched him go, his thoughts in turmoil. Eddard Stark, this northern lord famed for his rigid honor, was far more shrewd than he'd ever imagined. It changed something in Stannis's view of him, though not as much as the burning urgency now filling him: the need to return to King's Landing and uncover the truth of this claim that could shake the 7 kingdoms to their core. By dawn the next morning, the port of Tyrosh was alive with noise once more. The delegation of the 7 kingdoms boarded their ships homeward, carrying the signed treaty and the ransomed nobles. Questions about the 3 who had died of illness were soon lost amid the rush to depart. As for the captured soldiers, the envoys had already come to a silent understanding among themselves. Each house would send its own representatives later to settle matters with Tyrosh. None of them wished to linger here a moment longer. Massive sails unfurled in the morning breeze. Jaime Lannister, still recovering from his wounds, remained confined to his cabin below deck. Stannis Baratheon and Eddard Stark met by chance at the ship's rail. Their eyes met briefly, each man reading something in the other, then just as quickly, they looked away. Eddard's gaze was troubled, his mind still heavy with the supposed Stannis's revelation of a plot to replace the Queen. But in Stannis's eyes, a fierce light burned. The seed of doubt planted by the Eddard who had visited him the night before now blazed into certainty. He longed to return to King's Landing without delay to uncover the truth of a secret that could upend the realm itself. The fleet drifted from the harbour, sails catching the wind, bearing them westward toward Westeros. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, The Deal with Linus. Morning light filtered through the stained glass windows of the Tyrosh Palace, scattering a mosaic of colors across Lo Quen's calm, unreadable face. A faint smile played at his lips. Last night, he had used the ruby's transformative power to assume the forms of both Stannis and Eddard, revealing a different secret to each. Now, with the Seven Kingdoms delegation gone, he could already envision the intricate game of power soon to unfold within the Red Keep. His tone remained composed. Mizo, mobilize every network you have. Keep a close watch on King's Landing. I want immediate reports on the movements of Jonathan, Stannis, and Eddard Stark, as well as the reactions from House Lannister and House Tyrell. This performance is one we mustn't miss. As you command, Your Grace. Mizo bowed deeply and withdrew. Lo Quen turned toward the sprawling map of the disputed lands. Qyburn's report on the shortage of pig iron had drawn his particular concern. On the third day after the delegation's departure from Tyrosh, Lo Quen set out for the disputed lands with Chai Yik. His first stop, as always, was Crown Town, where he inspected the progress on the construction of Conquest Keep. Under the blazing sun, waves of heat shimmered in the air as masons coated the rough stone walls with fresh mortar. The castle's rising silhouette had already begun to take shape. He then traveled to the forested river valley behind the keep to check on the young dragon's growth. For a dragon rider, constant companionship was essential, the only way to forge a bond that went beyond words. Though Lo Quen had no doubt the dragons he'd hatched were born with the same absolute loyalty as the Flame Knight, he knew that even innate devotion needed time to mature. As he stepped into the clearing deep in the woods, an open space carved out by the sweep of mighty wings, a low rumble of dragon roars greeted him, accompanied by a rush of wind and swirling dust. 3 young dragons, each distinct in color, were at play. Blood Dancer, its scales a vivid crimson, was the most spirited. It schemed close to the ground, the force of its wings ripping shrubs from their roots. Dusk Shadow was more cautious, circling higher above, its dusky purple scales glimmering softly in the sun. Silverfall perched gracefully atop a massive boulder, preening its silver-white scales with slow, deliberate care. Each flap of their wings and each deep growl sent the forest birds scattering in alarm. It was Chai Yik's first time seeing the young dragons, and her face was filled with awe. She had once witnessed Lo Quen in his golden dragon form, burning the fleets of 7 nations to ash, but even that could not compare to the sight before her now. These dragons, already larger than war horses yet still bearing traces of youthful innocence, radiated pure, unrestrained life. Still, one question lingered: where had these young dragons come from? A wild, almost absurd thought took shape in her mind. She glanced at Lo Quen's profile, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. Could these dragons have been hatched from eggs laid by his grace himself? Lo Quen, unaware of her wandering thoughts, turned his attention to the young girl tending the hatchlings. Janice, you've done well. At the sight of him, the fatigue on Janice's face melted into joy. She hurried forward, her voice bright. Your Grace, it's such a relief to see you. While you were away, Blood Dancer kept acting up. She'd vanish for days, hunting alone deep in the forest. Her tone carried both fondness and exasperation. Lo Quen approached the fiercest of the trio, the red dragon. Blood Dancer coiled its long, sinuous neck around his arm, nuzzling him affectionately. Its massive head pressed against him, and its slit-pupilled eyes stared up at its master with absolute trust. Quen gently patted the dragon's head, the scales hard and dark like congealed blood. His voice was calm, but firm. "No more mischief. Do you understand?" Blood Dancer let out a low, plaintive rumble and dipped its head, its golden eyes glinting with something like wounded pride. Quen chuckled softly, motioning for the dragon soul guards to wheel in a cart piled high with freshly butchered lamb. Though the young dragons often hunted in the forest, it was clear that the surrounding land could no longer sustain the appetites of these three little tyrants. The scent of raw meat instantly stirred their excitement. Blood Dancer gave a low, possessive growl, lunging forward to claim the choicest share. With a powerful shove, it knocked aside Dusk Shadow and Silverfall, baring its razor teeth in warning. The smaller two dragons hesitated, then backed away reluctantly, watching longingly as their fiery sister tore into her meal. "Is the food we've been sending not enough?" Quen frowned. Janice shook her head quickly. "Your Grace, there's plenty of food. But Blood Dancer, she's always so domineering. She refuses to let Dusk Shadow and Silverfall eat with her. I've tried to persuade her so many times, but she just won't listen." Quen couldn't help a helpless smile. He hadn't expected Blood Dancer's possessiveness to be so intense, insisting even mealtime must follow some imagined order of dominance. If he allowed her to continue this way, not only would Janice struggle to keep her in check, but such unchecked pride might harden into wildness. In battle, that would make her unpredictable, something he would never allow. "Blood Dancer, stop!" His voice was calm, but it carried a commanding weight. The flames that had been building in Blood Dancer's throat, ready to scorch the lamb, vanished at once. The dragon turned its head toward him, great golden eyes filled with confusion, unable to understand why its master had stopped her. Quen laid his hand upon her head, feeling the pulse of life beneath the warm scales. "Let Dusk Shadow and Silverfall eat too. They are your kin." His tone hardened. "And from this day forward, you will obey Janice's orders. If I return to find you defying her again, you'll go 3 days without food." Blood Dancer's massive body seemed to shrink slightly. A plaintive whimper escaped her throat, and she bowed her head, eyes showing both submission and fear. Only then did Quen motion for Dusk Shadow and Silverfall to approach. The 3 young dragons finally gathered around the meal, spitting small jets of flame to roast the mutton before devouring it eagerly. Quen watched the scene with quiet satisfaction. Before leaving the valley camp, he exchanged a few words with Archmaester Marwyn, who was still absorbed in his ancient scrolls of magic. Then, carrying the fine Valyrian steel armor he had taken from Terry's, he prepared to depart for the front lines. Jelena's army was already assembled at the forward encampment. He needed to join her without delay. He asked Janice where the armor was being stored. Following her directions, he made his way through the bustling camp to a tall wooden house deeper inside. When he pushed open the door, a wave of warm, damp air met him, a mix of steam and the faint fragrance of wood. For a moment, he froze. Had he come to the wrong place? There was no sign of armor, only dim light and swirling mist, like a hot spring shrouded in fog. At the center of the room stood a large oak bathtub. And beside it, a naked blonde woman, bending slightly as she washed herself. Droplets of water slid down her fair, smooth skin, glistening as they traced the elegant curves of her body. The sight was stunning. Her full hips, narrow waist, and the soft, rounded contours that came with every subtle movement. The humid air seemed to still. Lena's Hightower, once Lady of Mormont, froze where she stood at the sound of the door opening. She instinctively lifted the small towel in her hand to cover her chest. Her sapphire blue eyes widened in shock, her lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. The color drained from her face, leaving only embarrassment and the faintest flicker of panic. Quen met her gaze without flinching. His eyes moved from her dripping golden hair to the rise and fall of her chest, then lower to her tense, pressed together legs. He took her in completely, his expression unreadable. A hint of amusement touched his lips. Lady Mormont, it seems I've chosen an inconvenient time. Please don't let me interrupt. He turned slightly, as if to leave. My lord. Lennis's voice broke the silence, breathless and trembling. Quen paused at the doorway, turning his head to look back at her with calm composure. A flush rose high on Lennis's cheeks. One hand clutched the small towel tightly against her chest, while the other moved awkwardly to shield her legs. The effort to cover herself only deepened the sense of vulnerability and, unintentionally, made her even more enticing. She drew a deep breath, gathering her courage. Her voice trembled with suppressed urgency and a faint note of sorrow. My lord. I only wish to know how much longer do you intend to keep me imprisoned? Quen understood at once. It seemed she still hadn't heard of his coronation. He did not answer directly. Instead, his eyes narrowed, sharp as a blade. Tell me, lady, are you not concerned for your husband, Sir Yoram Mormont? At the mention of her husband's name, a flicker of discomfort crossed Lennis's face, quickly masked beneath calm defiance. She lifted her chin, her sapphire blue eyes meeting his without wavering. My lord, Yora, his offense was his own. It has nothing to do with me. If you would only grant me my freedom. She took a small step forward. The mist from the bath clung to her skin, making it gleam pale and flawless beneath the dim light. Her voice softened into something almost pleading seductive. I would do anything for you. She saw at the brief, almost imperceptible hesitation that flickered in Quen's eyes. Hope sparked instantly within her, small but fierce. And in that instant, it burned away the last of her hesitation and her shame. The towel slipped from her fingers, falling soundlessly to the floor. Her body, mature and flawless, was bared completely beneath the hazy glow and swirling steam. My lord. Her voice was sweet and breathy, laced with deliberate tremor. Barefoot on the cool wooden floor, she stepped toward him slowly, deliberately. Her freshly bathed body, warm and damp, pressed against him like smooth silk. Her hands, soft and fever-hot, traced over his chest and back, their movement tender and deliberate, like fine fabric sliding across bare skin. It sent a faint shiver up his spine. Her golden hair brushed his neck, leaving behind the faint scent of flowers and soap. Quen was no saint immune to desire, but neither was he a fool ruled by it. Even with her soft warmth in his arms, his mind stayed clear, calculating her worth. Lennis Hightower was more than Yoram Mormont's lawful wife. She was a daughter of House Hightower of Old Town noble blood, with reach and influence. Originally, he had kept her only as a pawn to control Yora, to sow unrest in the north. But now, as he looked at the woman in his arms, at the power her name and beauty could wield, he realized this piece on his board could serve far greater purpose. Perhaps she could open doors to far greater gains. Some time later, the cabin door creaked open. Quen stepped out first, a faint sheen of sweat on his brow. Damp patches darkened his tunic where it clung to his skin. Lennis followed soon after, her cheeks still flushed, her blue eyes languid yet bright with lingering warmth. She cast him a long, unreadable look, part lingering, part wary, then pulled a cloak hastily around her shoulders and disappeared quickly into the depths of the camp. Quen's expression had already returned to calm. He had not granted her the freedom she begged for. Instead, he had given her a condition, one steep enough that she would pay any price to meet it. And after only a brief moment of shock and hesitation, Lennis had agreed. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, The Night Raid on the Watchtower. Quen searched the camp once more before finally locating the armor. Then, accompanied by Chayik, who was still teasing the young dragons in the woods, he set out for the front lines. The border between Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr lay in the valley nestled between the lonely hills and the grey mountains. Thick forests blanketed the region, known collectively as the Three Daughters Woodland. It was the only stretch of land through which the other two free cities could march an army into Tyrosh's territory. Each of the 3 free cities had established its own outposts around the forest, watching and countering one another's military movements. Yelena was stationed at Tyrosha's outpost, known as the Watch Camp. She had already pulled her forces back from Crown Town to this position. Recently, the Lyseni had grown increasingly active. According to Mizo's intelligence, several mercenary companies had appeared within the disputed lands under Lys control. Quen suspected these companies had been hired specifically to deal with him. 2 days later, Quen and Chayik led their army to the Watch Camp, where they joined forces with Yelena. With Chayik's 500 soldiers, her 500 Dragon Soul Guards, and the additional 300 Dragon Soul Guards Janice had assigned him, their combined forces now totaled 7,500 soldiers and 1,200 Dragon Soul Guards. Seated within his tent, Quen studied a detailed map of the disputed lands. To the east of the Three Daughters woodland rose the central highlands, where the Myrish had constructed a fortified citadel. Myr's craftsmen were unmatched, and its wealth far outstripped Tyrosha's. Most of its estates were clustered along the banks of the Myr River in the northeastern highlands, the heart of Myr's economy. To protect this vital region, the Myrish had built a massive fortress at the edge of the highlands, manned year-round by a garrison of slave soldiers. To the southeast of the forest stood the Lysene outpost, the sentry tower, also guarded by a slave legion. Any force attempting to invade either Lys or Myr would have to pass through these 2 strongholds first. Fortunately, neither Lys nor Myr were known for military strength. Their standing armies numbered only a few thousand poorly trained slave soldiers, armed and armored with mediocrity. Quen's gaze shifted southward on the map, to the endless peaks of the Grey Mountains. It was control of the mines at the southern foot of those mountains that allowed Lys to wage its trade war against Tyrosh. The most direct way to break the Lysene monopoly was to seize those mines. After a moment's thought, Quen decided to launch a night raid on the sentry tower. The mercenary companies hired by Lys had yet to arrive in full. If he struck swiftly, destroying the sentry tower, Lys's most crucial forward base, then pushed deep into their territory to seize the mineral veins of the Grey Mountains, he could seize the initiative on the battlefield. With his decision made, Quen began to mobilize his troops. The soldiers ate their rations, checked their weapons, wrapped thick cloth around their horses' hooves, and waited for nightfall. The sentry tower, a stone structure rising 150 feet, stood on the northern slope of the Grey Mountains, guarding the narrow pass into the heart of Lys. At the top, a Lysene slave soldier huddled in thin clothes, nodding off as he kept watch over the pitch-black expanse of the Three Daughters woodland below. Suddenly, something stirred at the forest's edge, like grass bending in a gust of wind. "Hey! Look over there!" The guard rubbed his eyes and nudged his drowsy companion, his voice uncertain. "The woods, something's moving out there." 2 more soldiers hurried to the edge of the tower, squinting into the darkness. Down below, the ground patrol had noticed it too. Silverio, the Lysene officer commanding the sentry tower, was a burly man with a thick black beard. Cracking his whip sharply, he barked an order, sending a squad of nervous slave soldiers into the woods to investigate. They stepped forward hesitantly, torches trembling in their hands, just as "Kill!" The shout exploded like thunder, shattering the night. A tide of black shapes surged out of the forest's depths, roaring as they charged. The flicker of torchlight revealed rows upon rows of Tyroshi soldiers in gleaming armor. Spears and blades flashed as they swept through the patrol and the investigating slaves, cutting them off and surrounding them in an instant. Woo woo woo! A shrill horn blared from the base of the sentry tower, slicing through the stillness of the night. Enemy attack! The Tyroshi had struck without warning. The Lysene slave soldiers had never seen such ferocity. Poorly armed, barely trained, and with no real will to fight, their courage collapsed under the onslaught. Officers' shouts and the threat of whips meant nothing now. Panic seized them. Screaming, they dropped their weapons and scattered like headless flies, fleeing into the darkness. Officer Silverio, enraged, swung his whip furiously, striking the backs of the fleeing soldiers. Bastards! Pick up your weapons! Hold the line! Reinforcements will be here any moment! But the whip vanished into the panicked crowd like a stone sinking into the sea, powerless to stop the rout. Seeing more enemies pouring out of the woods, their formation tight and their killing intent palpable, he realized the situation was dire. He turned and shouted as he bolted toward the tower. Quick! Shut the doors! Hold the tower until reinforcements arrive! At that moment, Quen emerged at the forest's edge, his gaze fixed on the chaotic tower ahead. Shield wall, advance! Fill the trench! Breaching team, move up! The disciplined Tyrosh soldiers sprang into motion. The front line raised their massive square shields high, locking them tightly together to form a moving dome of steel. Behind them, soldiers burdened with heavy sandbags rushed forward under the shield's cover, racing toward the 10-foot-wide trench encircling the tower like tireless ants. A dense rain of arrows poured from the tower above, clattering and sparking off the shields, yet failing to halt their advance. In short order, several sections of the trench were filled. Meanwhile, a breaching team of the strongest soldiers, hefting a massive iron-tipped battering ram, roared as they charged under shield cover toward the tower's heavy oak doors. Thud! 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 Each thunderous blow landed like a war drum, pounding in the hearts of the defenders and on Officer Silverio's fraying nerves. Hold it! Brace the door! Silverio's hoarse voice echoed inside the tower as he directed the soldiers to barricade the entrance with their bodies and whatever debris they could find. But fear had already broken the slave soldiers' will to resist. Crash! With a deafening roar and a burst of splintered wood, the tower's gates collapsed inward beneath the battering ram's impact. Charge! Quen drew his sword, pointing it toward the gaping doorway. The Tyrosh soldiers surged forward like a flood breaching a dam, pouring into the tower's interior. Resistance was almost non-existent. Terrified slave soldiers dropped their weapons and fell to their knees, begging for mercy. The fewless officers who tried to rally them were instantly swallowed by the human tide. On the tower's second floor, the highest-ranking officer, Silverio, was tackled to the ground by several soldiers fierce as wolves. Bound tightly, his face twisted with disbelief, horror, and despair. Within half an hour, the battle was over. Quen had taken the Lysane outpost at minimal cost. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, The Grey Mountain Mines and the Cell Sword Company. After capturing the outpost tower, Quen ordered Yik to garrison it with 3,000 soldiers to ensure the supply route to Tyrosh remained open. Then, Quen and Jalana led the remaining 4,500 soldiers and 1,200 dragon soul guards deep into the jagged heart of the Grey Mountains. The name suited the range well, everything seemed blanketed in endless ash. Jagged cliffs bit into one another like rows of teeth, and deep valleys split the land open like torn wounds, so narrow that only a few could walk abreast. The soldiers trudged through loose rocks and slippery mud, their heavy footsteps echoing through the deathly silent valleys, their progress painfully slow. It took them 3 full days to crawl, like snails, to the edge of the mining district at the far end of a river valley pressed between sheer cliffs, where a steep reverse slope rose ahead. When Quen and Jalana climbed to the top, the sight that greeted them stole their breath. Below sprawled a vast, muddy basin. A thick grey haze hung low, swirling with furnace smoke and drifting dust. Countless low, filthy blue canvas tents clustered together, ragged and sagging. Even more striking were the enormous mounds of ore scattered across the basin, like hills formed from congealed black and dark red blood, the raw, unrefined iron ore. To the southwest, a towering range of grey-brown mountains loomed, the true source of the ore. Not a single tree grew on those slopes, only bare rock and gravel. Tiny as ants, less slaves crawled over the barren mountainsides, hacking at the stone with iron picks. In the basin below, slaves trudged barefoot through the muck, backs bent beneath heavy baskets brimming with ore or pushing broken wooden carts along the muddy roads. Their eyes were hollow, their world filled with the shouts of overseers and the sharp crack of whips slicing through the air. Below the slope where Quen's army waited lay the core of the mining district, the smelting zone. Over a dozen massive furnaces, built from rough stone blocks, belched searing flames from their openings, warping everything around them in the heat. Slaves, their skin burned red by the fire, shoveled ore from the mines into the roaring furnaces. The air reeked of acrid smoke and scorched flesh. Quen narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over this hell on earth. He sent several of his most skilled scouts gliding silently down the slope, vanishing into the shadows and confusion below, tasked with uncovering the true defenses of what appeared to be a chaotic but surely fortified mining complex. The wait was brief. The scouts returned quietly from the most concealed corners on both sides of the mine with their report. Aside from roughly 1,000 poorly armed slave soldiers patrolling and keeping the slaves in check, the entire area contained nothing but laborers, no organized fighting force. Slaves, and only slaves. Quen gave a dry chuckle. The Lyseni truly inherited the ways of old Valyria, using slaves to their absolute limit. Without a flicker of hesitation, he issued his orders. Shyvana, leave 1,000 men to seal every exit, especially the mountain paths leading deeper into Lys. Not even a bird must escape to carry word. The rest will follow me. Purge the guards and seize control of every slave in the mine. Shyvana nodded sharply. She raised her longsword, and 4,500 Tyrosh soldiers surged forward like a flood, following the 1,200 Dragon Soul guards as they stormed down the slope straight into the chaos below. For a brief moment, the mining district froze, then it exploded into pandemonium. The patrolling slave soldiers, long grown lazy, stared in horror as the oncoming army charged like ravenous wolves. The blood drained from their faces, leaving nothing but terror. Their leather armor was in tatters, their weapons little more than rusted spears and blunt blades. Faced with the fully armed, battle-hardened Tyrosh regulars and the even more fearsome Dragon Soul guards, they could barely summon the will to fight. After a few panicked shouts and a scatter of arrows, the Dragon Soul guards struck. Their Valyrian steel blades sliced through leather and flesh alike, flinging blood into the air. Screams rang out short, sharp, and quickly drowned beneath the thunder of battle cries. It was a massacre. The slave soldiers' pitiful resistance crumbled instantly under the crushing power and shock of the assault. Soon, all resistance within the mining district was completely eradicated. In the end, 300 slave soldiers chose to surrender and were brutally bound. Quen ordered his troops to swiftly clear the battlefield and collect the bodies. Simultaneously, he issued a stern command: all slaves were to continue their labor without interruption, maintaining the normal surface operations of the mining district. Any disobedience would be met with execution. That night, the ravens from the forward watchtower delivered crucial intelligence. Scouts dispatched by Chayik had detected signs of large-scale troop movements to the southeast, bearing the banner of a black cat. They were advancing rapidly along the river valley toward the Grey Mountain mining district. Company of the Cat. Quen's gaze instantly sharpened. He recalled the information about the Company of the Cat from the original text. The Company of the Cat commanded roughly 3,000 warriors, notorious for their ferocity and greed. Their leader, Bloodbeard, was a particularly infamous figure. Surveying the recently captured mining area, a bold plan instantly formed in Quen's mind. He resolved to remain here and ambush the Company of the Cat. Though Quen's forces vastly outnumbered the Company of the Cat, he refused to engage in unnecessary attrition. He ordered his soldiers to swiftly don the captured slave soldiers' leather armor and clothing. The remaining Dragon Soul guards were secretly deployed along both sides of the narrow river valley at the mine entrance, concealed among the boulders and thickets. He then strictly commanded the slaves to restore the mining area to its pre-attack state, ensuring no signs of battle remained visible. In the distance, the Company of the Cat's marching column trudged laboriously through the muddy narrow valley. Commander Bloodbeard stood out prominently atop an unusually tall and sturdy chestnut warhorse. Built like an ox, he wore heavy plate armor. His head was crowned with a braid of fiery red hair, and his face was framed by a thick, flaming red beard. Damn those Lysane whores! Bloodbeard's booming curse echoed through the valley. They make us trek all this way, not even letting us down a single cup of wine, and now we're supposed to defend their mining district? God damn it! He waved his heavy double-bladed battleaxe in irritation. Treasurer Will, riding a plump horse, cautiously followed alongside, his face plastered with a smile. Lord, the Lysane have indeed paid well for the golden dragons this time. You know, those bloodthirsty wolves on the golden fields are surely on their way too. If we don't take this job, it'll just fall into someone else's lap in no time. Do I need you, the accountant, to remind me of that? Bloodbeard glared at him, but the anger on his face softened slightly, replaced by smugness. The Lysane slave soldiers are nothing but clowns. Without our company of the cat warriors, most of them would piss themselves in fear at the brutality of the battlefield. He surveyed his men, his voice brimming with pride. But hey, Lys is deep in the pockets. They pay gold, we earn it by the blade, that's how it goes. Once this battle's over, I'm heading straight to Lys's brothels for a few days of fun. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Annihilation of the Company of the Cat. At that moment, an officer in finely crafted chain mail, his expression rigid and severe, rode forward through the ranks. He was Bloodbeard's right-hand man, Lucas. Frowning, his tone carried a hint of unease. Captain, something's wrong at the watchtower. Normally, they'd have sent scouts or messengers to report in by now, but there's been no sign of them at all. Bloodbeard waved him off impatiently. Report? Report my ass. Those Lys fools are as arrogant as peacocks. Let them stay in their tower and tremble for all I care. The contract we signed with the Lysane says we defend the mining district, clear as day. It doesn't say a damn thing about guarding their cursed watchtower. If the Tyroji want to fight over towers, let them, it's none of our business. Lucas swallowed hard, hesitating. He'd wanted to mention the rumor spreading like wildfire across the disputed lands how Tyrosh had fallen to a mysterious sorcerer from the east who wielded blasphemous necromancy, raising an army of the dead and even commanding a terrible dragon. But looking at Bloodbeard's indifferent face concerned only with gold and pleasure, he bit back the words. Sell swords lived by the edge of their blades and trusted only what they could hold, steel and coin. Tales of gods and monsters were just excuses whispered by the defeated. Still, for that Easterner to conquer Tyrosh, his power must be extraordinary. Bloodbeard might have been crude, but he was no fool when it came to preserving his strength. The soldiers of the Company of the Cat continued waving their banner, a languid black cat, as they swaggered down the river valley toward the gates of the Grey Mountain mines. Most wore fierce grins, trading coarse jokes about the gold to come and the women of Lys, blissfully unaware of the trap awaiting them. When the company's massive column finally reached the rough wooden gate of the mining district, the scene that greeted them seemed ordinary enough: a filthy, muddy basin filled with weary slaves, smoke-belching furnaces, and air thick with the familiar stench of rust and sweat. At the center of the camp stood a man in the uniform of a Lys officer, smiling broadly. Bloodbeard looked down from his saddle, surveying the place he despised. His lip curled in disgust, and whatever good mood he'd had from the promise of rich pay vanished instantly. Humph! He snorted, swung heavily from his horse, and tossed his massive double-headed axe to a burly attendant. Striding toward the Lys officer, he bellowed. Hey, Lysane! Get my men a dry camp. And wine. Meat. All of it. Gods damn it, making me stay in a place like this is pure torture. The officer smiled wider, his calm unsettling. Yes, Lord. The camp is ready. But as for fine wine and roasted meat, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Because, the dead, can't enjoy such things. Bloodbeard froze. A sharp dread clawed through him. His reflexes were lightning fast, his right hand darted for the dagger at his waist as he leapt back. Too late. A dark sword flashed silent, swift, and tore through his fine armor, plunging straight into his chest. The dull, wet sound of steel meeting flesh rang out clearly. The fury on Bloodbeard's face froze into pure horror and disbelief. His massive frame trembled violently. He looked down at the blade buried deep in his chest. Pain and cold spread rapidly through him. He opened his mouth, trying to roar, to curse, but only torrents of hot blood spilled out. He glared at the officer, watching the man's face ripple like disturbed water before settling into that of a young, striking Easterner, his gaze sharp and deadly. "You!" The last light faded from Bloodbeard's eyes as his enormous body crashed into the mud with a heavy thud. The sudden explosion of violence was like a spark cast into boiling oil. The sellswords at the front of the company of the Cat who witnessed their captain's death felt their relaxed expressions vanish, replaced instantly by sheer horror and burning rage. "Captain! Kill them!" The furious roars had barely erupted before an even more terrifying slaughter descended. The very instant Bloodbeard hit the ground, the slaves who had been numbly toiling nearby pushing mine carts and carrying baskets suddenly flashed with savage light in their eyes. They overturned their baskets and drew gleaming swords and short axes hidden beneath straw piles and heaps of ore, lunging at the nearest sellswords of the company of the Cat. Blades and axes flashed through the ranks in an instant, screams of agony rising in waves. "Behind us! The river valley! Ambushers!" The rear guard's warning was shrill and desperate. From both sides of the narrow valley, a dense tide of figures surged forth. 1,200 silent dragon soul guards, wielding razor-sharp Valyrian steel weapons, charged down from the heights, driving deep into the most vulnerable rear and flanks of the company of the Cat's marching column. Their movements were perfectly synchronized and utterly silent, the only sounds the terrifying hiss of blades slicing through air and the wet rip of flesh being torn apart. True to their reputation as veteran sellswords, the company of the Cat's surviving captains rallied quickly after the initial shock and the crushing blow of their commander's death. "Hold your ground! Form ranks! Back to back! Break through!" Lucas roared hoarsely, swinging his long sword to cut down a charging slave. But the attacks came ceaselessly from all sides. Ahead, the Tyrosh regulars disguised as slaves pressed forward in a wall of steel spears. From the sides and rear, the Dragon Soul Guards struck relentlessly, Valyrian steel blades easily cleaving through the mercenaries' inferior weapons and armor. Every swing drew a spray of blood. The mining basin had become a true hellscape. The muddy ground turned a deep crimson, the stench of blood overwhelming the smell of rust and furnace smoke, rising thick into the night sky. Screams, the clash of steel, dying groans, and furious bellows blended together into a cacophony straight out of the abyss. The company of the Cat fought fiercely, but surrounded by overwhelming numbers, trapped in a meticulously planned ambush, and facing the near-inhuman efficiency of the Dragon Soul Guards, their resistance shattered quickly. The battle raged from dusk until night fully fell. When the last handful of company of the Cat sellswords who tried to break through were cut down mercilessly by the Dragon Soul Guards at the valley's mouth, the entire Grey Mountain mining basin finally fell silent. Only the crackle of furnace flames and the faint moans of the dying echoed through the still air. 3,000 soldiers of the company of the Cat, along with their captain Bloodbeard, were completely annihilated by Quen, who had paid only a minimal cost. Quen stood amid the pools of blood, his gaze cold as he surveyed the fully subdued mining district. He issued his command: the severed heads of the company of the Cat were to be taken to the central hill and stacked into a triumphal mound. Let the scum of other mercenary companies see clearly the fate that awaited those who dared to defy him. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Daughters' Alliance. In the vast, resplendent palace of Lys, the members of the Lys Magisters' Council sat around a circular table in the Grand Hall, their faces dark with worry. Lysano Han, the first Magister of Lys, his hair streaked with grey and his hands resting on his temples, spoke gravely. "Gentlemen, word has come from the disputed lands. The Easterners have launched an unprovoked attack. Their forces have taken the outpost tower and the Grey Mountain mines. What should we do next? Magister Mortu Orthes slammed his fist onto the table in rage, making the silver goblets tremble and hum. Those barbaric Eastern bastards! They've desecrated Pantera. They piled the heads of 3,000 warriors from the company of the cat on the central hill. The cat goddess will bring down divine punishment upon them. This nobleman was a devout follower of one of Lys's deities, the cat goddess Pantera. The founder of the company of the cat had also been a devoted worshipper of this very goddess. Trigger Ormolan shot him a sidelong glance, impatience flashing across his handsome face as he interrupted. Enough! The company of the cat is gone. What matters now are our estates and lands. Don't forget, besides iron ore, we also hold vast plantations and farms in the disputed lands. Our wine, perfumes, and blankets all come from there. If we don't defend those estates, our wealth will vanish. Magister Draco, seated beside Mortu, nodded. 3 days ago, we received letters from the disputed lands. The Windblown Company, the Ragged Standard Company, the Long Lances Company, and the Maiden's Men have all accepted our contracts and are marching here from abroad. Mortu's voice rose sharply, filled with shock and fury. The Maiden's Men? Damn it, Draco! You know how vile their reputation is. If they march into our estates, they'll plunder everything before the battle even begins. Draco sighed helplessly. What other choice do we have? The Golden Company refused our offer. Without hiring the Maiden's Men, we don't have enough soldiers. Haven't you heard the Eastern King commands an army of tens of thousands? Mortu was left speechless. The Maiden's Men, for all their infamy, numbered more than 5,000. Combined with the Windblown Company's 2,000 sellswords, the Ragged Standard Company's 3,500, and the Long Lances Company's 800 heavily armoured cavalry, their total force would exceed 10,000. Lysano Han pondered for a while, then turned to Draco, who oversaw military affairs. How many slave soldiers can we field? Draco's expression turned awkward, and he gave a strained smile. Lord Lysano, perhaps you're unaware though Lys has nearly 1 million slaves. Each one drafted means less labor in our cotton fields and perfume workshops. To avoid unnecessary losses, I've already conscripted 15,000 slaves. That's our limit. We'll still need to buy armor for them, which will cost even more. Trigger sneered. Losses? If the Easterners defeat us, all the gold you're saving will end up in their hands. Lysano nodded in agreement. Draco, conscript another 10,000 slave soldiers. Their fighting power may be poor, but they'll force the enemy to split their forces. Don't think of them as 25,000 men, even 25,000 pigs would take time to capture. Draco could only nod in reluctant agreement. Just then, a servant's voice came from outside. Your lordships, the envoy from Myr requests an audience. The magister's eyes turned to Lysano, who immediately said, show him in. A black-haired, dark-eyed envoy with deep brown skin entered, bowing respectfully to the governors of Lys. Your lordships, I bring greetings from Myr. Mortu frowned. Envoy of Myr, spare us the pleasantries. Get to the point. For 100 years, discord among the 3 daughters had festered. The once united daughters' alliance was long gone, leaving only rivalry and deceit. Among them, Lys and Tyrosh were the most hostile, their open and covert struggles over the stepstones poisoning any chance of trust. But that did not mean relations with Myr were any better. The Myrish envoy smiled, then composed himself. The Magister's office of Myr has sent me to Lys to rebuild the daughters' alliance. Tyrosh has been usurped by the Easterner, who rules with cruelty and dark arts. Many Tyroshi nobles are filled with resentment. They hope Lys and Myr will come to their aid to overthrow the Easterner's tyranny and restore Tyrosh's old order. Trigger rose sharply. Easy words. The Easterner's blades are aimed at us. While we were recruiting sellsword companies and raising our armies, you Myrish were hiding in your highland fortresses, snickering inside your turtle shells. The envoy did not flinch. Lord, Myr has already gathered 12,000 slave soldiers and hired the iron shields, the bright banners, the second sons, and the storm crows. They will reach the central highlands next month to fight alongside the armies of Lys. A heavy silence fell over the hall, so deep a pin could be heard dropping. The magisters exchanged uneasy glances, disbelief mirrored in their eyes. After a long pause, Lysano spoke slowly. Envoy of Myr, perhaps it is time for the daughters to set aside their old grudges and unite against the outsider. We shall join forces with Myr. When their armies arrive, together we will crush the Easterner. His voice rang firm and resolute. But then Draco muttered, that Easterner is said to have a dragon 200 feet long. Trigger Ormalin burst into laughter, shattering the heavy air. A dragon? If you believe those Seven Kingdoms tales, you might as well wave the white flag now. If that Easterner truly had a dragon 200 feet, you say, he'd have flown over here and burned us all to cinders already. Why would he need to ambush us? The others scoffed as well. None of them believed the Easterner possessed a dragon. Reports from Tyrosia's fall had made no mention of one. A dragon? Only the gods would believe that. With the alliance between the two daughters sealed, the Myrish envoy departed, satisfied with his success and ready to return to rally their troops. Meanwhile, the capital of Lys erupted into a different kind of turmoil. Draco could not go against the council's will, forcing him to scrape together the 25,000 slave soldiers demanded. Yet the unease in his heart only deepened. He was certain the destruction of the Westerosi fleet had not been caused by mere storms. He believed, with grim conviction, that the shadow of a dragon was the true cause. In the days that followed, the harsh pounding of the city guards' fists and the curses of slave owners echoed throughout Lys. Slaves were dragged from cotton fields, vineyards, and perfume workshops, thrown into rough leather armor, and handed rusty spears. The Magisters' Council's draft order filled the upper ranks of Lys with resentment and unrest. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, The Absence of the Golden Company. After seizing the mining district, Quen ordered Qyburn to dispatch ships to transport pig iron and iron ore. The Grey Mountain Range held astonishing reserves of iron. The Lysans had mined the area for years, yet the veins were far from depleted. He soon received Qyburn's report on the ore. According to it, the Grey Mountain iron was of exceptional quality, with a high iron content. Even though the Lysane smelting techniques were inferior to those of Tyrosh, their pig iron still sold briskly across many nations. Quen couldn't help but sigh at how wasteful the Lysans had been with such a valuable resource. He instructed Qyburn to build a blast furnace workshop near Crown Town, so that iron ore could be transported directly from the Grey Mountain mines and smelted into pig iron on site. Quen then left 100 soldiers and the captured slave troops to garrison the mining area, while he led the rest of his men back along the road to the outpost tower. The rugged terrain of the Grey Mountains made it impossible to enter the mines without passing through the valley southeast of the tower. With Quen's main army stationed there, it would be nearly impossible for enemies to approach the mines unnoticed. Over the next several days, ravens from Mizo arrived one after another, carrying intelligence that Lys and Myr were preparing to form an alliance. The news didn't surprise Quen. The principle of lips and teeth that the fall of one would endanger the other was surely clear to both Lys and Myr. Still, their slave soldiers were too weak to fight effectively. They would inevitably hire large numbers of mercenary companies. From Mizo's letters, Quen learned that several well-known companies active around the Golden Fields, Velvet Hills, and Pentos Flatlands were now marching toward the disputed lands. As he read the list, a cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Lys and Myr were clearly panicking. But gathering and moving mercenary companies took time, and some might even refuse the contract over pay disputes. That delay was precisely the advantage Quen had used to strike first, taking the outpost and the mines. His gaze swept over the list again. Though he recognized most of the names, one stood out by its absence: the Golden Company. The Golden Company was the most famous, the largest, and the most expensive of all the mercenary companies in the 9 free cities. Lys and Myr surely hadn't avoided hiring them because of cost. There was only one plausible reason: Illyrio and Varys. They wouldn't risk wasting one of their trump cards in a war against Quen. As he pondered, Yik approached from outside the tower, worry clouding her face. "Your Grace, over the past days, the Lysane have gathered slave soldiers at their estates southeast of the outpost tower. It seems they mean to keep us from entering their heartland." Quen chuckled. "Who said we were going to strike their heartland? True, those estates are rich, and taking them would yield plenty of supplies. But their main sellsword companies are marching toward the disputed lands. If we raid those estates now, we'd only end up surrounded." Yik frowned. "Then what should we do?" Quen's smile turned cold. "Those fools in Lys sent nearly all their slave soldiers to the disputed lands. I wonder where they got the confidence that I wouldn't attack their main city." Yik and Jelena beside her both gasped. "Your Grace, you mean to attack Lys itself?" Quen grinned. "Their defenses are thin. This is the perfect chance to strike. If we take Lys, even returning the outpost and the mines afterward would still count as a victory. I've already written to Roro, he'll have his men bring the fleet. We'll board along the southern coast of the mining district, cross the sea, and attack Lys." 3 nights later, Quen and Jelena led 8,000 elite soldiers, moving under the cover of darkness. They slipped silently out of the outpost tower and marched swiftly south. Yik remained behind with 500 troops, setting up decoys and false formations to make it seem as though the main army was still in camp. Quen instructed her that if large numbers of sellswords approached, she was to retreat west into the depths of the Forest of the Three Daughters. After several days of stealthy marching, the army reached an abandoned ferry as planned. Under the moonlight, nearly 100 warships lay quietly anchored in the frigid bay. Cloaked in the same heavy darkness, more than 8,000 soldiers boarded swiftly and without a word. Sails swelled, ropes tightened, and the fleet cut through the black waves toward the distant Lys archipelago. Lys, the city of perfume and desire, built atop jagged reefs and scattered islands, emerged from the night, revealing her alluring beauty beneath the moonlit sky. The monsoon winds and ocean currents favored Quen's fleet. After a single day and night at sea, as dusk fell again, the outlines of the Lys archipelago appeared at the horizon. Moonlight spilled across the islands, glinting off great domed roofs covered in dark red tiles. Sharper spires rose above them, glimmering with a faint bronze hue. Many of the houses stood right by the sea, their harbours wide open, with no walls or fortifications in sight. From the deck of his flagship, Quen could see through open windows lamplight flickering, silhouettes moving within. "Land at the harbour. Eliminate all armed resistance on the island." Quen's voice was cold and sharp. Nearly 100 warships surged forward, their oars churning up the waves as they accelerated through the dark waters. The terrified slave guards at the harbour watched helplessly as the fleet closed in. The ramps crashed down, and fully armed soldiers poured onto the piers and beaches. The battle ended far sooner than expected. The slave guards of Lys's outer island were even weaker than those who had defended the outpost and the mines. Most had received only the barest semblance of training, were poorly equipped, and lacked the will to fight. When they saw the enemy charging men as fierce as wolves, armored in gleaming steel, their courage shattered instantly. Screams of terror replaced battle cries. Rusted weapons clattered to the ground. The soldiers scattered like frightened sheep, cursing their own legs for not carrying them faster. Quen gave a cold order to capture the survivors. Before long, groups of slave soldiers were lying face down on the cold, damp ground, hands over their heads, trembling uncontrollably. Quen seized one pale-faced prisoner and barked, "Where is the Lys Magister's palace?" The captive stammered, trembling as he pointed toward the sea. My lord, this is only the outer island, the real Lys main city, it's further in, the Magister's council, that's where it is." Quen immediately ordered the man taken aboard the lead ship. The fleet set sail once more, guided by the captive through the reefs and channels toward the main island. As the island's shape emerged beneath the moonlight, Quen finally saw the full splendor of the city. It rose with the island's natural slope, its center towering high, the outskirts spreading low along the shore. Atop the tallest hill stood a grand palace, its vast dome supported by countless thick white stone pillars, gazing silently down upon the city and the sea below. That was the heart of Lys's power, the Magister's Council. Quen immediately ordered his soldiers to storm the main island's harbor.